Chapter 401. Thinking about the young man in white who had appeared in Lianyun Castle, Lian Haolong hurriedly bowed to the sky. Many people were curious about what he was bowing to, but Lian Haolong didn't stop bowing. He bowed 9 times in a row before finally standing up. Lian Haolong wasn't the only one who was excited. All the human clans in this huge mountain range couldn't contain their excitement. For the past 2 years, the Demon Palace had done many evil things and bullied them. Facing the Demon Palace, they didn't dare to say anything. They wanted to see the destruction of the Demon Palace even in their dreams, and they never thought that they would be able to witness it today. Who did it? Who did it? How could they destroy the Demon Palace? Our Savior. This is a great favor to our generation. Now that the Demon Palace has been destroyed, we won't have to worry about being bullied anymore. I wonder which hero destroyed the Demon Palace. If I know who it was, I'll definitely worship him. Could it be that the humans of the southern continent are going to start a war with the demon clans? Although the Demon Palace hasn't been established for a long time, it was still under the jurisdiction of the Demon King Palace. Now that the Demon Palace has been destroyed, I don't think the Demon King Palace will let it go so easily. I'm afraid the southern continent will be plunged into chaos in the future. Everyone was excited, but some of them couldn't help but worry. The humans of the southern continent and the demon clans were irreconcilable enemies, and they were like fire and water. The demon clans in the southern continent were very powerful, and the eastern continent couldn't be compared with them. The Profound River Palace was the strongest among the humans, and the Demon King Palace was the strongest among the demon clans. It was because of the support of these two peak powers that the southern continent hadn't been plunged into chaos. However, no one knew if the destruction of the Demon Palace would be the trigger for the war between the two clans. As for the consequences of this incident, it wasn't Jiang Chen's concern anymore. At this moment, Jiang Chen was already thousands of miles away. In the same quiet valley, Jiang Chen was sitting on a white boulder with his legs crossed. After regulating his breathing, he opened his eyes once again. Right now, Jiang Chen's aura was much stronger than before. After absorbing the demon souls of those 3 guys from the Demon Palace, I now have a total of 4,950 dragon marks, and I only need another 50 dragon marks to break through to the combat soul realm. With these 50 dragon marks, as long as I want to, I can break through to the combat soul realm. However, I'm currently cultivating the dragon transformation skill, and when I'm about to break through to the combat soul realm, I suddenly feel a bit depressed. Jiang Chen furrowed his brows. His current path of cultivation was the same as walking the path of his previous life. The bottlenecks that others would encounter along the way didn't exist for him. As long as he had enough energy, he would be able to break through to the combat soul realm without needing to comprehend anything. Initially, Jiang Chen was planning to break through to the combat soul realm in one go after absorbing the 3 palace masters' demon souls, but in the end he stopped himself. This was because when he tried to break through to the combat soul realm, he could feel a stifling aura. This stifling aura was preventing his divine core from transforming into a combat soul. What shocked Jiang Chen even more was that this depressed aura wasn't unfamiliar to him at all. It was the same feeling he felt when he broke through to the Saint Realm in his previous life, right before he attracted the Heavenly Tribulation. Damn it, don't tell me Daddy is going to face the Heavenly Tribulation when I break through to the combat soul realm? Isn't that a little too ridiculous? Jiang Chen couldn't help but curse out loud. He didn't know whether he should laugh or cry. Heavenly Tribulation, it was something that was far away from him, and it was going to strike him again so soon. In the entire Saint Origin realm, there were very few people who were qualified to face Heavenly Tribulation. However, Heavenly Tribulation was something that every peak combat emperor warrior longed for. Once they experienced Heavenly Tribulation, they would immediately become a saint. However, the meaning of Heavenly Tribulation was also something that could make all peak combat emperor warriors tremble in fear. 9 out of 10 chances of survival, one would be reborn into a butterfly. Once they passed through the Heavenly Tribulation, they would become a saint. If they failed, they would be turned into ashes. However, facing Heavenly Tribulation while breaking through to the combat soul realm was something that had never happened before. Jiang Chen had seen the flood dragon go through the 3 minor tribulations, but that was only a transformation of its essence. Only when something that defied the natural order appeared would it attract the punishment of the heavens, and the Heavenly Tribulation would descend. The heavens ruled over everything, and they would never allow anything that defied the natural order to appear. Since the moment Jiang Chen started cultivating the dragon transformation skill, he had decided to walk a path that defied the natural order. Now that he was about to form a combat soul, he had to shake the heavens and earth, and the Heavenly Tribulation would descend upon him. I have a very strong feeling about it. I think the heavenly tribulation will descend within the next 2 days. Although it's a bit ridiculous to face the heavenly tribulation while breaking through to the combat soul realm, I'm still looking forward to it. An excited expression emerged on Jiang Chen's face. Although the heavenly tribulation was terrifying, Jiang Chen's heart was filled with anticipation. Even though he was the once greatest saint underneath the heavens, he had never faced a heavenly tribulation while breaking through to the combat soul realm. After that, Jiang Chen left the valley and flew toward the nearest city. He was going to face the heavenly tribulation soon, so Jiang Chen decided not to give himself any pressure, and he wanted to relax for a while. Dancing Sun City? This city was quite famous in the southern continent. Of course it was only famous. Compared to Nangong City, there was still a huge gap between this city and Nangong City. Today the Dancing Sun City was extremely lively. The city was filled with people. After leaving the valley, Jiang Chen immediately arrived at the Dancing Sun City. In the center of the Dancing Sun City, there was a gigantic square. Today on this square there was a towering golden altar. On top of the altar, there was a dazzling golden light. On top of the altar, there were countless treasures that were emitting a dazzling light, dazzling everyone's eyes. There was still an hour before noon, but the square was already filled with people, and the place was filled with noise and excitement. Jiang Chen didn't know what was going on, but he still came to the square to join in the fun. Brother, what's going on with this altar? Jiang Chen cupped his fist toward a warrior standing next to him and asked. Little brother, are you kidding me? How can you not know what's happening in the Dancing Sun City today? The warrior stared at Jiang Chen with a surprised expression, as if he was looking at a rare treasure. I've just arrived at the Dancing Sun City, that's why I don't know. Jiang Chen replied with a smile. I see. Today is the Wu family's ancestral worshipping ceremony, and Wonderhand Thousandton's Wu Ningzhu personally came back to organize it. Of course it's going to cause a commotion. The warrior said. When he mentioned Wu Ningzhu's name, his eyes couldn't help but reveal a trace of infatuation. Wonderhand Thousandton's Wu Ningzhu? Who's that? Jiang Chen asked in a serious manner. However, as soon as his words left his mouth, countless people rolled their eyes at him. It was as if they were looking at an idiot. Fuck. Brother, are you kidding me? You don't even know who Wonderhand Thousandton's Wu Ningzhu is? Are you even human? The warrior had an urge to rush forward and beat up Jiang Chen. Not to mention in the Dancing Sun City, even in the entire southern continent, there were only a few people who didn't know who Wu Ningzhu was. Jiang Chen was stunned. He knew that he shouldn't look down on Wu Ningzhu, but he really didn't know who this Wu Ningzhu was. The Profound River Palace's Holy Maiden, the southern continent's #1 beauty, the Profound River Palace's #1 genius, the Wonderhand Thousandton's Wu Ningzhu. Who doesn't know her? Someone said with a look of admiration in his eyes. The southern continent's #1 beauty, the dream of countless men. Jiang Chen was enlightened. He never thought that he would be able to meet someone like her while passing through the Dancing Sun City. The Profound River Palace's Holy Maiden, the #1 genius, the southern continent's #1 beauty, Wonderhand Thousandton, each of these titles was enough to push a person to the peak, and make them the center of attention. Furthermore, the Profound River Palace was the name that attracted Jiang Chen the most. The Profound River Palace was involved in the Nangong family's rebellion, and since he was here today, Jiang Chen decided to take a good look at this Profound River Palace's Holy Maiden. The Wu family is really lucky to have given birth to such a genius. This city wasn't originally called the Dancing Sun City, but because of young Miss Wu Ningzhu, the name was changed. That's right. The Wu family's young miss is extremely talented, and she was recruited by the Profound River Palace when she was very young. I heard that not long ago Wu Ningzhu has broken through to the late combat soul realm, and she came back to pay her respects to her ancestors. This is a great honor for the Wu family. Amazing. That Wu Ningzhu is only 20 years old, but she has already broken through to the late combat soul realm. Such a monstrous talent, it's unimaginable. Discussions could be heard everywhere. When the Wu family was mentioned, everyone's faces were filled with envy. The Wu family used to be a small family in the Dancing Sun City, but with the rise of Wu Ningzhu, the current Wu family had become the overlord of the Dancing Sun City, and they had even changed the name of the city. As the saying goes, when a man achieves the Tao, even his chickens and dogs can ascend to the heavens. This was vividly demonstrated by the Wu family. As for Wu Ningzhu herself, she was the dream of countless men. The main reason why the ancestral worshipping ceremony was so lively was because Wu Ningzhu was going to show herself. In order to see Wu Ningzhu, many people had traveled thousands of miles to the Dancing Sun City. No one was willing to miss such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Wu Ningzhu, what a nice name. Since she has the title of the prettiest girl in the southern continent, I'm sure she's pretty as well. Jiang Qin thought to himself. Initially, he wanted to rest in the city and prepare for his heavenly tribulation. But now that he had come across such an important event, he decided to stay in the square and wait for the arrival of the prettiest girl. Time passed by and it felt like a long wait. However, none of the people in the square seemed impatient. Let alone a short wait, it would be worth it even if they had to wait for a few months in order to witness Wu Ningzhu's beauty. Soon an hour had passed. The scorching sun hung high up in the sky. It was noon, and it signaled the start of the Wu family's ancestral worshipping ceremony. Suddenly, a loud sound could be heard from the sky. In the next moment, the sky was filled with golden lights and many gorgeous figures appeared. Look, the people from the Wu family are here. The ancestral worshipping ceremony is about to begin. Wu Ningzhu is here as well? Where is she? Why are you panicking? Wu Ningzhu is the most important person, how could she appear so soon? Just wait patiently. Chapter 402. They were all dressed in luxurious clothes and the sky was filled with bright lights. Every single person who appeared had a superior and arrogant expression on their faces. They were the nobles of the Dancing Sun City, and they were supposed to be superior to everyone else. A total of over 20 muscular men wearing luxurious clothes appeared in the first batch. They slowly landed on the huge altar, then they stood in 2 rows in an orderly manner. After these 20 muscular men appeared, more and more men started appearing in the sky. Each of these men were the upper echelons of the Wu family. Today was the Wu family's ancestral worshipping ceremony, and those who were qualified to stand on the altar were all men with high status. The man who led the group looked to be in his 30s. He had a graceful and luxurious face, and he had both hands placed behind his back. He was walking calmly in the sky toward the altar. Look, that's Wu Tianyang, the chief of the Wu family and Wu Ningzhu's father. This guy really has a good daughter. That's right, and his cultivation base isn't weak either. I heard that he just broke through to the mid-combat soul realm not long ago. A mid-combat soul warrior, and with Wu Ningzhu's help, Wu Tianyang can really do whatever he wants no matter where he goes. The appearance of Wu Tianyang immediately attracted everyone's attention. This chief of the Wu family was the true ruler of the Dancing Sun City, and even a fart from him could cause the entire city to tremble. Jiang Qin nodded his head. This Wu Tianyang did have an extraordinary bearing, at least not someone ordinary could compare with him. However, if Wu Tianyang was the strongest warrior in the Wu family, then the gap between the Wu family and the Nangong family was huge. However, if the genius Wu Ningzhu was taken into consideration, and the relationship between the Wu family and the profound river palace was taken into consideration, then the Wu family's status wasn't any lower than the Nangong family's. Therefore, in the southern continent, the Wu family was an exception. They didn't have the same overall strength as the Nangong family, but they had the same status as the Nangong family. After Wu Tianyang appeared, all the upper echelons of the Wu family arrived one after another. The Wu family had a strong foundation. They had 4 combat soul warriors, and nearly 20 late divine core warriors. All of them were standing on top of the altar. At this moment, everyone's eyes were still fixed on the sky. Everyone knew that the main character today was not the people on the altar, nor was it Wu Tianyang himself. It was Wu Ningzhu. The ancestral worshipping ceremony would not begin until the eldest daughter of the Wu family appeared. Right at that moment, a melodious sound of a zither could be heard. Before anyone could even see the silhouette of a person, the sound waves were already rippling in the air. Right after the sound waves were heard, the entire Dancing Sun City became completely silent. Jiang Qin couldn't help but be moved. The sound of the zither seemed to have some kind of magical power. It was as beautiful as a stream flowing in his heart, clear and transparent. The sound of the zither was neither fast nor slow, permeating every part of the void. It was as if it had become one with nature. It was too wonderful for words. It was too beautiful. Just the sound of the zither alone was so beautiful. One could only imagine the person who played the zither. Wonderhand Thousand Tune Wu Ningzhu definitely lived up to her reputation. Look, young Miss Wu Ningzhu is here. Someone shouted out. All the people who were immersed in the sound of the zither immediately opened their eyes. After that, the scene once again fell into an unprecedented silence, because right at this moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on the lone figure in the sky. Jiang Qin opened his eyes as well. The first thing that came into his sight was a beautiful woman who was sitting cross-legged while playing the zither. Although the woman was just sitting there, it still couldn't hide her impressive figure. She was wearing a tight-fitting black dress, revealing a large part of her snow-white neck. Her proud twin peaks were filled with a wild beauty, and her black hair hung down to her waist like a waterfall. Her face was covered by a thin black veil, which made her beautiful face faintly discernible. However, with Jiang Chen's eyesight, he was able to see through the black veil and see her impeccably beautiful face. The woman's eyes were very bright, like the stars in the night sky. No dazzling colors could cover her dazzling brilliance. Even the knowledgeable Jiang Chen couldn't help but admit that the #1 beauty of the southern continent truly lived up to her name. Wu Ningzhu's beauty was different from Yan Xinyu's. Yan Xinyu was like an ice lotus, holy and ethereal, and could penetrate the heart. On the other hand, Wu Ningzhu was filled with a wild beauty. Every single movement of hers carried a hint of feminine charm. She was like a lone rose that could bloom with endless colors at any time. A woman like this was simply a fatal attraction to men. At this moment, Wu Ningzhu was sitting cross-legged in midair. Her slender jade-like hands were constantly plucking the strings of the zither in her bosom. It was a black zither, and even the strings were black. It matched her style perfectly. The sound of the zither was like jade beads falling onto a plate. It was clear and melodious, and it made people feel refreshed. That pair of jade-like hands were dancing on the zither like butterflies. Beautiful, she's so beautiful. Wonderhand Thousand Tune truly lives up to her name. Her zither music is so mesmerizing that I can't help but feel refreshed after listening to it. However, rumor has it that Wu Ningzhu's strength lies in her ability to change between the notes of her zither. Her beautiful zither music can soothe people's souls, but it can also change into a demonic tune that can kill at any time. It's impossible to defend against it. To be able to see such a beauty in the Dancing Sun City, this trip has not been in vain. The only flaw is that Wu Ningzhu is wearing a veil on her face. Damn it, why are you still so unsatisfied? Isn't it enough to see such a peerless beauty? As far as I know, no one has ever removed Wu Ningzhu's veil before, because no one has the right to do so. None of the men could move their eyes away from Wu Ningzhu. To them, being able to look at this legendary figure from afar was more than enough. They would never dare to have any improper thoughts. Wu Ningzhu's zither music lasted for a few minutes before it slowly faded away. The zither in her arms turned into a black light and disappeared. Wu Ningzhu slowly stood up, revealing her tall and proud figure. Such a marvelous figure was enough to make people's noses bleed. Wu Ningzhu raised her beautiful eyes and glanced at the crowd below. Her star-like eyes were filled with a demonic charm. After that, Wu Ningzhu walked towards the altar with light steps. Right when Wu Ningzhu was about to reach the altar, an old man appeared in the sky and arrived next to her. This old man wore a gray robe, and he wore an indifferent expression. Without saying a word, he just followed behind Wu Ningzhu. When the people of the Wu family saw this old man, they immediately bowed toward him. Even Wu Tianyang had to greet him with a smile on his face. Look, that man is an elder from the Profound River Palace, and he's a late combat soul warrior. A mighty warrior like this is going to attend the Wu family's ancestral worshipping ceremony. The Wu family is so proud. That's all because of Wu Ningzhu. Not only is Wu Ningzhu the Wu family's eldest daughter, she's also the Profound River Palace's #1 genius. She's highly valued by the upper echelons of the Profound River Palace, so it's reasonable for them to send a late combat soul warrior to accompany her. Look, the ancestral worshipping ceremony is about to begin. Many people were talking and laughing. Everyone threw their gazes onto the altar. Haha, the Wu family's ancestral worshipping ceremony is so lively. I wonder if I, the guardian, will be welcomed? Right at this moment, a sudden change occurred. An incomparably loud voice could be heard coming from afar, followed by a series of rumbling sounds. A dark cloud appeared in the sky above the Dancing Sun City. Such a huge commotion immediately attracted the attention of everyone. When the crowd's gaze fell upon the dark cloud, they could clearly feel the monstrous demonic chi that was being emitted from it. Ah! Swoosh! The dark cloud dispersed, revealing 4 figures in the sky. All 4 of them were wearing strange clothes, and anyone could easily tell that they weren't humans. The leading man was holding a feather fan in his hand, and he was wearing a raincoat. A long feather was tied to his head, and he wore an evil smile on his face. The other man looked like a gigantic pagoda, and he was extremely muscular. Although he looked like a human, he looked no different from a bear. The third man was skinny and straight, and he had a pair of sharp eagle eyes. His eerie face also had an eagle's nose. The last man was wearing a loose black robe that was embroidered with bats. Both of his black ears were covered by his face, and he looked extremely ugly. However, the aura emitted by these 4 men was extremely powerful, and all 4 of them were late combat soul warriors. In the southern continent, the human race and the demon race were like fire and water. Since the Wu family was holding their ancestral worshipping ceremony, it was obvious that these demon warriors didn't come with good intentions. When the old man standing next to Wu Ningzhu saw these 4 men, his expression instantly changed. Yun Zhanghe, Baoshan Xiong, Iron-Winged Eagle, Heixin Fu, 4 out of the 8 great guardians of the Demon King Palace are here. May I know why the 4 of you are here in the Dancing Sun City? The old man said with a loud voice. The Profound River Palace and the Demon King Palace were rivals, and the upper echelons of both sides were very familiar with each other. The 8 great guardians of the Demon King Palace were very famous, and almost everyone knew about them. Today the Wu family was holding their ancestral worshipping ceremony, and the Demon King Palace had actually come here. Shanning, we're not here for you today, we're here for young lady Wu Ningzhu. Our palace chief has been drooling over young lady Wu Ningzhu for a long time, so I wonder if young lady Wu Ningzhu can come with us? Yun Zhanghe, who was holding a feather fan, threw his glance at Wu Ningzhu and spoke with an indifferent tone. Presumptuous. The Profound River Palace's holy maiden is not someone you demons can touch. The old man's name was Shanning. When he heard that the Demon King Palace was planning to touch Wu Ningzhu, he immediately became furious. Today is our Wu family's ancestral worshipping ceremony, but I never thought that the Demon King Palace would be here. 4 out of the 8 great guardians are here, and judging from your appearance you're probably here for a fight, right? Wu Ningzhu spoke. Her clear voice was filled with power, and it seemed like she was a woman who was not inferior to any man. Haha, young lady Wu Ningzhu is indeed smart, but you're only half right. We're not here to fight, we're here to kill. Today we're going to kill everyone in this Dancing Sun City, and we'll bring young lady Wu back to our palace chief. Yun Zhanghe said without beating around the bush. Right after he finished speaking, dark clouds began to rumble in the sky, and an endless amount of demonic energy filled the air. Don't say that the Demon King Palace started a war. Not long ago, a genius of your human race annihilated a major power of our demon race. Our Demon King Palace isn't a pushover, so we'll use this opportunity to slaughter everyone in the city and teach you a lesson. Yun Zhanghe coldly harumphed. Chapter 403. What? A human genius annihilated one of the demon race's major powers? Who did it? Could it be Wu Ningzhu? When did this happen? The annihilation of a major power of the demon race should have caused a huge commotion, but why is there no news at all? Why haven't we heard anything about it? That's right, who is that human genius? Today the 4 great guardians of the demon race came to the Dancing Sun City at the same time. Are they here for revenge? Oh heavens, look at that demonic energy, it looks like the Dancing Sun City won't be peaceful today. Everyone was shocked. A major power of the demon race had been annihilated, and none of them knew about it. Of course, no one would pay attention to the human genius who had done this. Now that the Demon King Palace's army had arrived, the Dancing Sun City had fallen into a dangerous situation. With the ferocious and brutal demonic beasts, if a fight broke out, the Dancing Sun City wouldn't be able to gain any advantage. Among the crowd, Jiang Chen's expression changed. After annihilating the Demon Palace, he had come to the Dancing Sun City after absorbing the demon souls. The news of the Demon Palace's annihilation hadn't spread out yet, but the Demon King Palace had already found out about it. From this, one could see how powerful the Demon King Palace was. Rumble, dark clouds covered the sky, and the entire Dancing Sun City looked like it was doomsday. The once bustling city was now filled with panic. It looked like a war was about to break out. The faces of the people from the Wu family darkened. Today was the day of the Wu family's ancestral worship ceremony, and they had never expected something like this to happen. It was just as Yun Zhanghe had said. The 4 great guardians of the Demon King Palace had come personally, and they definitely didn't come here just to chat. Not good. Jiang Qin furrowed his brows. He had a very sharp sense, and he could sense that as the demonic energy in the sky continued to spread, the aura in the city was being isolated from the outside world. In other words, the 4 great guardians of the Demon King Palace had used a secret technique to seal off the entire Dancing Sun City from the outside world. Even if a great battle broke out here, no one would be able to hear it. If that was the case, by the time the Profound River Palace realized what was going on, the entire Dancing Sun City would have been slaughtered and turned into a ghost town. Shan Ying's face turned extremely unsightly as he stared at the dense demonic aura that looked like a spider web in the sky. Yun Zhanghe, do you really want to stir up trouble? He shouted at the 4 great protectors. I've already said that you were the one who started this. We didn't come here today to chat. Yunzhonghe's eyes were already filled with killing intent. I'm afraid the four of you aren't enough to destroy my Dancing Sun City, right? Wu Ningzhu opened her mouth to speak. Even in the face of such a situation, she did not show the slightest bit of panic. Just this temperament alone was worthy of respect. I've heard that the miraculous thousand sounds Wu Ningzhu's thousand fantasy zither melody is a unique skill. Daddy would like to experience it today, and see how powerful this so-called number one genius of the profound river palace is. Heixingbat spoke. His voice was hoarse and gloomy, and it was extremely unpleasant to hear. Right after he finished speaking, a pair of black wings suddenly appeared on his back. With a flap of his wings, he dashed toward Wu Ningzhu with incredible speed. Following Heixingbat's attack, the battle immediately broke out. The demon aura in the sky above the Dancing Sun City started to spread out. Numerous demon beasts covered the entire sky and covered the earth as they let out ear-piercing howls. A bloodthirsty gleam could be seen in their eyes as they charged toward every corner of the Dancing Sun City. Swoosh! The entire Dancing Sun City had fallen into an unprecedented crisis. Those unprepared warriors quickly reacted and took out their combat weapons to fight against the demon beasts. No one had expected that the Demon King Palace would suddenly attack the Dancing Sun City. Furthermore, there was no warning at all, and such a large-scale attack had never been seen before. Blood splattered everywhere, and a massacre instantly took place. Jiang Qin just stood there and didn't do anything. He had been paying attention to the defense mechanism in the sky above the Dancing Sun City. At this moment, the defense mechanism had been completed, and the Dancing Sun City was completely sealed off from the outside world. Before the defense mechanism was removed, no one would know what was happening here. At first, Jiang Qin thought that the Demon King Palace was enraged because he had annihilated the Demon Palace. That was why they had sent their 4 guardians to attack the Dancing Sun City. But now it seemed like that wasn't the case at all. His annihilation of the Demon Palace was just an excuse for the Demon King Palace. Even if he didn't annihilate the Demon Palace, what was happening in the Dancing Sun City today couldn't have been avoided. The Demon King Palace had clearly planned this for a long time. Otherwise they wouldn't have come with such a large-scale attack. That defense mechanism was the most important part of the Demon King Palace's plan. It hadn't been long since he annihilated the Demon Palace, and no matter how fast the Demon King Palace reacted, there was no way they could have done this, and they wouldn't have specifically chosen the Dancing Sun City. Obviously, the Demon King Palace's target was Wu Ningzhu. In the southern continent, Wu Ningzhu's reputation was simply too big. She was known as the number one genius of the younger generation, and her dazzling talent was more than enough to make the Demon King Palace feel a sense of crisis. Once Wu Ningzhu was eliminated, the profound river palace's future would be destroyed. Therefore, the Demon King Palace had sent out 4 guardians to attack during the Wu family's ancestral worship ceremony. The roars of demonic beasts could be heard everywhere. Some of the demonic beasts had extremely strong bodies, and they were as big as small hills. Wherever they went, all buildings would be destroyed and turned into dust. A fierce battle had unfolded without any warning. The Wu family wasn't prepared for this, and the Wu family's ancestral worship ceremony hadn't started yet. Perhaps there was no chance for it to start, because the altar had been turned into a fierce battlefield. Such a large-scale war was something that ordinary people wouldn't even dare to imagine, let alone experience. Facing these ferocious demonic beasts, no one could remain calm. Only someone like Jiang Qin, who had seen the world, wouldn't take any battlefield seriously. Dong. A huge golden lion suddenly landed on the square. Just the shockwave alone was enough to turn 5 or 6 men into blood, killing them on the spot. The golden lion was extremely ferocious. It had transformed into its true form, and it was a late divine core warrior. Its eyes were bloodshot and it was filled with killing intent. Bang! Just as everyone was panicking, a gigantic crimson dragon claw descended from the sky and landed squarely on the raging lion, shattering it into pieces. Swoosh! Many people were shocked by what they saw. Some of them were looking around, but they had no idea who did it. The one who killed a late divine core demon lord with a single slap was definitely a mighty warrior. Everyone listen up. Follow me and fight these demonic beasts to the death. Wu Tianyang held a huge golden sword in his hand. His voice was like a clap of thunder, and it unleashed a powerful shockwave that resounded throughout the entire Dancing Sun City. The Wu family wasn't prepared for this, but they were still a big family. Therefore they could still deal a fatal blow to the Demon King Palace if they attacked at the critical moment. Above the altar, Wu Ningzhu was dancing around like a black butterfly. She had fought dozens of rounds with He Fu, and every single time she was able to force He Fu to back off. Damn it, this little girl is really strong. He Fu couldn't help but curse out loud. Even though he was one of the 8 great guardians of the Demon King Palace, he had to admit that Wu Ningzhu was really strong. She hadn't even used the zither that he was so proud of, but she had already defeated him. On the other side, Yunzhonghe and Shanning had started fighting as well. Both men had similar cultivation bases, but Shanning was much older, and his body couldn't be compared with a demon's. Yunzhonghe was an immortal crane, and his speed and attack were both extremely strong. Therefore, after a few rounds, Shanning was completely at a disadvantage. The mighty warriors of the Profound River Palace are nothing more than this. Yunzhonghe kept waving the feather fan in his hand, causing bright lights to shoot out from it. Shan Ying's eyes were bloodshot. He glanced at the dancing sun city below him, and when he saw the tragic scene he couldn't control his emotions anymore. Yunzhonghe, how dare you slaughter a human city? This is a huge provocation to the Profound River Palace. The Profound River Palace will soon find out what happened here. Today all 4 of you will die here. Ah, is that so? I don't mind telling you this, the entire Dancing Sun City has been sealed off by the 4 of us. This place is completely isolated from the outside world. Even if we overturn this place, the Profound River Palace will never find out. Yunzhonghe burst into laughter. What? Shanning cried out in shock. Only now did he notice that there was indeed a faint layer of light hovering above the Dancing Sun City. When he noticed this, Shan Ying's heart sank. It looked like all of this was part of the Demon King Palace's plan, and their goal was to kill Wu Ningzhu. Now that the Dancing Sun City had been sealed off, no one would be able to spread the news. Soon this place would be massacred by the Demon King Palace and blood would flow like a river. Furthermore, if something were to happen to Wu Ningzhu, it would be a huge blow to the Profound River Palace. But, with the current situation, the Dancing Sun City was completely defenseless, and they were no match for the Demon King Palace's army, which was led by the 4 great guardians. Therefore today this place will become a living hell. All of the living beings here will be killed under the iron hooves of the Demon King Palace, and no one will be left alive. A cruel smile emerged on Yunzhonghe's face once again. He turned around and looked at the 2 men who were watching the show, then he said with a loud voice, Lao Xiong Laoing, work together with Hefei, and Hefei will capture Wu Ningzhu. Remember, don't kill her, the palace master is still thinking about this little girl. Let's end this quickly. Jiejia, alright. Baoshan Xiong and Iron-Winged Hawk immediately joined forces with Hefei Shu. The 3 of them formed a triangle formation, surrounding Wu Ningzhu in the middle. The 3 great guardians of the Demon King Palace are ganging up on a girl like me. You really don't know how to feel ashamed. Wu Ningzhu coldly harumphed. You won't feel ashamed if you win. Wu Ningzhu, if I were you, I'd surrender obediently, so that I won't have to suffer any pain. Baoshan Xiong said. Don't even think about it. You 3 can just join forces, but I'm afraid we still don't know who will win. Chapter 404. Wu Ningzhu stood alone, holding the zither with one hand and placing the other on the strings. With a slight movement of her fingers, 3 substantial sound waves were unleashed. The sound waves turned into 3 sharp swords, slashing toward the 3 great guardians. Not only did the sound waves unleashed by Wu Ningzhu possess an extremely powerful offensive and destructive force, the quality of her sound waves was also very hard to defend against. Every single note could seep into the deepest part of one's soul, causing them to be unable to free themselves and be deeply affected by it. Be careful, this little girl's sound waves are extremely powerful. Don't be careless. He Fu warned. The 3 great demons attacked at the same time, unleashing a series of dazzling energy waves to block Wu Ningzhu's sound wave attack. Illusionary Zither 1000. Wu Ningzhu coldly harumphed. The black zither in her hand floated in the air, and it was as big as her head. After that, Wu Ningzhu placed both of her hands on the strings of the zither and danced around like a butterfly, leaving behind a series of afterimages. Ding ding ding. All of a sudden the entire sky above the Dancing Sun City was filled with mystical musical notes. Each musical note represented a different type of energy and attack power. The sound waves were constantly changing, and every single one of them was emitting a different color. Blotting out the sky, the sound waves enveloped the 3 great guardians. Facing an attack like this, even the 3 great guardians were shocked. This Wonderhand 1000 tune, the number 1 genius of the Profound River Palace, truly lived up to her reputation. Wu Ningzhu's sound waves could change at will, from gentle to wild, from ear-piercing, from elegant to barbaric, from the sound of nature to the sound of evil. Every change was natural, and it could directly affect the minds of those who heard it. Baoshan Xiong let out a furious roar. His body instantly grew to 3 meters tall, and his pair of iron fists glowed with a bright light as they collided with the incoming sound waves, shattering them into pieces. The iron wings of the iron-winged eagle were incomparably terrifying, and could be said to be indestructible. At this moment the iron-winged eagle was dancing in the air, and not a single drop of water could escape from it. Heixing Bat kept roaring and also released ear-piercing sound wave attacks. However, compared to Wu Ningzhu, his attack power was still lacking. However, Wu Ningzhu was, after all, fighting against 3 of them at the same time. Moreover, her opponents were the protectors of the Demon King Palace. Even if she was extremely powerful, her strength was still scattered. It was impossible for her to defeat all 3 of them. For a moment she couldn't even break through the defense of the 3 of them. It seemed like this was destined to be a long battle. Jiang Chen could tell that Wu Ningzhu was indeed a peerless genius, as she had reached such a high cultivation at such a young age. The 3 great guardians of the Demon King Palace were not easy to deal with, and their combat strength was greater than Shan Ying's. No ordinary late combat soul warriors could compare with them. The fact that Wu Ningzhu was able to remain undefeated despite fighting against 3 of them at the same time was more than enough to prove her strength. If this was a one-on-one fight, none of the 4 great guardians of the Demon King Palace would be a match for Wu Ningzhu. But if they were to fight together, it would be a different story. Wu Ningzhu unleashed her illusionary zither melody, and she was in a deadlock with the 3 great guardians. On the other side, although Shan Ying could only defend himself, he was still a late combat soul warrior, and a respectable elder of the Profound River Palace. He still had some trump cards up his sleeves, and it was impossible for Yun Zhonghe to kill Shan Ying in a short period of time. Shan Ying and Wu Ningzhu were fighting against the 4 great guardians, but the situation in the Dancing Sun City was not looking good. The most powerful family in the city was the Wu family, and when Wu Ningzhu came back to participate in the ancestral worshipping ceremony, she only brought back Shan Ying, who was from the Profound River Palace. Clearly, the Demon King Palace's attack had been planned for a long time, and it was a huge-scale attack. The Dancing Sun City was completely unprepared, and there was no way they could defend against the crazy attacks of the demon beasts. With the Wu family's strength alone, there was no way they could fight against these violent demon beasts. All the men from the Wu family had joined the fight. Including Wu Tianyang, all the combat soul warriors were tied down by the demon beasts of the Demon King Palace, and they couldn't do anything for the time being. As for those innocent people in the Dancing Sun City, they had become the food of the demon beasts. Some of the weaker ones didn't even have the strength to fight back, and could only become lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Ah! Blood-curdling screams filled the air, and the sounds never stopped. The entire sky was filled with the battles between the demon beasts and the human warriors. Below them was a battlefield as well, and all kinds of buildings were being destroyed. This place was isolated from the outside world, and no one outside of the Dancing Sun City could see what was happening. This was an extremely cruel massacre. Jiang Chen glanced at the scene and he couldn't help but shake his head. The situation between Wu Ningzhu and Shan Ying was going to be broken soon, and it didn't matter if it was Wu Ningzhu or Shan Ying, it wouldn't take long before they couldn't hold on any longer. Even the men from the Wu family were going to be defeated soon, and there would be a huge number of casualties. As for the other battles, they were all extremely brutal. If this situation continued, Jiang Chen had no doubt that after today, the Dancing Sun City would become a dead city. Just like what Yun Zhonghe said, all the holy spirits here would die, and the entire Dancing Sun City would be slaughtered by the Demon King Palace. It wasn't hard to imagine what would happen to the Dancing Sun City today, just like what happened to the Demon Palace. A demon beast descended from the sky. With its mouth wide open, it charged toward Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen lightly shook his head. When the demon beast was about to reach him, he casually pointed his finger forward, and a golden beam of light shot out from his finger, instantly slicing the demon beast in half. It looks like I have no choice but to do something today. As a member of the human race, I have to do something, Jiang Chen said in an indifferent tone. In the next second, a sharp screech resounded through the sky. The screech was extremely ear-piercing, and it immediately attracted the attention of many people. When they raised their heads, they saw a gigantic golden sword that was tens of meters long appearing in the sky. It was an extremely mystical sword. Although it wasn't being controlled by anyone, it was still flying in the sky. As if someone was controlling the golden sword from the dark, it began to rampage across the battlefield. Wherever it went, all the demon beasts would be sliced in half. It was as if the golden sword had a mind of its own. It didn't attack humans but instead, it only targeted the demon beasts. Wherever it went, it was like a hot knife through butter. None of the demon beasts were able to withstand the attack of the golden sword. Look, what's with that sword? So mystical. That golden sword killed so many demon beasts. This is great. There are so many demon beasts here. That sword is so powerful. It looks like there's a powerful warrior hiding in the Dancing Sun City. The owner of such a powerful sword must be an extremely powerful warrior. I wonder who he is? When the humans who had lost all hope saw the golden sword, their faces were filled with joy. Many of them were saved by the sword when they were on the brink of death. The golden sword flew back and forth in the sky above the Dancing Sun City, killing a large number of demon beasts. Countless demon beasts' corpses fell from the sky, bringing hope to the humans who had lost all hope. However, none of them noticed that there was an inconspicuous young man in the crowd who was secretly controlling the golden sword. Ah, good. Wu Tianyang couldn't help but laugh out loud while fighting with a mid-combat soul demon beast. The sudden appearance of this sword was really exciting. At least, Wu Tianyang knew that there was a powerful warrior hiding in the Dancing Sun City. Wu Tianyang wasn't an idiot. With his experience he could easily tell how frightening that sword was. No ordinary man would be able to possess such a mystical sword. Wu Ningzhu and Shan Ying, who were in the middle of a fierce battle, also saw the sudden appearance of the golden sword. All the guardians of the Demon King Palace also saw it. This sword is pretty good, I want it. He Xingfu's eyes lit up. He flapped his wings and grabbed toward the golden sword. Don't. Wu Ningzhu wouldn't let him get away with it. She immediately unleashed a mysterious sound and blocked He Xingfu's path. He Xingfu, there can't be a real powerful warrior in the Dancing Sun City. Let's take down Wu Ningzhu first, then we'll deal with that sword. Yunzhong, he said with a loud voice. He once again waved the feather fan in his hand, causing Shan Ying to vomit blood. He staggered back and said, "Old fool, I don't want to play with you anymore." Crane cry. Yunzhong, he had gone mad. He wanted to end the battle quickly and kill Shan Ying. Swoosh. An illusionary giant crane suddenly appeared above Shan Ying and forcefully rammed into his body. Shan Ying was already injured, so there was no way he could withstand such an attack. He was instantly knocked flying away, and blood was shooting out from many parts of his body. This time, his injuries were extremely serious, and he had lost at least half of his combat strength. Swoosh. After Yunzhong he injured Shan Ying, he didn't chase after him. Instead, he turned around and charged toward Wu Ningzhu, joining forces with the other three guardians. With the addition of Yunzhong, Wu Ningzhu finally couldn't hold on any longer. Her zither tunes started becoming chaotic, and she couldn't maintain the balance of the sound waves anymore. On the other side, a powerful demon lord suddenly jumped out. This demon lord was a mid-combat soul demon lord, and he immediately transformed into his true form and dashed toward the golden sword. My sword wants to move as well. Right at this moment, a cold harumph sounded out. A man suddenly appeared in the sky, and with a wave of his hand, the golden sword landed in his palm. Many people threw their glances at this young man in white. Many of them could tell that he was just a young man, but they couldn't see his real face. The young man's face was covered by a layer of golden light, concealing his true appearance. This young man was none other than Jiang Chen. In order to alleviate the pressure on the human army, he had decisively struck. Bang! When the demon lord saw that Jiang Chen was only a divine core warrior, he immediately leapt toward him. His mouth was like a black hole, and it looked like he was going to bite Jiang Chen to death. Die for me. Jiang Chen raised the heavenly saint sword high up into the air, then he swung it down toward the demon. The sword beam swept across the demon's body like a waterfall. The mid-combat soul demon had no way to resist Jiang Chen's attack, and was instantly sliced in half. Jiang Chen waved his hand and grabbed a golden demon's soul from the demon lord's corpse. This was a mid-combat soul demon's soul, and as long as he absorbed it, the number of dragon marks he needed would be enough, and the heavenly tribulation would arrive. Chapter 405. The young man in white had appeared out of nowhere and instantly killed a mid-combat soul demon lord. This scene immediately caused a huge uproar, causing the already violent battlefield to become even more heated. Where did this young man come from? How can he be so strong? He looks like he's only a divine core warrior, he hasn't even broken through to the combat soul realm, but he's able to kill a mid-combat soul demon lord with just a single strike. This is unbelievable. A shocked expression emerged on Wu Tianyang's face. Where does this genius come from? The profound river palace doesn't have such a genius, and I've never heard of such a genius in the southern continent either. But a genius like this shouldn't be a nobody. Wu Ningzhu, who had a pale face, stared at the young man in white as well. Her heart was filled with shock. However, even with her eyesight, she couldn't see through the layer of golden light covering the young man's face. She couldn't see his true appearance. However, when she saw this young man in white, for some unknown reason, Wu Ningzhu suddenly felt a glimmer of hope. It was a very strange feeling. Although this young man wasn't even a combat soul warrior, he seemed to be able to turn the situation around. After killing a demon lord, Jiang Chen didn't stop. With a sway of his body, he arrived at the deepest part of the battlefield. He was like a tiger jumping into a flock of sheep. In just the blink of an eye, another 3 combat soul demons were killed by Jiang Chen's sword. As more and more combat soul demons were killed, the pressure on the Wu family was greatly reduced. That young man in white, he's the one who destroyed the demon palace. Yunzhong, he couldn't help but say when he saw Jiang Chen walking across the battlefield and stirring up a storm of blood. That's right. According to the survivors of the demon palace, the one who destroyed the demon palace was a 16 or 17-year-old young man dressed in white, and he had an extremely terrifying sword in his hand. It must be that young man. I've searched far and wide for him only to find him by chance. I'm going to kill him now. Baoshan Xiong shouted out loudly. Old Xiong, let's take down Wu Ningzhu first, then kill this guy. Yunzhong, he stopped Baoshan Xiong. After that, the 4 great guardians all took out their combat weapons. The 4 of them had been fighting together for a long time and they had great teamwork. A dark cloud that was completely condensed from combat weapons and demonic chi rushed towards Wu Ningzhu. Wu Ningzhu's complexion changed greatly. Her jade-like hands constantly danced on the zither strings. Mysterious notes rushed out like sickles. However, even with the Wonderhand Thousand Tune, she was unable to withstand the joint attack of the 4 great protectors. Bang! Off! Wu Ningzhu's body was sent flying, and she spat out a mouthful of blood, staining the black veil on her face. Wu Ningzhu's aura began to weaken, and it was obvious that she had suffered serious injuries. Ning-er. Seeing that Wu Ningzhu was injured, Wu Tianyang and Shan Ying let out a cry of surprise at the same time. Shan Ying dragged his wounded body and came to Wu Ningzhu's side, facing the 4 great guardians. Old bastard, I'll take your life now. Attack with all your strength and don't let Wu Ningzhu live. Yunzhong, he was a brutal man. With the 4 of them joining forces, they only needed one more attack to kill Shan Ying, and Wu Ningzhu would no longer have the strength to fight back. Bang! Right at this moment, a sudden change occurred. A thunderclap suddenly sounded out from the sky above the dancing sun city. It was an earth-shattering thunderclap, and it caused the entire city to tremble. Bang! That thunderclap was only the beginning. In the next second, the sky was filled with thunderclaps and dark clouds began to roll. The demonic chi in the sky was immediately dispersed, and countless lightning bolts began to interweave in the sky like agile snakes. An endless amount of heavenly might poured down from the sky, and under such heavenly might, even the 4 great guardians felt an indescribable sense of fear. Crackle! The lightning bolts flickered and the demonic chi was quickly dispersed. Following the continuous rumbling of the lightning bolts, the defensive barrier that sealed the dancing sun city was finally broken. Dark clouds pressed down from the sky, and rainbow-colored lightning bolts continued to circle around the city. It was as if a primordial wild beast was wreaking havoc in the sky, causing everyone's heart to palpitate. What's going on? I can feel an extremely powerful pressure, it's so unbearable. Thunderclaps are roaring, it's as if the end of the world is coming. Why would something like this happen? I know. This is the legendary heavenly tribulation. According to the legends, when a heaven-defying treasure appears, the heavens will send down a heavenly tribulation as a punishment. Could it be that some kind of heaven-defying treasure has appeared in the Dancing Sun City? This is too scary. A heaven-defying treasure only appears once every 10,000 years. I've never seen something like this before. Everyone was shocked. At this moment, regardless of whether it was the demonic beasts or the humans, all of them stopped fighting and raised their heads to look at the sky. They could feel the pressure that was getting stronger and stronger, and the feeling of fear was even more indescribable. Damn it! Who's going through the heavenly tribulation? Yunzhong, he couldn't help but curse out loud. It seemed like some heaven-defying treasure had appeared in the Dancing Sun City, and the heavenly tribulation was about to descend upon the city. If the heavenly tribulation really descended, many people would be caught in it. Bang! The rumbling sounds were incessant, like the roars of wild beasts. Very soon, the the dark clouds pressed down and stopped in the sky above a certain location. The people and the demonic beasts below were scared out of their wits. They hurriedly scattered in all directions, far away from the area. After everyone had left, a young man in white clothes stood underneath the dark clouds. His face was covered by a golden glow, and he was standing there with a solemn expression. He raised his head and stared at the rumbling thunderclaps in the sky without making any sound. It's him. He is facing the heavenly tribulation. Are you kidding me? Facing the heavenly tribulation at the divine core realm? Is this some kind of joke? Where did this guy come from? He's just breaking through to the combat soul realm, but he's already attracting the heavenly tribulation. Everyone were shocked. The four great guardians felt like throwing up blood. Wu Ningzhu's gaze was locked onto the young man in white as well. Her beautiful eyes flickered. He stood right next to Yun Zhonghe, and the terrifying lightning dragon poured down from the sky like a waterfall of lightning, drowning Jiang Qin, and Yun Zhonghe. Arg! A blood-curdling scream came from within the lightning curtain, and everyone who heard it felt their hair stand on end. Many people saw a corpse that had been split into two falling down from the lightning curtain. The corpse was already charred, but it was still obvious that it was Yun Zhonghe. In the next moment, the lightning curtain disappeared, and the young man in white appeared. His body seemed to be staggering, but his aura was still unparalleled. After experiencing the first wave of the heavenly tribulation, he wasn't injured in the slightest. The heavenly tribulation itself had a specific target. For those who were undergoing the heavenly tribulation, if they had the potential to defy the heavens, then they would have the potential to successfully pass the heavenly tribulation. But for other living beings who were undergoing the heavenly tribulation was truly fatal. For example, Yun Zhonghe, who was directly under the heavenly tribulation, had triggered his own heavenly tribulation. The terrifying might of the heavenly tribulation wasn't something he could withstand, and he was split into two on the spot. Everyone gasped, especially the other three great protectors of the Demon King Palace. Each of them widened their eyes and looked at the young man in white as if they had seen a ghost. This young man was too ferocious, he could actually lock onto someone to accompany him in the heavenly tribulation. Motherfucker, stay away from this guy. Bao Shanxiong couldn't help but curse. Whoever accompanied this young man to undergo the heavenly tribulation would die. There was no other way, and the powerful Yun Zhonghe had already served as a warning. Rumble. Soon, the second wave of the heavenly tribulation also moved. Chapter 406. Rumble. The heavens and earth shook violently. The intense heavenly pressure caused everyone to panic. Regardless of whether they were demon beasts or humans, they all left this place. Jiang Qin slowly raised his head and looked into the sky. He saw the second red line wiggling, and in the blink of an eye, it had turned into a gigantic lightning dragon. This lightning dragon was twice as thick as the previous one. 3 minor tribulations would descend, and each one was more terrifying than the previous one. The second heavenly tribulation was much more frightening than the first one. Crackle, 7-colored lightning interweaved and wiggled like snakes, producing a sound that could numb anyone's scalp. Soon, the lightning dragon locked its gaze onto Jiang Qin, then it swung its sturdy body and dashed toward him. Everyone looked up at the sky and looked at the lightning dragon in horror. Even their breathing was about to stop. They had no doubt that if this lightning dragon attacked them, their bodies and souls would be destroyed and they would die miserably on the spot. There would definitely not be a second ending. Swoosh. Jiang Qin's eyes lit up like torches. Right when the lightning dragon dashed toward him, he turned his gaze toward Bao Shanxiong. Not good. Bao Shanxiong had an ominous feeling, and he immediately flew far away. He could tell what Jiang Qin was thinking. If he ran any slower he would end up like Yun Zhonghe. It's too late. Jiang Qin Lung said. With a sway of his body, he immediately turned into a trail of light and dashed toward the fleeing Bao Shanxiong. Although Bao Shanxiong was a late combat soul warrior, Jiang Qin's current strength was equivalent to an early combat soul warrior. With his incredible strength, Bao Shanxiong was no longer a match for him, let alone when it came to speed. Rumble. The lightning dragon descended from the sky and smashed into Bao Shanxiong, who Jiang Qin had just caught up to. In an instant, the lightning dragon exploded and turned into a net of lightning, covering both Jiang Qin and Bao Shanxiong. Arg! Another miserable shriek was heard. Not long after that, Bao Shanxiong's gigantic body fell from the Thunder King's net. He was dead and even his head was split open. His demon soul was taken away by someone. Rumble, thunder and lightning raged and flashed. The sound of thunder constantly came from the sea of thunder. No one could see what happened to the white-robed youth inside, but the thunder was still restless, which meant that the youth's life was not in danger. Heavens, this is too terrifying. That's right. What an eye-opener today. A powerful protector of the Demon King Palace died in such a way. He didn't even have the ability to resist. Who exactly is that white-robed young man? He can actually trigger the heavenly tribulation and use it to kill people. Who knows, but we really have to thank him. If it wasn't for him today, I don't know what would have happened to the Dancing Sun City, and Miss Wu Ningzhu would have been in real danger. Everyone were still in a state of shock. If they didn't witness it with their own eyes, none of them would believe what they were seeing. A heaven-defying existence from the human race had been born just like that. Facing a heavenly tribulation when breaking through to the combat soul realm from the divine core realm, this was the first time in the history of the southern continent that such a heaven-defying existence had appeared. This time the Sea of Thunder lasted much longer than the first. It lasted for a few minutes before it gradually disappeared. The white-robed young man once again appeared in everyone's eyes. Right now Jiang Chen's aura was in a mess, his black hair was messy, and his white clothes were no longer as clean as before. Obviously, he had suffered some injuries from the second heavenly tribulation. However, these injuries weren't enough to cause any real harm to him. The dragon transformation skill had the ability to heal itself, so these injuries were nothing to him. Rumble. After failing twice in a row, the heavenly tribulation was immediately angered by the fact that it couldn't destroy the man who tried to provoke the heavenly tribulation. The third heavenly tribulation appeared, and an even bigger lightning dragon was formed. Right when the lightning dragon was formed, Iron-Winged Eagle and Heixin Fu looked at each other, then they cried out at the same time, "Run!" After saying that, both men immediately increased their speed to the maximum, and started fleeing in different directions. That young man was too cruel. He had killed Yunzhong He and Baoshan Xiong with the heavenly tribulation, and if nothing unexpected happened, the next heavenly tribulation would be their turn. Today's plan to massacre the entire Dancing Sun City had obviously failed, as it had been ruined by this young man who came out of nowhere. They had lost 2 great guardians and some combat soul warriors of the Demon King Palace, and this was a huge loss for the Demon King Palace. Facing the arrival of the third heavenly tribulation, the only thing Iron-Winged Eagle and Heixin Fu could do was run for their lives. If they were any slower, they would be killed by the heavenly tribulation. Let's leave one behind. It seemed like Jiang Chen had long predicted their actions. Without hesitation he chased after Heixin Fu. Although Iron-Winged Eagle and Heixin Fu were both demon beasts that specialized in speed, Heixin Fu was much slower than Iron-Winged Eagle. Since Jiang Chen had to face the heavenly tribulation at the same time, he didn't have the ability to kill both of them. However, he could still kill one of them. With the help of the 9 phantom wolves and the dimensional shift, Jiang Chen caught up with Heixin Fu in the blink of an eye. Heixin Fu turned his head around and saw the huge lightning dragon coming toward him from the sky. No! An unprecedented fear emerged in Heixin Fu's eyes. He knew he was going to die, and he immediately let out a heart-wrenching scream. He wasn't afraid of the young man in white who was facing the heavenly tribulation, but the real heavenly tribulation. But too bad, fear couldn't change anything. When the lightning dragon came crashing down, Heixin Fu's fate was sealed. Arg! As expected, Heixin Fu let out a miserable scream and died within the ocean of lightning once again. His demon soul was forcefully dug out by Jiang Chen. It was a late combat soul demon soul, and it would bring him unimaginable benefits. On the other side, seeing Heixin Fu being killed as well, Iron-Winged Eagle was so scared that he shrunk his neck. Without hesitation, he threw his head back and let out a loud cry, then transformed back into his true form, a 30 meters long Iron-Winged Eagle. He flew into the sky and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Roar! After the 3 great guardians were killed and the Iron-Winged Eagle fled, the rest of the demon beasts started fleeing the Dancing Sun City as if they had gone mad. Each of them ran at a faster speed, as if they were afraid that they would be roasted by the heavenly tribulation if they were any slower. 3 of the 4 great guardians had died, and 1 of them had escaped. How were they supposed to fight this battle? To these demonic beasts, the moment the Huangjian Greatsword appeared, their will to fight had been extinguished. If the battle continued like this, the Demon King Palace would be the one that would be slaughtered, not the Dancing Sun City. The demon beasts of the Demon King Palace left as fast as they came. In just a few breaths' time, all of them had left, and the Dancing Sun City had returned to its peaceful state. No, the Dancing Sun City wasn't peaceful at all. The violent ocean of lightning in the sky was still there. The demon beasts had disappeared, and the Dancing Sun City had been saved. Normally the people should be cheering and jumping for joy, but no one was cheering right now. Everyone was staring at the ocean of lightning, including Wu Ningzhu and Shanning. Inside the ocean of lightning there was a hero. Without him, the dancing sun city would have been completely destroyed. Now, everyone could feel that the third wave of heavenly tribulation was much more terrifying than the previous two waves. They had no idea if the white-robed young man would be able to survive it, so they were all worried about him. Jiang Qin, who was inside the ocean of lightning, had blood dripping down from the corner of his mouth. This was also the reason why he didn't chase after the iron-winged eagle. He knew very well how powerful the third wave of the minor three tribulation was. After he killed He Xingfu, he would have to use all of his strength to resist the heavenly tribulation. As the lightning entered his body, Jiang Qin raised his head and let out a dragon's roar. One after another, the lightning entered his body, and every single dragon mark in his chi-si was undergoing a transformation. It was a transformation of his very essence. Gradually the divine core in Jiang Qin's chi-si shattered. A palm-sized blood-red dragon appeared above Jiang Qin's head. Jiang Qin raised his head and looked at the little dragon. In an instant he had a feeling that this little dragon was a part of his body, as if it was a part of him. So this is my battle spirit. Jiang Qin's eyes revealed a look of amazement. In normal circumstances, a person's battle spirit would be a little person similar to a nascent soul, representing their source. In his previous life, his battle spirit was a little person, which was equal to a smaller version of himself. But now, his battle spirit was actually a dragon. However, Jiang Qin was well aware of the special nature of his cultivation method, so he wasn't too surprised by this little dragon. At this moment, Jiang Qin was carrying his own battle spirit with him, undergoing a qualitative transformation within the lightning. The transformation of thunder. With a thought from Jiang Qin, the little blood-red dragon drilled into his body from the top of his head and steadily fell into his chi-si. At the same time, changes began to occur within Jiang Qin's body. New dragon marks began to form. This was a transformation from his source, and the amplification brought about by this transformation was unimaginable. The power of thunder tempered Jiang Qin's body to an even more indestructible level. At this time, every muscle and cell in his body was restlessly absorbing the power of thunder and tempering his mortal body. Jiang Qin's background was constantly deepening as new dragon marks formed. Soon 1,000 dragon marks were formed. Within Jiang Qin's body, there were now 6,000 dragon marks. Such a massive increase was something that even he hadn't imagined. Even so, the help of thunder still hadn't ended. New dragon marks continued to form. At this time, Jiang Qin really didn't wish for the heavenly tribulation to disappear so quickly. If it could continue for a bit longer, then that would be a good thing. Everyone feared heavenly tribulation like a tiger. It was rare to see someone like Jiang Qin who wholeheartedly wanted to cross tribulation. It could even be called a marvel. After tempering my body with thunder, my background has become even deeper. I can borrow the power of thunder to refine Jiang Qin's 3 demon spirits and push my boundary to the peak. Jiang Qin's eyes lit up. With a flip of his palm, 3 demon souls appeared in his palm. Chapter 407. These 3 demon souls were not ordinary demon souls, they were all late combat soul demon souls, and they could provide Jiang Qin with an unimaginable boost in strength. Together with the lightning, if Jiang Qin were to completely absorb these 3 demon souls, he might be able to form another 1,000 dragon marks. Once the heavenly tribulation ended, the number of dragon marks in Jiang Qin's body would reach 7,000. Since he had a strong foundation, he wasn't afraid that absorbing these demon souls would affect his foundation. Therefore, without hesitation, Jiang Qin absorbed all 3 demon souls. The dancing sun city had fallen into a dead silence. No one was talking, and they were all staring at the ocean of lightning. All of them were longing to see the white-clothed youngster once again. They didn't know this white-clothed youngster, but he had saved their lives. Therefore, all of them hoped that this white-clothed youngster would be safe. Furthermore, it was a great thing for the human race to have such a heaven-defying genius, as he would definitely be able to deal a heavy blow to the demon race in the future. Which family does this genius come from? How can he be so frightening? Why haven't I heard of him before? Shanning said with a shocked expression while pressing his chest. He saved all of us. Wu Ningzhu said. For the first time, a gentle look could be seen in her eyes. Another 10 minutes passed and the lightning finally disappeared. The white-clothed youngster once again appeared in front of everyone's eyes. He didn't look as battered as the crowd had imagined. Instead, he seemed to be in high spirits, and he looked even better than he did after the second heavenly tribulation. Good. Seeing this, the people of the Dancing Sun City immediately burst into cheers. Even Wu Ningzhu had a smile on her face. The beautiful face underneath the veil was like a melting glacier, and a strange smile blossomed on her face. Wu Ningzhu and Shan Ying immediately flew toward Jiang Chen. However, before they could say anything, Jiang Chen had already turned into a beam of white light and disappeared into the distance. Wu Ningzhu and Shan Ying were startled. They never expected this youngster to have such a strange temperament. After doing such a big thing, he didn't even give them a chance to repay him and just left like that. What a young man. Shan Ying couldn't help but praise. However, he wasn't too surprised by the white-robed youth's departure. If the white-robed youth wanted to show himself, he wouldn't have used the golden light to cover his face. It was obvious that he didn't want anyone to know his identity. It's a pity that I can't get along with such a person. It would be great if the Profound River Palace could use him. Shan Ying shook his head. Wu Ningzhu furrowed her brows. She couldn't help but complain about that young man in white. With her beauty, which man wouldn't drool over her? Even in the Profound River Palace, there were countless geniuses trying to get close to her. However, when this young man in white saw her, he just turned around and walked away. What was the meaning of this? Am I not charming enough? Damn brat, how dare you ignore me? Under the veil, Wu Ningzhu pouted her lips. She didn't realize that the white-robed youth had occupied a very special place in her heart. That special place made Wu Ningzhu want to look at a man's face for the very first time. She really wanted to know what that face looked like when it was covered by the golden light. Sigh. The hero has left, and we didn't even have the chance to thank him. That's right. I have no idea where this white-robed youth came from, but he just left after saving the Dancing Sun City without asking for anything in return. He is a true hero. His heroic image will forever stay in my heart. All the people of the Dancing Sun City were extremely grateful toward Jiang Chen. Some of them even bowed toward the direction where Jiang Chen had disappeared in a pious manner. Not long after Jiang Chen left, 4 powerful figures arrived from afar. All of them had formidable cultivations, and their auras were no weaker than Shan Ying's. They were the late combat soul warriors from the Profound River Palace. When Jiang Chen triggered his heavenly tribulation and destroyed the defense mechanism that sealed the Dancing Sun City, the commotion had spread out. Everyone in the Profound River Palace knew that today was the day of the Wu family's ancestral worshipping ceremony, and when they sensed the aura of war, they immediately sent some mighty warriors to investigate. When these few men saw the miserable state of the Dancing Sun City, their expressions instantly changed. They arrived next to Wu Ningzhu and Shan Ying, then an old man who led the group asked, what happened here? Elder Lu, the Demon King Palace suddenly attacked the Dancing Sun City, and they sealed the entire city. 4 guardians led a large number of demon beasts from the Demon King Palace, and they're going to slaughter the entire city. Wu Ningzhu said. What? For guardians? An old man cried out in shock. When he heard about the 4 guardians, his expression immediately changed. As a power that was hostile to the Demon King Palace, the 8 guardians of the Demon King Palace were their sworn enemies. Naturally, they knew how frightening these 4 guardians were. That's right. If it wasn't for that young man in white, the entire Dancing Sun City would have been slaughtered and turned into a city of death. Shan Ying said. Young man in white? Elder Lu was startled. I have no idea where this genius came from. He destroyed the entire demon palace, and now he's facing his heavenly tribulation in the Dancing Sun City, killing 3 guardians of the Demon King Palace. Shan Ying dared not waste any time. He immediately told Elder Lu everything that had happened, including how Jiang Chen faced his heavenly tribulation, and how he used it to kill the 3 guardians. I can't believe someone is facing his heavenly tribulation at the combat soul realm. I've only heard about such a monstrous genius in the legends, and I never thought I'd see one in real life. Such a monstrous genius has appeared in the southern continent, and we, the Profound River Palace, didn't even know about it. We'll have to find out more about him. This man has severely damaged the Demon King Palace, and he has made a great contribution to the Profound River Palace. If we find him, we'll definitely reward him well. If we can recruit him into the Profound River Palace, that would be even better. Elder Lu couldn't help sighing. If these words didn't come from Dan Ying and Wu Ningzhu, they wouldn't have believed it even if they were beaten to death. After today's calamity, it looks like we need to rebuild the city. Let's cancel the ancestral worshipping ceremony. Wu Ningzhu shook her head and said. Looks like we're going to have a fierce battle with the Demon King Palace. Shan Ying coldly harumphed. The Demon King Palace has lost 3 great guardians, and that's a serious loss. I don't think they'll make any moves in a short period of time. However, we still need to prepare ourselves and prepare for a war with the Demon King Palace. Ning, both you and Elder Shaning are injured, you should go back and rest. Elder Lu said. His words were filled with concern for Wu Ningzhu. As the Profound River Palace's holy maiden, Wu Ningzhu was the Profound River Palace's hope for the future. Therefore, these old men were naturally worried about her injuries. And Wu Ningzhu nodded her head. She couldn't help but throw another glance at the direction where Jiang Chen had disappeared. Right now, Jiang Chen had already traveled more than 1,000 miles away. He was standing on a cloud and he was slowly flying toward the Nangong family. After coming to the southern continent, Jiang Chen had experienced such a huge transformation in such a short period of time, and this made Jiang Chen feel very satisfied. Jiang Chen flipped his palm, then an azure flame that looked like a lotus started dancing on his fingertip. The flame was filled with a masculine aura, and crackling sounds of lightning could be heard coming from it, giving it a mystical feeling. The purest lightning flame between the heavens and earth, it's the true heavenly flame, and its level is even higher than the true dragon flame. I now possess both the true dragon flame and the lightning flame, and after fusing them together, it will become the strongest flame between the heavens and earth. There's nothing that it can't burn, and it's the nemesis of all evil beings. A faint smile emerged on Jiang Chen's face. He had obtained this lightning flame when he was facing the heavenly tribulation, and it was his biggest gain. In the future, no matter if it was used in battles, pill concocting, or weapon crafting, it would bring him unimaginable benefits. After going through the minor 3 tribulations, I've experienced an unprecedented transformation. I now have a total of 7,000 dragon marks in my body, and my cultivation base has completely stabilized at the early combat soul realm. However, in order to break through to the mid-combat soul realm, I'll need 10,000 dragon marks, and I'm still short of 3,000 dragon marks. Looks like I'll have to work harder. Luckily, I have a strong foundation and I'll be able to quickly break through in the future. Jiang Chen thought to himself. Although he had obtained the approval of the dragon transformation skill and had full control over it, he still had to wait until he broke through to the next realm before he could find out what he needed to break through to the next realm. For example, right after he broke through to the early combat soul realm, he immediately found out how many dragon marks he needed to break through to the next realm. From the early combat soul realm to the mid-combat soul realm, he would need 5,000 dragon marks. With 7,000 dragon marks and having been tempered by the heavenly lightning, it'll be hard for me to find a worthy opponent in the combat soul realm. Only a true combat king warrior will be able to suppress me. Jiang Chen was extremely confident in himself. The further he cultivated the dragon transformation skill, the more monstrous it would be. He knew this since a long time ago. The heavenly tribulation caused a huge commotion, and I had to hide my identity. If not, it would be hard for me to have a peaceful life in the future. Jiang Chen sighed. He recalled what happened in the Dancing Sun City, and how he had to hide his identity. If not, the Profound River Palace would definitely try their best to find him. After all, no one had ever attracted a heavenly tribulation when they were only at the combat soul realm. Chapter 408. Jiang Chen took a few breaks along the way. While enjoying the scenery of the southern region, he continued his journey toward the Nangong family. When he arrived at the Nangong city, including the time he spent leaving the Nangong family, it had been exactly 2 days. There were still 12 days left until the duel with the Nangong family. After arriving at the Nangong city, Jiang Chen went straight to the Nangong family. Since Nangong Yunfan had personally arranged for Jiang Chen to be the Nangong family's esteemed guest, he was allowed to come and go as he pleased. Therefore, Jiang Chen didn't encounter any obstacles, and he went straight to Nangong Wentian's courtyard. Just as Jiang Chen expected, Nangong Wentian had yet to break through to the combat soul realm. The step from the divine core realm to the combat soul realm was extremely easy, and not everyone was like Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's path of cultivation could be said to have no bottlenecks, but it was different for Nangong Wentian. The transition from the divine core realm to the combat soul realm was the biggest hurdle for any cultivator. However, Jiang Chen was very confident in Nangong Wentian. As long as Nangong Wentian could master the essence of cultivating the 10,000 everlasting elephants skill, he would have a high chance of breaking through to the combat soul realm before the duel. Late at night, the sky was filled with countless stars. The southern continent's night sky was much more beautiful than the eastern continent's, and the moon seemed rounder and bigger. Jiang Chen threw his glance toward the eastern horizon. He didn't miss his hometown, but he couldn't stop worrying about what was happening in the eastern continent. 5 days later. Eastern Continent, Martial Saint Dynasty, Crown Prince Palace. On this day, the commander of the Golden Guards, the Crown Prince, came out from his secluded cultivation. "Wu Tsong, why are you in such a hurry to see me?" Within the Crown Prince Palace's main hall, the Crown Prince was wearing a golden robe. He was well dressed and he had a tall stature. His face was like a piece of jade and his eyes were like the stars in the sky. He was a handsome man. Furthermore, the Crown Prince had broken through to the late combat soul realm at such a young age, and he was the next Crown Prince. The Crown Prince's cultivation has improved after going into seclusion. It looks like he's getting closer and closer to the Battle King realm. Congratulations. Wu Tsong hastily flattered the Crown Prince and saluted him. Although the two of them were uncle and brother, there was a huge gap between their statuses. Wu Tsong was only an heir, so when he saw the Crown Prince, he still had to salute. The Crown Prince's lips curled into a smile. It was obvious that this flattery was very effective on him. He had always been extremely confident in his cultivation and combat abilities. "You brat, you don't come without a reason. This prince has just come out of seclusion and you're already here. There must be something. Tell me." The Crown Prince seemed to be in a good mood. His Highness, the Crown Prince, has been busy cultivating in seclusion recently. He doesn't know that a monstrous genius has appeared in the Eastern continent recently. That genius is known as the Eastern continent's #1 genius. Wu Tsong said. He narrowed his eyes and observed the change in the Crown Prince's expression. As expected, the Crown Prince's expression froze when he heard the words #1 genius. #1 genius? Tell me about it. The Crown Prince's interest was piqued. This man's name is Jiang Qin, and he has done many big things recently. He killed many geniuses and elders from the Xuanhuan clan and myriad sword sect. During the trip to the Island of Ice, I was nearly killed by him. He's a proud and arrogant man, and he doesn't even put the Imperial Emperor in his eyes. Wu Tsong told the Crown Prince everything he knew about Jiang Qin, including how Jiang Qin killed the geniuses from the myriad sword sect and Xuanhuan clan, how the two superpowers brought the matter to the Imperial Emperor, how Jiang Qin knelt down in front of the Imperial Emperor, and how Jiang Qin sealed the dimensional crack with a formation. Of course, some of the details were exaggerated. The reason why Wu Tsong came to the Crown Prince was very obvious. Currently, the 9th Emperor was protecting Jiang Qin, and Jiang Qin was hiding in the Martial Palace. They had no chance to create a new conflict with Jiang Qin, and in the entire Martial Saint dynasty, perhaps only this young man in front of them had the ability to create a new conflict. Furthermore, the Crown Prince had always thought that he was the #1 genius among the younger generation of the Martial Saint dynasty. Wu Tsong purposely made Jiang Qin sound like a god in order to attract the Crown Prince's attention. A brat who came out of nowhere dares to disrespect my father? He's courting death. The Crown Prince coldly harumphed. In his mind, the Imperial Emperor's position was extremely high, and he would never allow anyone to disrespect the Imperial Emperor's prestige. That's right, this brat is extremely arrogant and lawless. Right now, both the Xuanhuan clan and myriad sword sect wish they could eat him alive. But too bad, the Imperial Emperor's golden words made all the resentments in the past disappear. Now that Jiang Qin is hiding in the Martial Palace, there's no way for us to deal with him. Wu Tsong sighed. Little brother Tsong, it looks like you want me to deal with this Jiang Qin. The Crown Prince was a smart man. How could Wu Tsong's little scheme hide from him? Crown Prince, you're a wise man. It's not like I don't have a way to deal with him. In the entire Martial Saint dynasty, only the Crown Prince can deal with him. Besides, if this brat continues to grow, he will threaten the Crown Prince's position sooner or later. Wu Tsong said. He's just a divine core warrior. I, the Crown Prince, am going to be the Imperial Emperor in the future. How can a nobody like him compare with me? However, since my Imperial father has given his golden words, and the Martial Palace is the 9th Emperor's territory, it won't be appropriate for me to interfere. Besides, with my status, if I take the initiative to cause trouble with a divine core brat, it will just bring shame to my reputation. The Crown Prince coldly harumphed and said. He still had to give some face to wuxia. More importantly, the Crown Prince was a proud man, and he didn't take Jiang Qin seriously at all. Of course, with that Jiang Qin status, how could the Crown Prince take him seriously? The reason I came here today isn't to ask the Crown Prince to deal with that Jiang Qin. I have something good to tell you. Wu Tsong said with a smile on his face, as if the Crown Prince's reaction was within his expectations. Oh. What is it? The Crown Prince looked at Wu Tsong and said. That Jiang Qin has a girl next to him. Her name is Yan Qinyu. She is an outstanding beauty, pure and holy like jade. She is a real fairy that descended from the heavens. Only someone like the Crown Prince is worthy of such a beauty. Who does that Jiang Qin think he is? Wu Tsong said while gnashing his teeth in anger. Brother, I think you're exaggerating. I, the Crown Prince, have seen all kinds of beauties in my life. The Crown Prince said with a smile. If the Crown Prince doesn't believe me, there's nothing I can do about it. After all, when I saw Yan Qinyu, I was shocked like a goddess. If the Crown Prince doesn't believe me, you can go to the Martial Palace and have a look. I'm not going there to cause trouble, and I don't think I'm going to offend the 9th Emperor. Wu Tsong said. He knew the Crown Prince's problem very well. Jiang Chen couldn't attract the Crown Prince's interest, but this Yan Qinyu would definitely be able to. Indeed, after hearing what Wu Tsong said, the Crown Prince's eyes immediately lit up. He slowly stood up from his seat and said, let's go to the Martial Palace and have a look. If that Yan Qinyu is just an ordinary girl, I won't forgive you. Don't worry, the Crown Prince. I can guarantee with my head that she is definitely the girl that the Crown Prince likes. Wu Tsong smiled. The first step of his scheme had succeeded. Following behind the Crown Prince, both men left the Crown Prince Palace and flew toward the Martial Palace. With their speed, it wouldn't take them too long to reach the Martial Palace from the Martial Saint Dynasty. Soon after, both men arrived at the Martial Palace. With their status and identity, no one would stop them from entering the Martial Palace. Where is that Jiang Chen? Since I'm here, I might as well meet him. The Crown Prince said. Over there. Wu Tsong had already found out where Jiang Chen and the others were staying. He brought the Crown Prince and flew toward one of the courtyards. Right at this moment, within the courtyard, Yan Qinyu and De Huang Dog were bathing in the morning sunlight. Han Yin wasn't here as he had gone into secluded cultivation to break through to the combat soul realm. Only Yan Qinyu and De Huang Dog were here. Suddenly, the dispirited De Huang Dog suddenly stood up from the ground. Two bright lights immediately shot out from his eyes as he stared at the two men who had suddenly appeared in the courtyard. He didn't know the handsome man who wore the imperial robe, but Wu Tsong was no stranger to him. Back on the island of ice, Wu Tsong had tried to make things difficult for him several times. Since the man in the imperial robe was with Wu Tsong, he couldn't be a good person either. This was De Huang Dog's first impression of the Crown Prince. When the Crown Prince landed in the courtyard, he immediately saw Yan Qinyu. After that, he couldn't move his eyes away from her. Pure and holy like the snow, dressed in white like a fairy, her entire body was spiritual, and her beautiful face was flawless. How could there be such a beautiful woman in this world? In just an instant, the Crown Prince's heart had been completely conquered by Yan Qinyu. He admitted that he had seen countless women, but he had never seen anyone as beautiful as her. What a beautiful woman! The Crown Prince couldn't help but praise. The Crown Prince's gaze was extremely passionate. This kind of gaze made Yan Qinyu feel extremely disgusted. She slightly frowned. Right at this moment, an incomparably majestic De Huang Dog blocked in front of Yan Qinyu. His long tongue kept spitting saliva at the Crown Prince and Wu Kong. The beautiful scene was immediately interrupted. Only now did the Crown Prince notice that there was a dog next to him. Instantly, he had an urge to tear this dog into pieces. Who are you two? What are you doing here? De Huang Dog asked impatiently. Presumptuous. You stupid dog, do you know who you are talking to? This is the Crown Prince. Wu Tsong shouted loudly. Can a Crown Prince trespass into private property? This is the Martial Palace. If you have something to say, say it. If not, just leave. De Huang Dog scolded impatiently, but he didn't forget to wave his hooves in the air like a human. You're courting death. Wu Tsong was infuriated on the spot. His impression of this dog could be said to be extremely bad. Back when they were on the island of ice, he wished he could skin this dog alive. This dog's mouth was extremely vicious. Just as Wu Tsong was about to make his move, the Crown Prince stopped him and said, Be a gentleman, we are not here to fight. The Crown Prince tidied up his clothes in a gentlemanly manner. Of course, this gentlemanly behavior was only what he thought. Yan Qinyu didn't agree with him. In Yan Qinyu's eyes, there was only one man, Jiang Chen. Where is Jiang Chen? Tell him to come out, the Crown Prince wants to see him. Wu Tsong said loudly. No one knew that Jiang Chen and Nangong Wentian had secretly left the Martial Palace for the southern continent. Chapter 409. Jiang Chen isn't here, you guys can leave now. De Huang Dog said impatiently. He had always hated that Prince Wu Kong. Back on the island of ice, if it wasn't for Wu Lang stopping him, Wu Tsong would have been killed by Jiang Chen. As for this Crown Prince, he was looking at Yan Qinyu with a lecherous gaze. Obviously he wasn't a good guy either. Thus, De Huang Dog immediately hated him. Bastard! You're just a dog, how dare you talk to me like that? Is that Jiang Chen hiding somewhere? Hurry up and tell him to come out and greet the crown prince. Wu Tsong gnashed his teeth in anger. He wished he could tear this dog into pieces. Damn it, who do you think you are? You're nothing but a defeated opponent of Jiang Chen. Back on the island of ice, if it wasn't for Wu Lang stopping you, you would have been killed by Jiang Chen. If Jiang Chen was here, he would have thrown you out like a chicken. De Huang Dog's mouth was indeed vicious, but he would never show any mercy to someone like Wu Kong. You're courting death. Wu Tsong was enraged. Even an ordinary person wouldn't be able to stand such a mean dog, let alone a prince. Wu Tsong reached out his hand and tried to grab De Huang Dog. Big Yellow just stood there without moving, but the crown prince moved. He casually unleashed a strong wind and blocked Wu Tsong's attack. After that, he scolded, Wu Tsong, we're not here to cause trouble, you better pay attention to your image. Yes, crown prince. Wu Tsong hurriedly bowed toward the crown prince, but the corner of his mouth revealed a cold smile. He knew the crown prince's temper too well. If it was in the past, this dog would have already been smashed into pieces by the crown prince. But now, the crown prince had to pay attention to his image and maintain his gentlemanly demeanor. Obviously, he had taken a fancy to Yan Qinyu, and he wanted to leave a good impression on her. As long as the crown prince took a fancy to Yan Qinyu, his plan would be successful. The crown prince said to Yan Qinyu in a refined and courteous manner, I've heard that Miss Yan is a peerless beauty. Now that I've seen you today, I'm sure you're like a celestial being. I wonder if Miss Yan would do me the honor of visiting the crown prince's palace? The crown prince directly sent out an invitation. His smile was as warm as jade, his demeanor was elegant, handsome, and at ease. Such a man, coupled with his status, almost no woman would refuse his invitation. Unfortunately, Yan Qinyu was one of them. Many thanks for the crown prince's good intentions. Little you appreciates it, but I won't go to the crown prince's palace. Yan Qinyu rejected him without any hesitation. In her mind, besides Jiang Chen, all the other men were nothing but shit. The crown prince, who had been smiling, was suddenly stunned. He had been rejected, and in such a decisive manner. This was the first time something like this had ever happened before. However, the crown prince put on a bright smile again. Since Miss Yan doesn't want to go to the crown prince's palace, I will ask someone to arrange a better place for Miss Yan to cultivate in the martial palace. This place is too shabby. No need, this place is pretty good. After Yan Qinyu finished speaking, she turned around and walked away without even turning her head back. This action made the crown prince's face twitch. Ever since he was born, he had never been rejected by a woman. There had never been a woman who didn't give him face. This Yan Qinyu was the first one. Presumptuous, Wu Tsong shouted at Yan Qinyu, but the crown prince waved his hand and stopped him. Crown prince, our little Yu is already taken, I suggest you save your breath. De Huang Dog said to the crown prince with an indifferent tone. This dog didn't care about the crown prince at all. Even if it was the imperial emperor, as long as he wasn't happy, De Huang Dog wouldn't give him any face. A woman like Lady Yan is not someone that just anyone can match up to. The crown prince, Leng Leng, gave De Huang Dog a glance, then turned around and left with Wu Kong. Fuck, what's so great about that? De Huang Dog spat at the back of the two men. Along the way, the crown prince's face darkened. This was the first time in his life that he had been defeated. Crown prince, that Yan Qinyu is really looking down on you. In my opinion, you should teach her a lesson, force her into the crown prince palace and let her be yours. Wu Tsong was fanning the flames. I, the crown prince, have never failed to get a woman that I want. Who does that Jiang Chen think he is? With Yan Qinyu's stunning beauty, she should be a match for me. Since that little girl dared to reject me like this, when she's in my bed in the future, I'll definitely teach her a good lesson. The crown prince coldly harumphed. Crown prince, what do you plan to do? A cunning look flashed across Wu Tsong's eyes. Don't worry, I can't force a woman like her. I'll take it slow, I have plenty of time. I don't believe that with my charm, I can't win a woman's heart. The crown prince said with a confident smile. Of course. The crown prince is a handsome and burly man, and you've broken through to the late combat soul realm at such a young age. Not only that, you're the crown prince, the next emperor, and you're also the leader of all the golden guards. Which woman under the heavens doesn't dream of throwing themselves into your arms? Yan Qinyu is no exception. Wu Tsong flattered the crown prince once again. He was feeling really happy. Judging from the crown prince's expression, he was determined to win Yan Qinyu's heart, and this was the best result he wanted. With the crown prince as the fuse, the conflict between him and Jiang Chen would definitely erupt. Southern continent, Nangong family. Recently, Jiang Chen had been accompanying Nangong Wentian in secluded cultivation. While Nangong Wentian was breaking through to the combat soul realm, Jiang Chen was stabilizing his cultivation. He had obtained a lot of benefits from the minor three tribulations, and he needed some time to digest them. There are 7 more days until the duel. Judging from Brother Nan's aura, it should be soon. Jiang Chen could sense that Nangong Wentian's aura was constantly changing, and it was becoming more and more profound. This was a good thing for Nangong Wentian. Besides that, Jiang Chen was really interested in the Nangong family's hidden treasure that could produce 9 solar holy water. However, his current status was quite special, and he was just a guest in the Nangong family. Therefore he couldn't check it out. It looked like he could only wait until the duel was over and find an opportunity to get in touch with Nangong Wentian. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. During these 7 days, the Crown Prince had gone to the martial palace to look for Yin Chenyu almost every day. He had tried everything he could to invite Yin Chenyu to the Crown Prince's palace, but all of his requests were rejected by Yin Chenyu. Although the Crown Prince hadn't lost his temper yet, his patience was clearly running out. At the same time, the Nangong family's most important day had finally arrived. Early in the morning, the Nangong family's residence was bustling with noise and excitement. Nangong Yunjing and his men had arrived at the central square, waiting for the duel to begin. Next to Nangong Yunjing stood a handsome young man. He had a powerful aura, and although he was still young, he was a mighty combat soul warrior. An arrogant expression could be seen on his face. He was none other than Nangong Yunjing's son, Nangong Wentian's opponent, Nangong Wenyan. Behind him was a group of people from Nangong Yunjing's family and some guests. Each of them had a certain status and status. Standing opposite of them were the people from the Nangong family's main force. The men leading them were the current family chief, Nangong Yunfan, Elder 2E, and a group of combat soul warriors from the Nangong family. However, all of them had ugly expressions on their faces, because Nangong Wentian was still in secluded cultivation, breaking through to the combat soul realm. Nangong Yunfan, don't waste any more time, let's start the duel. I heard that Nangong Wentian has returned, so let's have the first duel with Wenyan. We'll decide the winner of today's duel with 3 duels, and we'll decide who gets the treasure. Nangong Yunjing said. He was fully prepared this time and he was very confident in himself. Nangong Yunjing, you traitor of the Nangong family. Tui was infuriated. Elder 2, cut the crap. If you join my camp right now, I can still guarantee your position in the Nangong family. Nangong Yunjing said. Bullshit, you unfilial son. Tui scolded. Let's see who's the real deal. Nangong Wenyan coldly harumphed. With a sway of his body, he leapt onto the fighting stage and shouted, Nangong Wenyan, come out and face your death. Don't be a coward. His shout resounded throughout the entire Nangong family, but no one responded to it. Nangong Wentian was still in his secluded cultivation. Jiang Chen stood in front of Nangong Wentian's room, and he could clearly sense Nangong Wentian's aura. Obviously, Nangong Wentian's aura had undergone a huge change, and he had broken through to the combat soul realm. The fact that he was still in his secluded cultivation meant that he had gained a new understanding of the 10,000 everlasting elephant skill, and was at a crucial moment. On the central square of the Nangong family, Nangong Wenyan was standing alone on the fighting stage, and he kept sneering and ridiculing. However, the young family chief, Nangong Wentian, was nowhere to be seen. This scene made all the people from the Nangong family feel extremely humiliated. Haha, looks like Nangong Wentian is just a coward who's afraid of death. How can a man like him be the young family chief of the Nangong family? I think it's better for him to just come out and admit defeat. It's meaningless for him to keep hiding like this. A guest on Nangong Yunjing's side burst into laughter and started mocking Nangong Wenyan. That's right, this is too embarrassing. Nangong Wenyan, come out and face your death. Why don't you just come out and surrender? Nangong Yunjing's side kept making all sorts of comments. Nangong Wentian's absence had caused Nangong Yunfan's side to feel extremely humiliated. This was even more humiliating than just admitting defeat. What's wrong with Wentian? This isn't his style. Even if he hasn't broken through to the combat soul realm with his temper, he would still come out and accept the challenge. Tui said with a frown on his face. Nangong Yunfan, it's meaningless to keep wasting time like this. Let's wait for another 5 minutes, and if Nangong Wentian still doesn't come out, Nangong Wenyan will be the winner. Nangong Yunjing coldly harumphed and said. Boom. Right after Nangong Yunjing's words left his mouth, A loud explosion suddenly sounded out from the southern side of the Nangong family. A powerful shockwave shot up into the sky, and after that, a muscular young man jumped out from the explosion. Who said I, Nangong Wentian, won't accept the challenge? Chapter 410. After Nangong Wentian appeared, a young man dressed in white followed him. He automatically stood on the Nangong family's side. However, since everyone's attention was on Nangong Wentian, no one paid any attention to this young man in white. Nangong Wentian's domineering appearance at the last moment immediately attracted the attention of the crowd. At this moment, Nangong Wentian's aura was extremely powerful, and cracking sounds could be heard coming from his body. His entire being was extremely powerful, as if he had been reborn. The aura he was emitting was not any weaker than Nangong Wentian's. Wentian has broken through to the combat soul realm. Good. Nangong Yunfan was really surprised, and he was so excited that his body was trembling. Haha, good job, Wentian. We finally have a chance to win this battle. Tui burst into laughter. He was really happy that Nangong Wentian had broken through to the combat soul realm at the last moment, and this had given the Nangong family hope for today's battle. So young master was in a critical moment just now, that's why he didn't show himself. I thought he was scared. Fuck you. Young master is fearless, how could he be a coward? Now that he has broken through to the combat soul realm, I'm sure he can beat that Nangong Wentian into a pig's head. It's hard to say. Both of them have similar talents, but Nangong Wentian has broken through to the combat soul realm for quite some time, while young master has just broken through. If they really fight, I don't think young master will have the upper hand. There's still hope, he's much stronger than before. Let's just watch the show. The battle between two geniuses of the younger generation is going to be exciting. All the people of the Nangong family were discussing among themselves, guessing who was stronger between Nangong Wentian and Nangong Wentian. In short, since Nangong Wentian had broken through to the combat soul realm, this battle was going to be interesting. If Nangong Wentian was still at the same stage as before, he would just be courting death. This little bastard really broke through to the combat soul realm. Nangong Yunjing's expression instantly darkened. Initially he thought Nangong Wentian would only be a divine core warrior when he came back, but he never expected Nangong Wentian to break through to the combat soul realm in such a short amount of time. Furthermore, it looked like Nangong Wentian was strong enough to fight his son. Don't worry, this guy just broke through to the combat soul realm at the last moment. Compared to young master Wentian, there is still a gap between him and young master Wentian. If they really fight, I'm sure he won't be a match for young master Wentian. A guest beside him said. Alright, let the duel begin. Nangong Yunfan let out a loud shout, signaling the official start of today's duel. Since they were going to win 2 out of 3 duels, the first duel between the younger generation was the most crucial one. On the high fighting stage, Nangong Wentian and Nangong Wentian were facing each other. Wherever their gazes met, sparks would immediately fly. Wentian, if I were you, I would just admit defeat and ask your father to give up the position of clan chief. That way you won't have to come out here and die. You should know that today's match is a death match, and I will never show any mercy when I attack. Even though you've broken through to the combat soul realm, you are still no match for me. Nangong Wentian said. He was extremely confident in his own strength. I really don't know where you get your confidence from. Nangong Wentian, you and I have been fighting against each other since we were young. Today let's put an end to this. Nangong Wentian's aura was unstoppable. He did not put Nangong Wentian in his eyes either. Wentian, what you're doing is useless. Since we were young, you've never been better than me in any aspect, and your talent is lower than mine as well. How are you going to fight against me? The position of young clan chief should have been mine. It's all my grandfather's fault. Since you and your father are so stubborn, I'll kill you today and take back what belongs to me. Nangong Wentian coldly harumphed. A powerful energy wave burst out from his body and swept across the entire fighting stage. The energy wave turned into a strong gale and swept toward Nangong Wentian. Nangong Wentian coldly harumphed as well. He completely unleashed his energy, causing it to surge toward his opponent like a tidal wave. Rumble. The two energy waves collided with each other, producing a loud explosion. A huge energy whirlpool was formed at the center of the collision, and the shockwaves spread out in all directions, giving everyone a suffocating feeling. Fortunately, the fighting stage was protected by some powerful warriors, otherwise the 2 attacks alone would have been enough to destroy the entire fighting stage. Below the fighting stage, it didn't matter if it was Nangong Yunfan's group or Nangong Yunjing's group, Everyone were nervously watching the fight. Jiang Qin narrowed his eyes. With his eyesight he could easily tell the difference between the two men. Both of them are equally powerful, it won't be easy to determine a winner between them. However, Nan's 10,000 everlasting elephant skill is not as simple as it looks, it's extremely powerful during fights. Therefore, Nan has a great chance of winning this fight, or it could even be said that he has a 100% chance of winning. Jiang Qin thought to himself. He was certain that Nangong Wenyan would win this fight. If that was the case, the Nangong family would have won the first fight, and as long as they won the second fight, they wouldn't have to fight the third fight. A stone raises 1,000 ripples. Nangong Wenyan suddenly let out a loud shout. His body flew high up into the sky, then he abruptly threw a punch towards Nangong Wenyan. This punch brought along an endless gust of wind, and a gigantic fist shot out from the energy whirlpool. The energy waves spread out in all directions, and it looked like countless waves were dancing in the air. The power of this punch was extremely great. The frightening energy attack arrived in front of Nangong Wenyan in the blink of an eye. Sky-trampling barbarian elephant. Nangong Wenyan let out a loud shout as well. His majestic body leapt into the air as well. Right at this moment, an illusionary barbarian elephant appeared around his body. It was a gigantic golden barbarian elephant, and it had completely merged with Nangong Wenyan. At this moment, it gave people the illusion that Nangong Wenyan was the barbarian elephant, and the barbarian elephant was Nangong Wenyan. Bang! The barbarian elephant transformed from Nangong Wenyan raised its huge hoof and stomped on the illusionary fist. With a loud bang, the fist shattered and the energy whirlpool dissipated as well. However, at this moment, the barbarian elephant's illusionary figure became even fainter. Good. Tui couldn't help but shout out. Nangong Wenyan's powerful performance had exceeded his expectations. It seemed like there was still hope for today's battle. Mountain grabbing. Since Nangong Wenyan's first attack had failed, he immediately unleashed his second attack. He waved both of his hands in the air, causing an endless amount of golden energy to surge out. In the next moment, a 10-zhang tall golden mountain appeared in the air. It was a giant mountain completely formed by condensing energy, and was as heavy as a mountain. Such a barbaric attack was not something that ordinary people could withstand. Bang! The golden mountain emitted a loud bang as it was thrown out by Nangong Wenyan, smashing towards Nangong Wenyan. 10,000 everlasting elephants. Nangong Wenyan was not afraid at all. He once again transformed into a barbarian elephant, and an extremely majestic barbarian elephant's illusionary figure appeared around his body. It was as big as a golden mountain, and it charged straight towards the golden mountain. It was obvious that Nangong Wenyan had mastered the essence of the 10,000 everlasting elephant's skill, and any random attack he unleashed would be extremely powerful. Bang! This was the fiercest collision. Frightening energy ripples swept across the place, causing the surrounding space to tremble violently. Nangong Wenyan and Nangong Wenyan had collided dozens of times in a row, but there was still no clear winner. So powerful. Both of them are only early combat soul warriors, especially Wenyan. He has just broken through to the combat soul realm, but he already possesses the combat strength of a mid-combat soul warrior. Even if I were to fight him myself, I might not be his match. A mid-combat soul elder standing next to Tui couldn't help but say. Although both Nangong Wenyan and Nangong Wenyan were only early combat soul warriors, they both possessed the combat strength of a mid-combat soul warrior, and that was more than enough to fight a mid-combat soul warrior. This was what a genius was. They had extraordinary potential and abilities that surpassed ordinary people. I'm done playing with you, ancient barbaric elephant. Nangong Wenyan let out a muffled roar, and his aura rose once again. This time, the silhouette of a desolate ancient elephant appeared behind him, and with the pressure of a wild beast, he pounced toward Nangong Wenyan. What? Nangong Wenyan cried out in shock. A look of disbelief could be seen in his eyes. He never thought that Nangong Wenyan would still have a skill like this at the last moment, able to increase his combat strength once again, causing him to feel a tremendous pressure. I'll block it. In a panic, Nangong Wenyan unleashed his trump card, unleashing a huge amount of energy beams toward Nangong Wenyan. But too bad, under the pressure of the ancient barbaric elephant, these energy beams were simply not enough. Crack. The energy beams were instantly destroyed by the ancient barbaric elephant, causing Nangong Wenyan to be knocked back a few dozen meters before he was able to stabilize his body. Roared the desolate ancient elephant let out another roar, and returned to Nangong Wenyan's body. Even though it had severely injured Nangong Wenyan and achieved an unexpected result, it had consumed a lot of Nangong Wentian's energy to summon the desolate ancient elephant's form. This could be seen from his gradually weakening aura. However, his current condition was still a lot better than the injured Nangong Wenyan. What? Nangong Yunzheng cried out in shock upon seeing this, and he nearly jumped up from the ground. All the men behind him had pale faces as well. They never thought that Nangong Wentian, who had just broken through to the combat soul realm, would be able to defeat Nangong Wenyan. This was completely different from what they had expected. Haha, good. Compared to Nangong Yunzheng's performance, although Nangong Yunfan was shocked as well, he was happy. His son was about to win, how could he not be happy? Today's match was related to the Nangong family's future, and if Nangong Wenyan could defeat Nangong Wenyan and win, not only would it increase the Nangong family's chances of winning, more importantly, Nangong Wenyan had used his strength to defend his position as the young family chief, and he had used a domineering method to tell everyone that he, Nangong Wenyan, was more qualified than anyone else to be the young family chief. Wenyan is really frightening. Looks like Nangong Wenyan is going to lose this match. Chapter 411. Nangong Wentian's strength had caused the people of the Nangong family to become excited. Although the battle was not over yet, judging from the current situation, Nangong Wenyan's situation was no longer optimistic. He was unable to withstand Nangong Wentian's attacks even when he was at his peak condition, let alone now that he was injured. Nangong Wenyan, didn't you say that you've always been stronger than me since you were young? How about now? Nangong Wenyan borrowed Nangong Wenyan's previous tone and sneered. Do you really think you've won? Today's battle of life and death will determine who lives and who dies. Don't think that you can defeat me just because you've gained the upper hand with just one attack, you're too naive. Nangong Wenyan coldly harumphed. He flipped his palm and a golden pill appeared in his palm. He swallowed it, and after swallowing the pill, his aura started to rise rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, he had returned to his peak condition. If I can defeat you once, I can defeat you again. Nangong Wentian coldly harumphed, then he threw out a punch. This punch contained an endless amount of chi and the might of a barbarian elephant. A golden beam of light was shot out, and in the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Nangong Wenyan. Clang. Nangong Wenyan's black hair was fluttering in the wind. With a wave of his arm, a silver spear made of unknown materials suddenly appeared in front of him. The spear was extremely terrifying, its body was covered with mysterious patterns, and its sharp spearhead looked like it was made of ice. It kept emitting a cold light, causing people to feel fear in their hearts. Buzz. The silver spear slightly swayed and a buzzing sound immediately rang out, causing the air to tremble. A huge energy whirlpool was formed. Nangong Wenyan moved, he held the spear in his hand and dashed forward. The indestructible spearhead accurately pierced the golden beam of light unleashed by Nangong Wenyan. Bang! Nangong Wenyan, who had returned to his peak state, was extremely powerful as well. Adding the terrifying battle spear in his hand, his battle prowess had once again increased by leaps and bounds. With a single strike he shattered Nangong Wentian's attack. After that, the power of the battle spear did not decrease at all, it continued to thrust towards Nangong Wentian like a poisonous snake. However, even though Nangong Wenyan was fast, Nangong Wenyan wasn't slow either. After mastering the quintessence of the 10,000 everlasting elephants skill, Nangong Wenyan felt as if he had been reborn. With a bright flash, the myriad star ruler appeared in Nangong Wentian's hand. He had obtained this combat weapon together with the 10,000 everlasting elephants skill, and had long since refined it into his natal weapon. Not only was the ruler extremely powerful, it could also absorb the power of the stars. Nangong Wenyan would use the power of the stars to temper his battle weapon almost every night. At the same time, he would also use the power of the stars to temper his own body, obtaining boundless benefits. Shwa. Nangong Wentian raised the giant ruler high up in the air and slammed it down. The giant ruler light turned into a sky-piercing waterfall, like a blue starry dragon. In just a blink of an eye, the natural yuan chi above Nangong Wentian was sucked dry. Rumble. The myriad star ruler's power collided with the silver spear, causing a massive explosion that shook the hearts of those who heard it. The energy beams that gathered in the sky immediately turned into a huge whirlpool, just like a tornado. If anyone were to accidentally step into the energy whirlpool, they would immediately be killed. Tap tap tap. The collision caused Nangong Wenyan to take a few steps back before he could stabilize his body. The aura in his body was once again fluctuating, and his arm that was holding the spear was trembling. Impossible. He has just broken through to the combat soul realm. How could his combat strength be so strong? It's even stronger than mine. This time Nangong Wenyin was utterly shocked. All along he had looked down on Nangong Wentian in his heart, and had never placed him in his eyes. Therefore he was 120% confident that he would win this battle. But now he had been defeated by Nangong Wenyin twice in a row. How could he possibly accept this reality? Nangong Wenyin, take this. Nangong Wentian's hair was fluttering in the wind, and he looked like a ferocious beast that came from the ancient times. His entire body was unleashing a violent aura, and the myriad star ruler in his hand suddenly turned into a gigantic ruler that was more than 30 meters long. After that, it pierced through the sky and smashed down toward Nangong Wenyin's head. I don't believe you can defeat me. Nangong Wenyin gnashed his teeth in anger. Once again he thrust his silver spear forward and collided with the gigantic ruler. Seeing this, Jiangchen couldn't help but shake his head. A faint smile emerged on his face. Nangong Wenyin's mind was in a mess, and his combat strength was severely affected. There was no way he could fight Nangong Wentian, and the result of this duel was obvious. Nangong Wenyin was going to be defeated. Bam! The myriad star ruler smashed down. The silver spear couldn't withstand it any longer. Once again Nangong Wenyin coughed up blood from the impact, and the spear in his hand almost flew out from his hand. He was falling down from the sky. Nangong Wentian let out a loud laugh. Now that he had the upper hand, he didn't show any mercy. The gigantic ruler in his hand kept smashing down like a violent storm. Bam! Finally, Nangong Wenyin couldn't withstand the final strike. The spear in his hand flew out and was caught by Nangong Wentian. Nangong Wenyin's body was covered with wounds, and blood was dripping down from his body. He fell onto the fighting stage with a plop. What? Nangong Yunjing cried out in shock. He simply couldn't believe his own eyes. This was something that he had never even dreamt of, or perhaps, this was something that he had already predicted, but the target had changed. In his mind, the person who was going to be beaten up was Nangong Wentian, not his son. How is this possible? Young Master Wenyin lost. Xuanhuan, who was standing next to Nangong Yunjing, was also shocked. This was completely different from what he had expected. Haha, good. Nangong Yunfan burst into laughter. Right at this moment, only the word good could describe how proud he was feeling right now. Nangong Wenyin had won. Not only did it mean that there was hope for him to win today's duel, it also meant that his son was stronger than everyone else, and he was the best candidate for the position of young master. Young master is really amazing. Chapter 412. Wenyin, that's great. Tu Yi's eyes were curved into crescent moons. He had no reason not to be happy as he had watched Nangong Wenyin grow up. Now that he had witnessed Nangong Wentian's growth, how could he not be happy? More importantly, the first victory had boosted the Nangong family's morale, and it had given them a ray of hope. It's great that Wenyin was able to defeat Wenyin. As long as family chief can defeat Nangong Yunjing in the second match, we won't have to fight the third match anymore. After that, even the elders of the Profound River Palace wouldn't dare to say anything. Elder Liang Jue said. That's right. Yunfan, the second battle will depend on you. However, your strength is about the same as Yunjing's, and all that you have learned in your lifetime was passed down from your father. It really won't be an easy matter to determine a victor. Tu Yi looked at Nangong Yunfan. They had already won the first match, and although the second match wasn't the most important one, it was still the most important one for the Nangong family. As long as they could win the second match, they would win the match, and if they lost the second match, the consequences would be severe. The third match required both sides to send out their helpers, but for Nangong Yunjing, that mysterious helper still hadn't shown himself. Although he hadn't shown himself, it wasn't hard to imagine that he was a powerful warrior from the Profound River Palace, and even Tu Yi might not be a match for him. And Nangong Yunfan nodded his head. He knew the key to the second match. On the other side, after consuming the pill, Nangong Wenyin's injuries had slightly recovered, and he was now able to stand on his own. He glared fiercely at the high-spirited Nangong Wentian in front of him, as a great sense of humiliation arose in his heart. The battle today was a great humiliation to him. His father had placed great hopes on him, but he had been defeated so miserably. Don't worry, just stand here and watch the show. I'll definitely defeat Nangong Yunfan in the second match, and we'll still win the third match when a real powerful warrior shows up. I thought that warrior wouldn't have to show up, but I didn't expect him to show up. A cold smile emerged on Nangong Yunjing's face. With a sway of his body, he stepped onto the fighting stage. This time he was even more confident than Nangong Wenyan. Yunfan, don't waste any more time, get on the fighting stage. Nangong Yunjing looked at Nangong Yunfan. Nangong Yunfan coldly harumphed. He leapt into the air and landed on the fighting stage, standing in front of Nangong Yunjing. Big brother, it's all your fault that we've ended up like this. If father is watching us from the heavens, he wouldn't be able to see the Nangong family in such a state. Nangong Yunfan said. His tone was filled with helplessness and pain. If you were willing to give up the position of patriarch, this would not have happened. I am the eldest brother, the position of patriarch should have been mine. Since father is being unfair, I will take it out myself. Nangong Yunjing said with a loud voice. He didn't think what he did was wrong. In his mind, what he did today was just to get back what belonged to him. Even so, you can't tell anyone about our family's secret. You're using our family's treasure to get help from the profound river palace, and that's going against the rules our father told us. If we lose our family's treasure, how are you going to bear the responsibility? Nangong Yunfan scolded loudly. Cut the crap. All these years, the profound river palace has been taking care of our Nangong family. Furthermore, the profound river palace doesn't want our treasure. The palace chief of the profound river palace just wants to see the appearance of that treasure. In fact, even you and I have never seen the appearance of that treasure, and I want to see it for myself. Nangong Yunjing said as if it was a matter of fact. Don't even think about it. Let me tell you, Nangong Yunjing, as long as I'm still alive, I won't let you get what you want. Father's treasure will never be taken by an outsider. I'll use all my strength in today's battle. Let's do it. Nangong Yunfan was furious. In order to get the position of patriarch, Nangong Yunjing had resorted to any means possible, and he even wanted the family's treasure. For hundreds of years, the treasure had been the biggest secret of the Nangong family, and no one had ever told anyone about it. Only the higher-ups of the family knew about its existence. Now that the old man had passed away, as the current family chief, Nangong Yunfan had to protect the treasure. Come, let's see how you're going to use all your strength. Nangong Yunjing's body moved, and he completely unleashed the energy of a late combat soul warrior. It covered the entire sky above the Nangong family, and the powerful energy waves made it difficult for everyone to breathe. On the other side, Nangong Yunfan's gray robe was fluttering in the wind. He had also completely unleashed his energy, and when the two energies collided with each other, sparks were produced. He's so strong. A mighty late combat soul warrior is indeed not someone ordinary men can compare with. Just the energy he unleashed is enough to suffocate everyone. That's right. A mighty warrior like this is not something we can imagine. I wonder when we'll have the chance to reach such a level. Stop dreaming. With your talent, you'll be lucky if you can break through to the combat soul realm in your lifetime. You'll have to wait until the sun rises from the west to reach the family chief's level. Who do you guys think is stronger? Between the family chief and Nangong Yunjing, who will win this battle? It's hard to say. They are brothers and they've been cultivating the same skills since they were young. Now that their cultivation levels are at the same level, it's going to be really difficult to determine a winner. All the onlookers of the Nangong family were discussing among themselves. After the first match had ended, the situation had become more and more intense. Everyone was paying close attention to the next match, because today's match would directly determine the future of the Nangong family. Rumble. The battle was about to begin. Nangong Yunfan and Nangong Yunjing both had the same attack and skills, and they were equally matched. It looked like it would be really difficult to determine a winner in a short period of time. Nangong Wenyan turned around and placed his arm on Jiang Chen's shoulder, then said, "Little Chenzi, I really have to thank you for your guidance. If not for you, I wouldn't have been able to break through to the combat soul realm so easily. Now that you've broken through to the combat soul realm as well, that's great. If I can't avoid the third match today, I'll have a better chance of winning with you. I hope Uncle can win. If that's the case, I won't have to fight anymore." Jiang Chen casually shrugged his shoulders. Since he came to the southern continent, he needed to keep a low profile. He had been in the limelight when he annihilated the Demon Palace and Dancing Sun City, but luckily he had covered his face with the golden barrier. Nangong Wenyan raised his head and looked toward the fighting stage. Energies were tumbling about and destructive energy vortexes could be seen everywhere. Two figures were moving back and forth, leaving afterimages everywhere. They were locked in a fierce battle. However, both of them were at the same level, and it was unrealistic for them to determine a winner in a short period of time. Little Chinzi, you have sharp eyes. Let's see if my dad can defeat my uncle. Nangong Wenyan asked. He was very confident in Jiang Chen's judgment. Both of them are at the same level and their combat strength is also at the same level. If they keep fighting like this, they won't be able to determine a winner even if they fight for a year. The key is to see what skills they have up their sleeves, and judging from this, uncle might be in danger. Jiang Chen said with an indifferent tone. What do you mean? Nangong Wenyan's expression turned serious. With his eyesight, he couldn't see any signs of his dad losing. At least for now, Nangong Wenyan seemed to be in danger. He had no idea how Jiang Chen came to the conclusion that Nangong Yunfan was in danger. It's very simple. If there's a person who knows uncle the most in this world, it must be Nangong Yunjing. Since he dares to fight uncle today, he must be well prepared, and he has enough confidence in himself. In other words, he has a trump card that's enough to defeat uncle, because he has already established a relationship with the Profound River Palace. The Profound River Palace is very powerful, and since this superpower has decided to meddle in the Nangong family's internal affairs, they will definitely provide Nangong Yunjing with help. Therefore, I'm sure that Nangong Yunjing has a terrifying trump card, and if uncle doesn't have it, this battle will be very dangerous. Jiang Qin said slowly. He didn't try to lower his voice, so all the upper echelons of the Nangong family could hear him clearly. Including Tui, all of their expressions changed. If Jiang Qin didn't remind them, they wouldn't have thought of this. But now, after hearing what Jiang Qin said, they immediately felt that it made sense. Since Nangong Yunjing started the fight, it was impossible that he didn't have a trump card. At the same time, Nangong Yunjing knew Nangong Yunfan very well, including what powerful trump cards Nangong Yunfan had. Under such circumstances, Nangong Yunjing had a very high chance of winning. Tu Yi and Liang Jure couldn't help but look at Jiang Chen. They had never taken this friend of Nangong Wenyan seriously, but after listening to Jiang Chen's words just now, they had a new impression of Jiang Chen. Regardless of how strong he was, just his eyesight and intellect alone were enough to prove that he wasn't an ordinary man. Let's see what powerful trump cards Yunjing has. Tu Yi said as he squinted his eyes. Rumble. On the fighting stage, thunderous booms could be heard, and the shockwaves from the fight could be felt everywhere. The fighting stage below the stage had cracks all over it. It was certain that after this fight, the fighting stage would be destroyed. And this was because the two of them were fighting in the sky. If they were fighting on the fighting stage would have already been turned into ashes. This was a fight between two of the strongest warriors of the Nangong family. Just the shockwaves and aura emitted from the fight were enough to suffocate the onlookers. They could only look up to this kind of power. Rumble. Another muffled explosion was heard. Both of them had exchanged another attack, and both of them were pushed back a few dozen meters. Once again they were equally matched. Yunfan, if this goes on, it's going to be hard for us to decide the winner, said Nangong Yunjing. However, his eyes were glowing with a strange light, as if he had a card up his sleeve. I think Nangong Yunjing got this source of combat strength talisman from the Profound River Palace. It looks like the Profound River Palace has spent a lot in order to get your Nangong family's treasure, Jiang Chen said. His words immediately attracted many surprised gazes from the crowd, including Tu Yi. None of them dared to look down on this ordinary-looking young man anymore, because none of them had ever heard of this source of combat strength talisman before. However, this young man seemed to know everything about it. How could they not be shocked? Nangong Yunjing used the source of combat strength talisman to double his combat power. Uncle is going to lose for sure. Jiang Chen shook his head and said. Yunfan, just admit defeat. Tu Yi shouted toward the fighting stage. Judging from the current situation, Nangong Yunfan was going to lose for sure. Therefore, it was better for him to just admit defeat and save himself some injuries. In the sky, Nangong Yunfan's expression kept changing. This match was extremely important, and if he lost he would have to fight the third match, and the Nangong family would have a very slim chance of winning. However, if he fought with his life on the line, it would be meaningless as it would only cause him unnecessary injuries. Nangong Yunjing, whose combat power had doubled, was not someone he could handle. At this moment, Nangong Yunfan was caught in a dilemma. Uncle, admitting defeat is the best choice. It's meaningless to fight with your life on the line, Jiang Chen said. Even if Nangong Yunfan admitted defeat, he wouldn't think that Nangong Yunfan was a coward. After all, Nangong Yunfan's status was different. He was not only representing himself, but also the entire Nangong family. He was the leader of the Nangong family, and if something bad happened to him, the entire Nangong family would collapse, and the Nangong family would fall into an unprecedented panic. At that time, Nangong Yunjing would be able to take over the Nangong family and become the new leader. Since he was going to lose anyway, there was no need for him to take any risks. Nangong Wenyan had already won the first match, and there was still the third match. Buzz, waves of airwaves rolled out. Nangong Yunjing's aura was getting stronger and stronger, and he had completely suppressed Nangong Yunfan. Dad, just admit defeat, I promise I will win the third match. Nangong Wenyan said to Nangong Yunfan through divine sense. Leader, just admit defeat, it's not shameful. That's right, the opponent cheated. This kind of battle is meaningless. All the members of the Nangong family began to shout out. To Nangong Yunfan, this battle was already unfair. His opponent had used the source of combat strength talisman, which was already considered as cheating. If he continued to fight when the gap between him and his opponent was already too wide, it would not be brave, it would be stupid. Sigh. Nangong Yunfan let out a heavy sigh and said helplessly, I admit defeat. After saying that, Nangong Yunfan put away the huge sword in his hand, turned around and returned to the Nangong family's camp. Ha! Nangong Yunjing burst into laughter. He quickly retracted his aura and returned to his own camp. He had no reason to be unhappy. As long as he won today's match, he would be considered to have won. Because for the third match he had invited a famous person. With Nangong Yunfan's ability he could only ask Tu-yi to help him. Although Tu-yi the thousand-hand butcher was quite famous, compared to the person Nangong Yunfan invited, there was still a huge gap between them. Nangong Yunfan's expression darkened. He had lost this match in such a stupid way. Dad, don't be discouraged. Eldest uncle cheated, he couldn't do anything about it. Nangong Wendian comforted his father. We've lost the second match and the third match is about to begin. I'm afraid it's going to be tough. I wonder what kind of person Nangong Yunjing invited. Nangong Yunfan furrowed his brows. His face was filled with worry. If there's really no other way, let me participate in the third match. Even if I have to sacrifice my old bones, I won't let them win. Tu-yi unleashed his energy and said, Dad, let little Qinzi participate in the third match. Nangong Wenyan said, Wenyan, this is a crucial match, you can't joke about it. Liang Zhui said with a frown on his face. Although his impression of Jiang Chen had changed a lot, asking Jiang Chen to represent the Nangong family in the third match was just a joke. Sect Elder Liang Jiang Chen has broken through to the early combat soul realm, and he was able to kill mid-combat soul warriors when he was still a divine core warrior. With his current cultivation, unless a combat king warrior is here, no one can be his match. Nangong Wendian said with a serious expression. He had the utmost confidence in Jiang Chen. His words caused everyone to throw their glances at Jiang Chen. Although they doubted Nangong Wendian's words, they believed that Nangong Wendian wouldn't joke around with the future of the family. But, an early combat soul warrior fighting a late combat soul warrior, wasn't that a bit ridiculous? Was there really such a monstrous genius in this world? Let's see who our opponent is. Tu-yi said. To put it bluntly, they still didn't have any confidence in Jiang Chen. In their minds, Jiang Chen was just an outsider. On the other side, Nangong Yunjing had retracted his energy. He turned to Nangong Yunfan and said with a loud voice, Yunfan, you've won one and lost one of the previous two matches. Now we're going to proceed to the third match, and just like what we agreed before, you'll have to find your own helper for the third match. I don't care who your helper is, my helper is about to enter the arena. The smile on Nangong Yunjing's face was like a blooming flower. That helper would definitely win the third match, and no one from the Nangong family would be his match. Young lady Wu Ningzhu, please show yourself. Nangong Yunjing shouted toward the sky. After that, a black figure appeared from afar, and in just a few blinks, it arrived above the Nangong family and landed on the fighting stage. When people's gazes landed on that black figure, they couldn't help but cry out in surprise. That woman's figure was extremely hot, and her black clothes made her look even more alluring. Her exquisite figure was simply the most perfect proportion. Just this figure alone was enough to make all the men in the world spurt out blood. The woman had long black hair that flowed like a waterfall, and her face was covered by a black veil, revealing her delicate facial features. Heavens, it's the profound river palace's holy maiden Wu Ningzhu. How are we going to fight this match? Nangong Yunjing actually invited the #1 genius among the southern continent's younger generation. Although Wu Ningzhu is still young, she has already broken through to the late combat soul realm, and is known as the #1 warrior below the combat king realm. I heard that not long ago, during the incident in the Dancing Sun City, Wu Ningzhu fought against 3 great guardians of the Demon King Palace alone, and she didn't fall into a disadvantageous position. None of us from the Nangong family are her match. We're finished, we're all finished. Wu Ningzhu is invincible. Even if Elder 2E were to fight her, I don't think he could last more than 10 strikes. Chapter 4:14. Everyone was shocked, even Jiang Chen. He never expected that the third opponent would be Wu Ningzhu. Back in the Dancing Sun City, he could be considered as Wu Ningzhu's savior. That day when he hid his identity and left in a low-profile manner, Jiang Chen never thought that he would have any contact with Wu Ningzhu again. He didn't even care about the battle between the Profound River Palace and the Demon King Palace. He was just waiting for the Nangong family's matter to settle, then he would return to the Eastern continent. After all, he was just a passerby in the Southern continent. Unfortunately, God's plans superseded his own. Today he met Wu Ningzhu again, the famous #1 genius of the Southern continent. With Wu Ningzhu's eyesight, as long as he fought, she would definitely be able to see through his identity. However, if he didn't fight, no one from the Nangong family would be a match for Wu Ningzhu. This was God's will. How could it be Wu Ningzhu? It's over, the Nangong family has lost all hope. Nangong Yunfan's expression darkened. As the family leader of the Nangong family, he knew better than anyone else how frightening Wu Ningzhu was. This peerless genius of the Profound River Palace had fully matured, and someone like 2E was no match for her. Sigh. If it's the Profound River Palace's holy maiden, there's basically no need for us to fight the third match. With my strength, I'm afraid I won't be able to withstand more than 10 strikes from her. 2E sighed. Although he had a powerful cultivation base, he knew his own limits. He knew the gap between him and Wu Ningzhu, and judging from the current situation, the Nangong family was bound to lose. Dad, Elder 2, it doesn't matter. Let Jiang Chen fight. Only Jiang Chen has a chance of defeating Wu Ningzhu. Nangong Wenyan said. He had blind confidence in Jiang Chen. Anyone who understood Jiang Chen would also have blind confidence in him. Furthermore, what happened in the Dancing Sun City not long ago, where a young man in white faced heavenly tribulation in front of everyone and killed 3 great guardians of the Demon King Palace, had spread across the entire southern continent. Therefore, the Nangong family wasn't surprised by this. However, Nangong Wenyan had been in secluded cultivation recently, so he hadn't heard about this. If not, he would have known that the young man in white was Jiang Chen. If there was someone in this world who could attract heavenly tribulation at the combat soul realm, it would be Jiang Chen. Nangong Yunfan, 2E, and the others all remained silent. Asking an early combat soul warrior to fight Wu Ningzhu was simply a joke. His opponent was Wu Ningzhu, the #1 genius of the Profound River Palace, and no ordinary late combat soul warrior could compare with her. No matter how much of a genius Jiang Chen was, his talent was at most on par with Wu Ningzhu's. But there was a huge gap between their cultivation bases, and there was no way he could overcome this gap. Wenyan, our opponent is Wu Ningzhu. Although nephew Jiang Chen has some abilities, there is no way he can be a match for Wu Ningzhu. Nangong Yunfan shook his head. Yunfan, have you finished your discussion? Let's not waste any more time. I really want to know what kind of helper you found to fight against the Profound River Palace's holy maiden. On the opposite side, Nangong Yunjing said with a loud voice. All the people from his family had bright smiles on their faces. There was basically nothing that could be compared to this battle. There was no one in the Nangong family who could fight against Wu Ningzhu. Chief Nangong, I don't have much time, Wu Ningzhu said. Her voice was like the sound of nature, but no one from the Nangong family was in the mood to enjoy it. Dad, let Jiang Chen fight unless you can find someone more suitable. Nangong Wenyan became anxious as well. Nangong Yunfan and 2E looked at each other, then both of them sighed. Finally, they threw their glances at Jiang Chen. Nephew Jiang Chen will be relying on you for this last fight. If you're not a match for Wu Ningzhu, don't force yourself. Safety first. Nangong Yunfan said. Don't worry, uncle, Jiang Chen knows what he's doing. Jiang Chen bowed toward Nangong Yunfan. Little Chinzi, I believe in you. Nangong Wenyan patted Jiang Chen's shoulder. He would only be relieved if Jiang Chen fought in the third fight. Jiang Chen nodded, then with a sway of his body, he jumped onto the fighting stage and stood opposite of Wu Ningzhu. Wenyan, can you do it? Liang Zhui couldn't help but ask. Don't worry, I can't do it without him. Nangong Wenyan said confidently. Nangong Wentian's confidence was the reason why Nangong Yunfan and Tu Yi decided to let Jiang Qin fight. They didn't believe in Jiang Qin, but they believed that Nangong Wentian wouldn't harm their family. Besides, apart from Tu Yi, they couldn't find anyone else to help them. With Tu Yi's strength, it wouldn't make any difference if he fought against Wu Ningzhu. Letting Jiang Qin fight was like trying to save a dead horse. Who is this guy? I've never seen him before. Why did Nangong Yunfan find such a helper? A man from Nangong Yunjing's group looked at Jiang Qin on the fighting stage and said with a surprised expression, "This guy is only an early combat soul warrior. What kind of joke is Nangong Yunfan trying to pull? If he's going to give up, he should just admit defeat. There's no need to find someone like this, it's disrespectful to the holy maiden." Nangong Yunjing nearly burst out laughing. He had expected Tu Yi to fight in the third fight, but a young man he had never seen before had suddenly appeared. What was going on? Did Nangong Yunfan really think an early combat soul young man could defeat the Profound River Palace's holy maiden? This was ridiculous. Not only them, even the members of the Nangong family were shocked. Although they didn't have much hope for the third match after seeing Wu Ningzhu, they still felt that it was a joke when they saw a young man on the fighting stage. No way, who is this guy? Why is he representing the Nangong family in the third fight? Can he really do it? His opponent is Wu Ningzhu. He's someone young master brought back, and I heard he's a friend of the young master. Don't tell me he's a helper hired by the young master? Helper? This is ridiculous. I'm afraid Wu Ningzhu could crush him to death with just one finger. So, looks like the Nangong family has given up. Even if he has given up, he can't just find someone like this to fight in the third fight. This is simply damaging the image of the Nangong family. Even if Elder Tu Yi loses in the end, it'll still be an honorable defeat. Let's wait and see. Since the Nangong family has asked this guy to fight in the third fight, perhaps he really does have some powerful abilities. The people from the Nangong family became restless. For all of them, Jiang Qin was a stranger. They had never heard of this young man before. They knew he was just a friend young master brought back, and he was only a combat soul warrior. How could he be qualified to fight Wu Ningzhu? At this moment, the scene on the battle stage was completely different. After Jiang Qin appeared, Wu Ningzhu's eyes that were as bright as the stars immediately fell on his body. After that, she started sizing him up. "Miss Wu, looks like you've fully recovered from your injuries," Jiang Qin said with a smile on his face. Hearing this, Wu Ningzhu's expression instantly changed. She immediately confirmed Jiang Qin's identity. "It's you?" Wu Ningzhu's voice was filled with shock. Her beautiful eyes were staring at Jiang Qin's face. It was her biggest regret that she wasn't able to see this young man's face that day. Now that she had met him, she really didn't expect him to be so handsome. "That's right, it's me." Jiang Qin nodded his head. At this point, there was no need for him to hide his identity anymore. With Wu Ningzhu's eyesight, she should be able to recognize him at first glance. "Ningzhu, thanks young master for saving my life that day. I never thought I'd be able to meet young master again." Wu Ningzhu slightly bowed toward Jiang Qin, expressing her gratitude for what he had done that day. She was very clear about what happened that day. The Dancing Sun City had been completely locked down, and if it wasn't for this young man in front of her, the entire city would have been destroyed. Her father and family would have been killed by those beasts, and she herself would have been captured by the Demon King Palace as well. Even if she didn't die, she would definitely be humiliated. Therefore, no matter how arrogant Wu Ningzhu was, she would never forget Jiang Qin's kindness. Ever since that day, his figure had been deeply imprinted in her heart. Wu Ningzhu's voice wasn't loud, but it was loud enough for everyone to hear. What's going on? Why is Wu Ningzhu thanking him? Why is she being so polite to him? Wu Ningzhu wants to thank him for saving her life? I remember now. Dozens of days ago, when the Demon King Palace attacked the Dancing Sun City, a young man dressed in white appeared out of nowhere and faced heavenly tribulation in the city. He killed 3 guardians of the Demon King Palace in a row. So it was him. Oh heavens, it's him. The hero that the Profound River Palace has been searching for all this time is actually in the Nangong family. We were really blind before this. He's able to kill the guardians of the Demon King Palace and attract heavenly tribulation. He's an incredible monster. Everyone became excited. Obviously, they had all recalled what had happened in the Dancing Sun City not long ago. When they looked at the young man's clothes, they realized that he was exactly the same as the rumors said. An existence who could attract heavenly tribulation at the combat soul realm. He was a peerless monster. Aha, so it's nephew Jiang Qin. I'm such an old fool, I didn't expect this. Amazing, truly amazing. With nephew Jiang Chen's help, the Nangong family will definitely be safe. Nangong Yunfan suddenly burst into laughter. I never thought this would happen. That peerless monster has been hiding in our Nangong family all this time. It looks like we've all neglected him. This is a true genius. Wu Ningzhu owes Jiang Chen a favor, and today's battle is really beneficial to us. Tui suddenly felt relaxed, and the way he looked at Jiang Chen had become serious. Liang Zhui and all the upper echelons of the Nangong family were looking at Jiang Chen with different expressions. Although they didn't experience what happened in the Dancing Sun City, they had heard a lot about it. Someone was facing heavenly tribulation at the Combat Soul Realm, and it was impossible for them not to know about it. Dad, what are you talking about? How did little Qinzi know Wu Ningzhu? Nangong Wenyan was puzzled. Chapter 4:15. Nangong Wenyan had a confused expression on his face. He had no idea what had happened, but judging from the drastic change in everyone's attitude toward Jiang Chen, even an idiot could tell that Jiang Chen had done something incredible, and now, even the profound River Palace's holy maiden had to thank him in front of everyone. Wenyan, you've been in secluded cultivation for the past few days, so of course you don't know what happened in the southern continent. A young man dressed in white suddenly appeared, and he killed a superpower from the demon race, the Demon Palace, all by himself. On the same day, the Wu family held their ancestral worshipping ceremony, and Wu Ningzhu was there in person, along with the 4 great guardians of the Demon King Palace. They led a huge group of demon beasts from the Demon King Palace and locked down the entire Dancing Sun City, wanting to slaughter everyone in the city. Right at that moment, that young man dressed in white struck again, and he faced his heavenly tribulation in the sky above the Dancing Sun City, killing 3 great guardians of the Demon King Palace, and repelling tens of thousands of demon beasts all by himself. He was hailed as a hero, and the profound River Palace has been looking for that young man, but they couldn't find any trace of him. Who would have thought that such a peerless genius and great hero had been hiding in our Nangong family all this time? Nangong Yunfan told Nangong Wenyan everything that had happened in the Dancing Sun City. He was extremely excited as he didn't have any confidence in Jiang Chen before, but after knowing who he was, his attitude had instantly changed. Furthermore, Nangong Yunfan felt a sense of shame. The great hero that the southern continent was looking for had always been by his side, and he had neglected him. Haha. Nangong Wenyan burst into laughter upon hearing this. Wenyan, what are you laughing at? Tui asked. Dad, Elder Tu, do you even need to ask? If I knew about this, I would know that it was little Qinzi who did it. I can tell you with absolute confidence that little Qinzi is the strongest genius I've ever seen in this world. If there's someone who can face a heavenly tribulation at the Combat Soul Realm, that person would definitely be Jiang Chen. Nangong Wenyan said. Although his words sounded exaggerated, it was the truth. The members of the Nangong clan had no idea about Jiang Chen's achievements in the eastern continent. If they did, they wouldn't be so shocked. Wenyan, do you mean that Jiang Chen can defeat Wu Ningzhu? As far as I know, when Jiang Chen killed the 3 great protectors, he used the heavenly tribulation to attack and did not reveal his own strength. Wu Ningzhu is not easy to deal with. Tui was still a little worried. Don't worry, Elder Tuesday. If they really fight, even 2 Wu Ningzhu won't be a match for Jiang Chen. But, judging from their expressions, I don't think it'll be easy for them to fight. This guy is really lucky, he just came to the southern continent, and he's already hooked up with the prettiest girl. Nangong Wentian said he felt extremely proud to have such a brother. This white-robed young man is the same young man from the Dancing Sun City? What a coincidence. Nangong Yunjing's expression darkened. I'm afraid this is going to be troublesome. This kid is Wu Ningzhu's savior, how are we going to fight this battle? The people around him were also feeling gloomy. Don't worry, Wu Ningzhu was sent here by the palace chief of the profound River Palace, she will definitely fight. Nangong Yunjing said. On the fighting stage, after Wu Ningzhu thanked Jiang Chen, she immediately gave Jiang Chen a flirtatious glance with her bright eyes. What the hell, she's seducing me? Jiang Chen shuddered. This pair of eyes was really captivating. In terms of beauty and body, this Wu Ningzhu was on par with Yan Qinyu, but she was more charming and feminine and men couldn't stand it. Wu Ningzhu's eyes shone brightly. Hee, I didn't expect Benefactor to be so young. Big sister thanks you again for what you did that day. May I know why little brother is here in the Nangong family? Wu Ningzhu giggled. The way she addressed Jiang Chen as little brother caused Jiang Chen to stagger, nearly causing him to fall down from the sky. Those who were familiar with Wu Ningzhu knew that this high and mighty saintess was usually a serious person. But today she actually teased Jiang Chen. Her temperament was very different from before. It looked like Jiang Chen's charm was really extraordinary. "I'm here to fight for my friend. Big sister, do you think we should still fight?" Jiang Chen said with a smile on his face. "Although you've saved my life, I'm here today because of the palace chief's order. Therefore I have to fight. Besides, Big Sister also wants to know how strong a peerless genius who can attract heavenly tribulation at the combat soul realm is. If I'm not mistaken, you used the heavenly tribulation to kill the 3 great guardians of the Demon King Palace. Since that's the case, let Big Sister witness your true abilities. Don't worry, I'll be gentle when I attack." Wu Ningzhu once again gave Jiang Chen a flirtatious glance. She had completely changed her cold attitude, and when she saw Jiang Chen again, she became more talkative. God damn it, this bastard actually let Wu Ningzhu talk to him so much, and she seems to be very happy about it. The Profound River Palace's holy maiden is a proud and arrogant woman, and she has never been interested in any man. I never thought she would change so much today, and even reveal her flirtatious side. I'm so jealous. That guy is so lucky. I really want to go up there and leave a big footprint on his face. This is called charm. What do you know? No matter how arrogant Wu Ningzhu is, she is still a woman. Right at this moment, any man would be jealous of Jiang Chen. Being able to make Wu Ningzhu smile was the dream of many men. Alright, I also want to see if the #1 genius of the southern continent is worthy of his title. Jiang Chen said with an indifferent tone. Both he and Wu Ningzhu had a good impression of each other. However, since he had broken through to the combat soul realm, he really wanted to see how strong this #1 genius of the southern continent was. This was a battle between geniuses, and only geniuses could attract other geniuses. "Come, little brother." Wu Ningzhu's eyes lit up. With a wave of her hand, 7 bright flowers immediately appeared. These flowers were condensed by Wu Ningzhu using her yuan energy, and they looked extremely beautiful. "Go." Wu Ningzhu gently opened her mouth, then the 7 petals flew toward Jiang Chen. Wherever they went, they would cause strong gusts of wind. Each of the petals carried a sweet fragrance, and they looked extremely beautiful. Amazing. Jiang Chen couldn't help but praise. Not only did Wu Ningzhu's attack contain a strong offensive power, the fragrance emitted from the petals was also able to confuse one's mind, causing one to be immersed in a beautiful feeling. In a battle like this, losing one's concentration for a short moment could be fatal. Wu Ningzhu was an extremely frightening opponent, and any slight carelessness would lead to death. However, Jiang Chen had a firm mind, and he wasn't even afraid of the great illusion realm, let alone this little charm skill. Roar! Jiang Chen unleashed his energy, then he waved his hand and unleashed 3 silver-white flood dragons. Each of these flood dragons were extremely powerful, and they looked just like real dragons. They coiled around each other and dashed forward. Clang, 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 the flood dragon collided with the 7 petals, producing a metallic sound. The 7 petals were incomparably powerful, but they still couldn't withstand the attack of the 9 murdering flood dragons. After the 7 petals were completely destroyed, there was still a tyrannical flood dragon that didn't lose its momentum and rushed toward Wu Ningzhu. So strong. Wu Ningzhu's eyes trembled, and her expression changed dramatically. She had always thought that Jiang Chen had only killed the Demon King Palace's guardian with the help of heavenly tribulation, and as for his true strength, how strong could a man who had just broken through to the combat soul realm be? Only now did she truly feel how frightening Jiang Chen was. Chapter 416. Jiang Chen obtained the 9 murdering flood dragons by accident, but after absorbing the flood dragon's blood essence, he was able to unleash the full potential of the 9 murdering flood dragons, turning it into one of his strongest attacks. With his current condition, he was able to unleash the 4th or even the 5th attack of the 9 murdering flood dragons. However, to deal with Wu Ningzhu, using 3 flood dragons was more than enough, as Jiang Chen didn't want to hurt Wu Ningzhu. Facing the huge flood dragon, Wu Ningzhu's reaction was extremely fast. With a flash of light, a black guqin appeared in her hand. With a flick of her jade-like hands, a string of musical notes drifted out, slicing the flood dragon into pieces. "Little brother, looks like I've underestimated you. With just an early combat soul cultivation base, you're actually able to gain the upper hand when fighting me. You're indeed a monster who attracted heavenly tribulation at the combat soul realm. I, Wu Ningzhu, have never seen someone like you before. However, since I'm here on a mission, I won't be polite with you. Take my illusionary zither melody," Wu Ningzhu said. Wonder Hand Thousand Tune Wu Ningzhu, you're indeed good at playing the zither. Let me see how powerful your illusionary zither melody is. Jiang Qin said in an imposing manner. With his current cultivation base, it was very difficult to find a worthy opponent below the Combat King realm. Even a genius like Wu Ningzhu wasn't worthy of his attention. However, being able to fight with the #1 genius of the southern continent, and also the #1 beauty of the southern continent, made Jiang Qin feel really good. Buzz. The void trembled. As Wu Ningzhu's jade-like hands danced in the air, one after another, strange musical notes shot out from the zither. These musical notes emitted multicolored light waves, and each of them had a different color as if they were filled with magic. In the blink of an eye, the entire sky above the Nangong family was covered by the musical notes, as if they had fallen into a sea of musical notes. Sure enough, it was like 1,000 illusions in a dream, shocking everyone. Miraculous Hand Thousandton's reputation is well deserved. It's said that her zither music is extremely pleasant to listen to, but it's also extremely lethal. Look at how beautiful these musical notes are. However, if you fall into that ocean of musical notes, I'm afraid that you'll die without a doubt. Of course, the #1 genius of the Profound River Palace is no joke. Wu Ningzhu's illusionary zither melody is very difficult to find a worthy opponent below the Combat King realm. I heard that even some of the highly respected elders of the Profound River Palace are no match for her. That's right. The 8 great guardians of the Demon King Palace are extremely powerful. If it's a one-on-one battle, none of them would be a match for Wu Ningzhu. I heard that 3 great guardians couldn't defeat Wu Ningzhu even when they joined hands. Later on, it was the 4 of them who joined hands to put Wu Ningzhu in a dangerous situation. Luckily, Jiang Qin resolved the crisis at the last moment. Who do you think will win? It's hard to say. Although Wu Ningzhu is still young, she's already a late combat soul warrior, and her illusionary zither melody is so dreamy and mesmerizing. As for that Jiang Qin, he is even more terrifying. Although he's only an early combat soul warrior, he has attracted heavenly tribulation. A monster like him is one of a kind. During the battle just now, he was able to gain the upper hand, and any random attack he unleashed was enough to force Wu Ningzhu to use her zither to defend against it. I'm guessing this Jiang Qin has even more terrifying skills up his sleeves. I think he might be able to defeat Wu Ningzhu today, and create a legend among the younger generation of the southern continent. Many people were paying close attention to this match. Many of them had high hopes for Jiang Qin. Although Jiang Qin had just broken through to the combat soul realm, he was someone who had killed 3 great guardians of the Demon King Palace all by himself. Furthermore, during the battle just now, it was obvious that Jiang Qin had gained the upper hand. High up in the sky, colorful lights could be seen everywhere, and beautiful musical notes could be heard, causing those who heard them to feel intoxicated. However, these beautiful musical notes had a completely different feeling when they entered Jiang Qin's ears. Since Jiang Qin was the target of Wu Ningzhu's attacks, not only did these musical notes carry a great deal of damage to him, they also seriously affected his mind. If he wasn't careful, he would be struck by them. However, Wu Ningzhu's opponent today was Jiang Qin, so the illusionary zither melody was destined to be useless. Facing the colorful musical notes that blotted out the sky, a smile emerged on Jiang Qin's face. With a sway of his body, he forcefully waved both of his hands, unleashing the 9 murdering flood dragons once again. Roar! This time Jiang Qin directly unleashed 5 silver flood dragons. The flood dragons danced in the sky, emitting earth-shattering roars as they charged towards the ocean of musical notes in front of them. Clang, clang, clang! The blade-like musical notes collided with the huge body of the flood dragons, emitting clanging sounds and creating a large number of sparks. On the opposite side, Wu Ningzhu's hands fluttered like a beautiful dance, like a group of butterflies fluttering in the air. The densely packed musical notes were truly terrifying. Clang, clang, clang! The dancing flood dragons and the flying musical notes collided continuously. The battle between the two fell into a stalemate, and it was difficult to determine the victor for a while. Jiang Qin's face was relaxed and satisfied, as if he wasn't fighting at the moment, but playing around. On the opposite side, the shock in Wu Ningzhu's eyes became more and more intense. This was because as she continued to attack with the illusionary zither melody, she was incomparably shocked to find that her musical notes had no effect on Jiang Qin's mind at all. Only the powerful attacking power of the musical notes was fighting against the flood dragons. How can this guy's mind be so firm? Wu Ningzhu felt like coughing up blood. Her illusionary zither melody had never failed before, and the most frightening thing about it wasn't its killing power, but its ability to affect the opponent's mind. When Wu Ningzhu unleashed the illusionary zither melody, even the elders of the profound river palace would be affected by it. However, this young man in front of her seemed to be completely fine. This really shocked Wu Ningzhu. "That elder too, did you see that? Jiang Qin is dealing with Wu Ningzhu with such ease. He's just playing with a beauty, and as long as he wants to, he can defeat Wu Ningzhu in the next second." Nangong Wentian said with a prideful expression. This was the person whom he had recommended with all his might. Nephew Jiang Qin is indeed a peerless genius. Even I have to admit that Wu Ningzhu is no match for nephew Jiang Qin. Nangong Wentian nodded his head. With his eyesight, he could easily tell that Wu Ningzhu had unleashed her trump card, the illusionary zither melody, while Jiang Qin had only unleashed one attack, and he hadn't even taken out his combat weapon yet. This is really shocking. I can't believe there's such a peerless genius in this world. I've truly underestimated him. Tui sighed. Me too. Such a young hero, it's our Nangong family's fortune that Wentian is able to befriend someone like him. Jiang Chen's future is limitless. Liang Jure, who was standing at the side, couldn't help but praise Jiang Chen. He thought back to the first time he met Jiang Chen, and how he mocked and ridiculed him. Instantly, his face turned red and he wanted to slap himself in the face. With his current strength, if he were to fight against Jiang Chen, he would definitely be killed in an instant. That day, Jiang Chen didn't argue with him, which was giving him a lot of face. All of a sudden, the musical notes in the air stopped, and the floating colors disappeared as well. Wu Ningzhu stood still with her zither in her hand and stopped her attacks. Jiang Chen stopped attacking as well. With a calm expression, he stared at Wu Ningzhu. He had no idea what this little girl was going to do next. "What's wrong? Why did you stop? I don't think there's a winner yet, right?" "I don't know." The spectators were all taken aback. They didn't know why Wu Ningzhu suddenly stopped attacking. "Little brother, your sister admits defeat," Wu Ningzhu said. This was the first time in her life that she admitted defeat, but Wu Ningzhu knew very well that she had already lost. She knew it even better than all the spectators. As long as her zither music couldn't affect Jiang Chen's mind, she had already lost, and there was no point in continuing the fight. "What?" Nangong Yunjing cried out in shock. He felt he was staggering and couldn't stand steadily. After that, he threw a glance at Jiang Qin, his eyes filled with hatred. All the plans he had painstakingly arranged had failed because of this young man's appearance. How could he accept this result? "Oh my God," Wu Ningzhu admitted defeat. "This is unbelievable. This is the first time this invincible holy maiden admitted defeat." Everyone was shocked. Wu Ningzhu admitted defeat. This was unbelievable. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, no one would believe it. Jiang Chen was startled as well. He didn't expect this holy maiden to be so straightforward. She knew she was going to lose, so she admitted defeat right away. She didn't even care about her reputation as a holy maiden. This kind of attitude made Jiang Chen's impression of Wu Ningzhu rise to another level. "However, although your sister has admitted defeat, I still want to taste the feeling of being defeated. Little brother, let's have one last attack. I hope you can use the sword you used that day to fight against my zither. It might be helpful to your sister," Wu Ningzhu said again. She could still vividly remember the miraculous giant sword she saw in the Dancing Sun City. If she could be defeated by that sword today, it would be a glorious defeat. Perhaps she might even gain some unimaginable benefits during the process of defeat. Wu Ningzhu's eyes lit up. "Fine, but if I win, can you take off your veil and let me see your true face?" Jiang Qin agreed without hesitation, but he had one condition. When facing the prettiest girl in the southern continent, any man would have the desire to take off her veil and see her true face. "No, no man can take off my veil." Wu Ningzhu's tone suddenly turned sharp. After that, she floated her zither in front of her, and the sound waves once again drifted toward Jiang Chen. "I, your father, specialize in dealing with all kinds of unwillingness. If you don't want to take off your veil, then I'll do it myself." A faint smile appeared on Jiang Chen's face. With a wave of his arm, the heavenly saint sword appeared with a bright flash. Chapter 417. Fast. It was too fast. Everyone could only see a ray of light rushing past, leaving a mark in the sea of musical notes. Clang. The originally rapid music came to an abrupt stop, and a sonorous sound rang out. Wu Ningzhu turned pale with fright. She didn't need to lower her head to know that her string had broken. Swoosh. In the next moment, Wu Ningzhu felt a cold light flash past her face. The cold light was extremely sharp and she couldn't avoid it. It was only at this moment that Wu Ningzhu truly saw how terrifying Jiang Chen was. It turned out that she wasn't on the same level as him at all. She was sure that if he wanted to, he could cut off her head with this sword. However, when the cold light disappeared, the figure in front of her also disappeared. In the next moment, all the musical notes disappeared. Jiang Chen returned to his original position with the long sword in his hand. The whole process was completed in an instant. It was too fast. Jiang Chen stood at the place where he had attacked as if he hadn't left at all. However, on the opposite side, Wu Ningzhu's zither had a string broken in the middle. The string was made of the strongest material and was very difficult to break. However, it was easily broken into two by Jiang Chen, and this was nothing. The veil on Wu Ningzhu's face seemed to be blown by the wind. It slowly slid down, and a pair of exquisite and impeccable beauty was completely revealed to the world. "Ah!" Wu Ningzhu exclaimed. Only then did she recall the cold light that had appeared on her face. It turned out that the cold light had cut off her veil, but it hadn't hurt her skin. Such swordsmanship required superb skills. However, at this moment, Wu Ningzhu wasn't in the mood to worship that sword. All her thoughts were on her veil. "He actually removed my veil. A man actually removed my veil." Wu Ningzhu's. Wu Ningzhu stood rooted to the ground, muttering to herself as if she had received a great shock. At this moment, the entire Nangong family was strangely silent. Everyone's eyes were wide open as they stared at the beautiful face. It was definitely a face so beautiful that it could take one's breath away, just like a painting. She had bright eyes and white teeth. Her lips were red even though they weren't lipstick. Her fair complexion was as lustrous as pearls and jade. Such a woman's lethality was too strong. So beautiful, as expected of the #1 beauty of the southern continent. She's too beautiful. There's actually such a stunning woman in this world. It's worth it to be able to see her face once. It is said that no man has ever removed Wu Ningzhu's veil. Today it has been removed by this young man in white. I wonder what will happen next. Some people began to discuss in low voices, while others continued to stare at Wu Ningzhu in a daze. Even Jiang Chen couldn't help but praise her from the bottom of his heart. Any man who could obtain a woman like her would be the greatest success and pride of his life. Wu Ningzhu's expression kept changing. It was obvious that Jiang Chen's removal of her veil had a great impact on her. After a long time, Wu Ningzhu finally reacted. She raised her eyes and stared at Jiang Chen without blinking. Her eyes contained many different meanings and were extremely complicated. "You are the first man to remove my veil," Wu Ningzhu said calmly. "Just treat it as a reward for my victory. Lady Wu, you are indeed an outstanding beauty. Even I can't help but be moved by your beauty," Jiang Chen said. Are you moved?" Wu Ningzhu hurriedly said. A hint of desire could be seen in her eyes. Jiang Chen was startled by Wu Ningzhu's words, and his brain instantly short-circuited. What did this girl mean by asking such a question? Suddenly, Jiang Chen regretted unveiling her veil. He already had Yan Chenyu, and when it came to love, he was an idiot. He didn't have any experience with women. Furthermore, Jiang Chen had only come to the southern continent to help the Nangong family. He had never thought that he would have any interaction with anyone here. Although Wu Ningzhu was extremely beautiful, Jiang Chen was not a lecherous person. Everyone had a desire for beauty. When Jiang Chen removed Wu Ningzhu's veil, he was merely curious. He had no interest in Wu Ningzhu at all. Rumble! Just when Wu Ningzhu was about to say something, a sudden change occurred. An earth-shattering explosion suddenly rang out from the deepest part of the Nangong family. It was an extremely violent movement. Over there, an ancient building was smashed into pieces, sending debris flying everywhere. Nangong Yunfan's expression changed dramatically. He knew that place very well. It was the place where the Nangong family's treasure was kept. What's going on? Nangong Yunfan was shocked. That treasure was protected by the profound sun formation, which made it extremely difficult for anyone to attack it, let alone exploding on its own. This was the first time something like this had happened in the Nangong family's history. The expressions of everyone from the Nangong family changed, especially those who knew about the treasure. Right at this moment, Jiang Chen was even more shocked than the people from the Nangong family. The Heavenly Saint sword in Jiang Chen's hand began to vibrate violently, producing an ear-piercing sword cry. At the same time, Jiang Chen sensed a very familiar aura. It was the aura of the Heavenly Saint sword, a resonance between the sword and the man. There's a third broken part of the Heavenly Saint sword here. Jiang Chen almost cried out in shock. Swoosh! Right at this moment, a thunderous sword cry suddenly sounded out from within the Nangong family. Following that, everyone saw a tens of meters long broken golden sword shoot up into the sky. The broken sword was extremely dazzling, and it looked extremely excited, as if it was a peerless treasure that had been suppressed for a very long time had finally found its master. Swoosh! The heavenly saint sword in Jiang Chen's hand also let out a sharp whistle, which was exactly the same as the broken sword's whistle. In the next moment, the tens of meters long broken sword suddenly shrunk down to only 1 meter long. With a swoosh, it flew next to Jiang Chen and started to circle around Jiang Chen. It seemed like it was very intimate with him. Ha! Jiang Chen burst into laughter. With a thought, the broken sword stopped moving and landed on his palm. At this moment, Jiang Chen's heart was filled with excitement. He would never have thought that he would have such a great harvest on this trip to the southern continent. He had actually found the third broken part of the heavenly saint sword. What surprised Jiang Chen even more was that the treasure of the Nangong family was actually his broken sword. In the past, Jiang Chen had used the 9 solar energies to refine the heavenly saint sword, and this broken sword in front of him was the part that he had refined. With the help of the mystical sun formation, it wasn't strange that it could produce 9 solar holy water. This harvest was truly great. The heavenly saint sword had a total of 7 broken parts, and Jiang Chen had to find them one by one. This trip to the southern continent was really a stroke of luck. What's that? What a mystical broken sword. I don't know, but it's definitely a good treasure. This broken sword came from the Nangong family, so it should belong to the family. How did it end up in Jiang Chen's hands? Many people were shocked. Even Wu Ningzhu's gaze fell onto Jiang Chen's hand. With her wisdom, she could already guess that this broken sword was the treasure of the Nangong family, and it was also one of the reasons why she came here to help Nangong Yunzheng. Dad, this. Nangong Wenyan was shocked as well. Even he didn't expect this to happen. Obviously, the broken sword wasn't snatched by Jiang Chen, it had jumped out of nowhere and landed in Jiang Chen's hand. That's the treasure left behind by the old man, it's the foundation of our Nangong family. We can't let it fall into someone else's hand. Tui was extremely excited. On the other hand, Nangong Yunfan had a calm expression on his face. He stared at Jiang Chen without blinking his eyes. I remember now. Dad, when I first came to the island of ice, little Chinzi found a broken sword like this. It's exactly the same as our Nangong families. The broken sword came to Jiang Chen on its own, as if it had always belonged to him. Nangong Wendian suddenly recalled the scene on the island of ice, and he finally understood why the broken sword jumped out of nowhere. Presumptuous. Put down the broken sword. Right at this moment, Nangong Yunjing shouted at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen glanced at Nangong Yunjing with disdain. The heavenly saint sword was originally his, and now that it was in his hands, not even the god of heaven would be able to take it away. So, the reason you came to our Nangong family is for our family's treasure. Let me tell you, this treasure is the foundation of our Nangong family, don't even think about taking it away. Nangong Yunjing said with a stern expression. What if I insist on taking it away? Can you stop me? Jiang Chen said in an indifferent tone, but his eyes were extremely sharp. Nangong Yunjing's body trembled and he couldn't help but gasp. Only now did he realize how terrifying this young man in front of him was. With his current cultivation, there was no way he could stop him. If this young man really wanted to leave, even if everyone in the Nangong family joined forces, they still wouldn't be able to stop him. Little brother Jiang Chen, please, for one tian's sake, leave the treasure here. Tui said. Hearing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but furrow his brows. There was no way he would leave the heavenly saint sword, but Nangong Wenyan was his brother. If he took the treasure away just like that, how was he going to explain it to Nangong Wenyan? No need. Right at this moment, Nangong Yunfan spoke and everyone's gaze fell onto him. Yunfan, what are you talking about? Nangong Yunjing looked at Nangong Yunfan. When the old master passed away, he left behind his last words. He said that this treasure has its own intelligence and sooner or later, it will find its own master. If one day, it finds a fated man who can move this broken sword, no one from the Nangong family is allowed to stop him. Because of this treasure, the Nangong family has enjoyed hundreds of years of benefits, and this is a gift from the heavens. Everyone here has seen what happened today. It wasn't nephew Jiang Chen who tried to steal our treasure, it was the broken sword that jumped out and looked for nephew Jiang Chen. This has never happened before. Therefore, nephew Jiang Chen is the fated man mentioned by the old master. Taking this broken sword away from us today can be considered a great deed for the Nangong family. Chapter 418. Nangong Yunfan's voice was very loud, so everyone on the scene could hear him clearly. It also let those who were not powerful enough to know that the Nangong family actually had such a treasure hidden away. In other words, the reason why the Nangong family was able to rise so quickly in the past 100 years was because of this treasure. At this moment, many of the younger generation who had once obtained the 9 solar holy water realized that the source of their 9 solar holy water was actually this broken sword. Nangong Yunfan, do you know what you're saying? This is the treasure left behind by father, it's the foundation of our Nangong family. If it's taken away by someone else, how will our Nangong family survive in the southern continent? Nangong Yunjing said with a loud voice. He had schemed and plotted all of this for the sake of becoming the family chief. In order to obtain that treasure, he even told the profound river palace about the treasure, so that he could get their help and ask their holy maiden to help him. However, he never expected that it would be ruined by a young man who came out of nowhere. Not only did he ruin his plan, he even wanted to take away the treasure. How could he accept this? Elder brother, don't be so stubborn. This is the rule left behind by father, and only the family chief can know about it. I don't mind telling you this. I've seen this magical broken sword with my own eyes, and Jiang Qin is the fated person. As the family chief of the Nangong family, I have the right to decide whether this broken sword will stay or not, and I have to follow the rule left behind by father. Nangong Yunfan coldly harumphed, then he cupped his fist toward Jiang Qin and said with a clear voice, Nephew Jiang Qin, this treasure has finally found its home. Even without this treasure, our Nangong family can still stand tall in the southern continent in the future. Don't worry, uncle. I, Jiang Qin, will definitely make up for the loss of our Nangong family. Jiang Qin stood on the fighting stage and bowed toward Nangong Yunfan. Taking away someone else's foundation was indeed immoral, but Jiang Qin had no other choice when it came to the Heavenly Saint Sword. As for the loss of the Nangong family, he would find a way to make it up for it. He would never let the Nangong family fall into decline because of losing this treasure. Bullshit. You want to make up for it? What can you do to make up for the loss of our Nangong family? Nangong Yunjing's eyes had turned red, and he roared at Jiang Qin with a loud voice. Today's result had thrown him into chaos, and all his plans had been ruined. In the future, he would no longer be able to fight for the position of the family chief. Noisy. Jiang Qin's expression turned cold. With a sway of his body, he turned into a trail of light and appeared in front of Nangong Yunjing in the blink of an eye. The cold tip of the Heavenly Saint Sword was pressed against Nangong Yunjing's neck, and the razor-sharp sword beam had pierced through Nangong Yunjing's skin, causing blood to flow out from the tip of the sword. Gasp. Nangong Yunjing gasped. Only now did he regain his composure. The shock in his mind had reached an extreme level. This young man's strength had actually reached such a level. Even with his late combat soul cultivation base, he couldn't react in time. Sensing the cold sword in front of his neck, Nangong Yunjing had no doubt that if this young man wanted to, his head would have already been separated from his body. In other words, he couldn't even withstand a single strike from this young man. What could he use to fight a man like this? Say one more word and I'll kill you. Jiang Qin slowly put away the Heavenly Saint Sword. His tone was extremely cold. Nangong Yunjing felt his throat becoming dry. He wanted to say something, but he didn't have the courage to do so. He believed that this young man in front of him wasn't joking with him. That pair of cold eyes made it seem like they came from the depths of hell. The killing intent unleashed from this young man's body simply belonged to someone who had killed countless people. Nangong Yunjing had no doubt that if he said one more word, this young man would immediately kill him. On the other side, including Nangong Yunfan and 2E, everyone couldn't help but feel their hearts trembling. Only now did they realize how ridiculous they had underestimated this young man. He was simply a peerless genius, and if Jiang Qin wanted to, he could take the broken sword and leave it any time he wanted. Who could stop him? Jiang Qin, I'll be back for you. After saying that, Wu Ningzhu disappeared from the sky above the Nangong family. For her, today's mission was considered a failure, and she didn't want to get involved in the Nangong family's internal affairs. Of course, the conflict between her and Jiang Qin was far from over. Ever since Jiang Qin unveiled her veil, the conflict between the two of them was destined to never end. Looking at the black figure disappearing into the distance, Jiang Qin couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Damn it, why did he remove her veil? But who cares, Daddy will be leaving soon, and I don't think I'll ever have the chance to come to the southern continent again. Let the Profound River Palace and Demon King Palace do whatever they want. Jiang Qin thought to himself. Now that he had solved the problem with the Nangong family, he needed to return to the eastern continent as soon as possible. It was easy for him to come here from the eastern continent, as he could just use the Island of Ice's teleportation formation. However, it wasn't so easy to go back. If Jiang Chen wanted to use the teleportation formation, he would have to find the Island of Ice. The Island of Ice was located deep within the ocean, and it was too far away from here. Therefore, Jiang Chen could only rely on his own speed for this return trip. However, for Jiang Chen, his trip to the southern continent had brought him a huge harvest. Not only had he broken through to the combat soul realm, he had also obtained the third piece of the Heavenly Saint Sword. Let's go. Nangong Yunjing waved his sleeves, then he brought his men and started walking toward the exit of the Nangong family. Since Wu Ningzhu had left, there was no point for them to stay here any longer. Besides, there was a peerless genius here, and if they continued to stay here, they would be the ones suffering the most. Within the Nangong family's main hall, Jiang Chen and Nangong Yunjing were sitting at the head of the hall. In this world where strength was everything, as long as you had the strength, it would mean that you had the status, and you would be respected by everyone. It's all thanks to nephew Jiang Chen's help today. If it wasn't for you, the Nangong family would have been in great danger. Nangong Yunfan once again expressed his gratitude toward Jiang Chen, but he didn't mention anything about the broken sword. Nangong Yunfan was a smart man. He knew that he would never be able to get the broken sword back. Also, with the teachings left behind by the old man, he didn't mind losing the precious sword. Besides, he knew how great Jiang Chen's potential was, and it would only benefit the Nangong family if they could form a good relationship with a man like Jiang Chen. Even if they couldn't form a good relationship with Jiang Chen, they couldn't afford to make an enemy out of a man like Jiang Chen. Brother Nan's matter is my matter, please don't take it to heart, uncle. Jiang Chen said with a smile on his face. Hearing the words "don't take it to heart," the others couldn't help but twitch their mouths. You've taken away the most important thing of the Nangong family, and now you're telling me not to take it to heart? Can you be any more shameless than this? How could Jiang Chen not know what the others were thinking? Actually, he didn't plan to take the broken sword with him. At least, he wanted to leave some benefits for the Nangong family. Jiang Chen flipped his palm and took out a milky white jade bottle. An extremely masculine aura immediately came out from the bottle, causing everyone to feel refreshed. What is this? 9 solar holy water. Liang Jue was the first to exclaim. Everyone present was a high-ranking member of the Nangong family. Over the years, they had all benefited from the 9 solar holy water. Therefore, they were all too familiar with the aura of the 9 solar holy water. The aura coming from the bottle was none other than the aura of the 9 solar holy water. Nephew Jiang Chen, this is? Nangong Yunfan looked at Jiang Chen. That's right, this is a bottle of 9 solar holy water. If we calculate the amount of 9 solar holy water that flowed out from the broken sword in the profound Sun Grand Formation, this bottle of 9 solar holy water is equivalent to the amount of 9 solar holy water that flowed out from the broken sword in the past 100 years. Please accept it as compensation for the loss of the Nangong family. Jiang Chen handed the bottle over to Nangong Yunfan. What? A bottle full of 9 solar holy water? Tui cried out in shock. Everyone else had their eyes wide open and were no longer able to keep their calm. They had no idea how Jiang Chen did it, but the amount of 9 solar holy water that flowed out from the broken sword was equivalent to the amount of 9 solar holy water that flowed out from the Nangong family in the past 100 years. This caused everyone's attitude towards Jiang Chen to change once again. Not only did they no longer feel dissatisfied, they even felt grateful towards Jiang Chen. The reason why the Nangong family hid that treasure was because they wanted to produce 9 solar holy water. Now that they had 100 years worth of 9 solar holy water, it no longer made any sense for them to keep that treasure. As for Jiang Chen, although it was a bit strenuous for him to produce so much 9 solar holy water, it was still an easy task. This third fragment of the Heavenly Saint Sword was the one that he had created using the 9 solar energies in his previous life. It had the ability to absorb the sun qi and transform it into 9 solar holy water. Now that it was in Jiang Chen's hands, for someone like Jiang Chen who had mastered the 9 solar energies, producing some 9 solar holy water was just a matter of consuming his energy. After Jiang Chen obtained the broken sword, he immediately started producing 9 solar holy water. Once he had enough 9 solar holy water, he would be able to take the broken sword with him without any worries. Nephew Jiang Chen's kindness to our Nangong family will never be forgotten. Nangong Yunfan stood up and bowed towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was slightly startled. He immediately took a step forward and bowed towards Nangong Yunfan. If it was someone else, he would be able to accept such a bow. However, the person in front of him was Nangong Wentian's father. For the sake of Nangong Wentian's face, he couldn't accept such a bow. Furthermore, if this person wasn't Nangong Wentian's father, Jiang Chen would be able to take the broken sword and leave with a clear conscience. There would be no need for him to waste so much effort to leave behind 9 solar holy water. Uncle, you don't have to be so polite. Nan and I are brothers who have gone through life and death together. The reason I came here was to help the Nangong family get out of this crisis. Now that the Nangong family's problem has been solved, I won't disturb you any longer. I'm going to leave immediately. Jiang Chen said. Chapter 419. Nephew, you're leaving so soon? Why don't you stay here for a few more days? We've been neglecting you during your stay, and we haven't had the chance to show our hospitality. Hearing that Jiang Chen was leaving, Nangong Yunfan was a bit reluctant. He still wanted to build a good relationship with a genius like Jiang Chen. Dad, little Chinzi has something important to take care of. It's already a rare opportunity for him to come to the southern continent. Now that the Nangong family's problem has been solved, he should go back. Nangong Wentian hastily said. Others might not know about Jiang Chen's situation, but he knew it very well. The current situation in the eastern continent was very unfavorable to him, and the Martial Palace and Martial Saint Dynasty couldn't do without Jiang Chen. As for the Nangong family, it had basically stabilized. After this battle, Nangong Yunjing wouldn't be able to cause any more trouble. As for the Profound River Palace, without the temptation of treasures, they wouldn't interfere in the Nangong family's business. Furthermore, the situation in the southern continent was very tense. The incident at the Demon Palace and the Dancing Sun City had angered the Demon King Palace, and sooner or later, a war with the Profound River Palace would break out. With the Demon King Palace's interference, the Profound River Palace wouldn't have the time to care about the Nangong family's business. Therefore, the Nangong family's situation had stabilized. Even if Jiang Chen stayed, he wouldn't be able to help much. On the other hand, the eastern continent desperately needed Jiang Chen's help. Alright, if that's the case, nephew, I won't keep you any longer. Once you're done with your business, you must come to the Nangong family as a guest. Let me be your host. Nangong Yunfan said. Of course, uncle. Jiang Chen replied with a smile. That night, in Nangong Wentian's courtyard, the two of them were fighting side by side. Little Chinzi, it's all thanks to you. However, I really want to know one thing. Nangong Wentian said. If it's about the broken sword, it's better if you don't ask because I don't know how to answer you. Jiang Chen knew what Nangong Wentian wanted to ask. The broken sword flew out on its own. This was the first time something like this had happened. Adding on the fact that Jiang Chen was able to create so much 9 solar holy water, even an idiot could guess that the relationship between Jiang Chen and the broken sword was not ordinary. All right. Nangong Wentian shrugged. He really wanted to know the relationship between broken sword and Jiang Chen, but since Jiang Chen didn't want to tell him, he didn't ask any more. Little Chinzi, how are you going to get back? Can we still find the teleportation formation we came from? Nangong Wentian asked. No, the bronze plate in my hand can only sense the location of the island of ice. Although the island of ice is constantly moving, it is still within the boundaries of the eastern continent. Therefore, if I want to return, I'll have to fly by myself. Jiang Chen said. That will take a long time. Nangong Wentian furrowed his brows. That's right. With my previous speed, it would take me at least 2 months to get back from the southern continent without any rest. But, now that I've broken through to the combat soul realm, combined with my movement skill, my speed has improved tremendously. With my current speed, I should be able to reach the southern continent in half a month. Jiang Chen said with a smile on his face. He was very confident in his speed. As his cultivation continued to improve, his dimensional shift had become more and more powerful. Although he couldn't unleash its true power before he mastered the dimensional force, this movement skill was still a profound skill, and it could greatly increase his speed. Once Jiang Chen broke through to the Combat King realm, he would be able to unleash the true power of the dimensional shift. Little Chinzi, the Nangong family isn't stable right now, so I won't be accompanying you back. Once everything here is settled, I'll immediately head to the eastern continent to find you. Nangong Wentian said. Alright, you better focus on your cultivation. Once everything in the eastern continent is settled, we'll head to the divine continent. Jiang Chen patted Nangong Wentian's shoulder. Divine continent. Nangong Wentian's face lit up. That was a pure land, located at the center of the Saint Origin realm, the biggest piece of land. It was a place that countless warriors dreamed of visiting. That's right, a man born in this world doesn't seek to live forever, but to shine brightly like a shooting star. There's a more beautiful world out there and we have no reason not to explore it. Our blood will never be extinguished. The divine continent is a place where true warriors gather, and a combat king warrior is nothing to us. Only by working hard will we be able to find a foothold there. Therefore, brother, work hard. Jiang Qin smiled at Nangong Wentian. After that, he turned into a trail of light and disappeared into the night. He had left and started his journey back to the southern continent. Blood, passion, Nangong Wentian don't lack it. Nangong Wentian murmured to himself. Looking at Jiang Qin disappearing into the night, he suddenly felt his blood boiling. He knew that at this moment he had finally set a goal for himself. Nangong Wentian stood under the full moon for a long time, before he turned around and went into seclusion to cultivate. He was clear that with his cultivation and talent he might be considered a genius in the southern continent, but in the divine continent he was nothing. Jiang Qin was on his way back to the eastern continent. He couldn't stop worrying about the situation in the eastern continent, as there were too many enemies there. The Xuanhuan clan and myriad sword sect wouldn't let this go easily. He could only hope that nothing bad would happen while he was away. In fact, Jiang Qin didn't worry about the Xuanhuan clan and myriad sword sect at all. These two superpowers were at most on par with the Nangong family, and with Jiang Qin's current strength, he could easily destroy them. What worried Jiang Qin the most was the martial Saint dynasty. It was a true colossus. Eastern continent, within a special courtyard located in the center of the martial palace, two powerful energies suddenly appeared. They turned into two beams of light that illuminated the night sky. Not long after, the beams of light disappeared, and two men walked out from their rooms. One of them wore blue clothes, had white hair, and had a handsome face. He was none other than Han Yen. The other man looked majestic and had golden fur all over his body. He was none other than the Huang dog. At this moment, the man and the dog's aura were extremely powerful. They looked at each other and laughed out loud. Brother Yen, De Huang, congratulations on breaking through to the combat soul realm. Yen Qinyu walked out from her room after sensing the powerful energies. When she saw Han Yen and De Huang dog breaking through to the combat soul realm at the same time, a joyful expression emerged on her face. You broke through at the same time as this guy. De Huang dog said with a smile on his face. A few days ago, De Huang dog suddenly felt sleepy, so he immediately went back to his room to sleep. He never expected that he would break through to the combat soul realm at the same time as Han Yen, who was still in secluded cultivation. This was indeed something worth celebrating. More of Gu Tianma's bloodline has awakened in my body. After breaking through to the combat soul realm, I feel extremely powerful. Even a mid-combat soul warrior won't be a match for me. Han Yan's white hair was fluttering in the wind, and his face was filled with confidence. The strength of Gu Tianma's bloodline was similar to De Huang dog's dragon horse bloodline, and the further he progressed, the more frightening he would become. Daddy too. Furthermore, after breaking through to the combat soul realm, Daddy has also awakened an extremely frightening innate ability, Kaka. De Huang dog burst into laughter. Abnormal. Han Yen couldn't help but glare at De Huang dog. For some unknown reason, he felt this dog's laughter was extremely perverted. He had no idea what kind of innate ability this damn dog had awakened, but he was sure it was something extremely frightening. Little Chinzi has been gone for half a month, and I have no idea when he'll be back. Han Yen said. He went to the southern continent and I don't think he'll be back anytime soon. Alright Xiaoyu, did that dog shit Crown Prince come to bother you again? De Huang dog looked at Yen Qinyu and asked. Hearing the word Crown Prince, Yen Qinyu immediately furrowed her brows, and a disgusted expression emerged on her face. What Crown Prince? Han Yen was startled, then he asked. The Crown Prince of the martial Saint dynasty, the son of the Imperial Emperor. That bastard likes Xiaoyu and he's been bothering me every day. Damn it. De Huang dog cursed. He really hated this Crown Prince. The Crown Prince comes every day and he just came this morning. But I think his patience is running out. Yen Qinyu said with a frown. I'm afraid something bad is going to happen. Han Yen furrowed his brows as well. Although they didn't have to worry about the Xuanhuan clan and myriad sword sect's revenge with Wu Jio's help, the Crown Prince was no ordinary man. Although Han Yen had never met the Crown Prince before, with the Crown Prince's status and perspective, he would definitely try his best to get the woman he liked. Why don't we just leave the martial palace? Yen Qinyu said. She really hated the Crown Prince. Since the first time the Crown Prince came with Wu Tsong, he had been coming every single day. Where can we go if we leave the martial palace? The entire eastern continent belongs to the martial Saint dynasty, and it's going to be very difficult for us to escape from the crown prince's eyes. Besides, if we leave the martial palace, we'll have to face the Xianhuan clan and myriad sword sects' relentless pursuit. Han Yen said. Martial Saint dynasty, the 10th emperor's mansion. Is that Jiang Qin really not in the martial palace anymore? Shengguan Xing asked. That's right. The crown prince has been coming to the martial palace to harass Yan Qinyu every single day, and he hasn't seen Jiang Qin even once. With Jiang Qin's temper, he didn't even kneel down in front of the emperor. If the crown prince went to harass his woman, I'm afraid he would have already shown up. Wu Tsong said. That guy has left the martial palace, and it's very dangerous to let him leave our sight. This guy has extraordinary talent, and he's improving at an incredible speed. If we let him continue growing, it'll be very disadvantageous for us. We have to find a way to lure him out. Tiangang Yi said in a cold tone. But we don't even know where he is right now, how are we going to lure him out? The 10th emperor furrowed his brows. Don't worry, just wait. The crown prince has lost his patience with Yan Qinyu, and I'm guessing he's going to use some tricks. This group of masters must have some reason to come to the martial palace. Someone said in a low voice. 6 men appeared in the sky. One of them was a graceful and elegant man, and the one leading the group was none other than Prince Wukong. The rest of them were the 7th emperor, the 10th emperor, the Shangguan clan's family chief Shangguan Sheng, the myriad sword sect chief Tiangang Yi, and a highly respected late combat soul elder from the myriad sword sect. Any one of these men could easily cause an entire region to tremble with just a stomp of their feet. Wu Tsong's face was filled with a warm smile. With a flip of his palm, a golden imperial edict appeared in his hand. After that, Wu Tsong shouted towards Yan Qinyu's direction. The imperial edict has arrived. Yan Qinyu received the imperial edict. Wu Tsong's voice was extremely loud, and everyone in the martial palace could hear it clearly. That's the imperial emperor's imperial decree. The imperial emperor actually issued an imperial decree to Yan Qinyu. I wonder what's going on? Yan Qinyu is Jiang Chen's woman. I don't think she has anything to do with the imperial emperor. Who knows? All these men have grudges with Jiang Chen. I don't think it's anything good. Many people were shocked by what they saw. The imperial emperor was a high and mighty figure, and even if he wanted to do something, he would only do it with a verbal order. It was very rare for him to issue an imperial decree directly. Within the courtyard, Yan Qinyu, Han Yan, and De Huang Dog all had a bad feeling about this. What's going on? Right at this moment, a loud shout was heard. A muscular Wu Jiao flew out from the martial palace and hovered in the sky, standing opposite of Wu Tsong and the others. The imperial decree has been issued by the imperial emperor. Uncle Jiao, aren't you going to show your respect when you see the imperial decree? Wu Tsong held the imperial decree in his hand and said to Wu Jiao. Wu Jiao furrowed his brows and stared at the imperial decree. With his eyesight, he could easily tell that this was the real imperial decree, and it couldn't be imitated. Wu Jiao bowed toward the imperial decree and asked, why did the imperial emperor issue an imperial decree to Yan Qinyu? Of course it's something great. The crown prince has taken a liking to Miss Yan Qinyu, and the imperial emperor has issued an imperial decree to arrange the marriage between Yan Qinyu and the crown prince in 3 days at the crown prince's palace. Uncle Jiao, this is something great. It's the dream of countless women under the heavens. Wu Tsong was laughing so hard that his eyes couldn't even be seen. Although he was congratulating Yan Qinyu, his attitude was filled with pride. What? Wu Jiao cried out in shock. At the same time, Yan Qinyu and Han Yan's expressions changed dramatically as well. Motherfucker. Han Yan couldn't help but curse out loud. He didn't expect this to happen. Now that the imperial emperor had personally issued an imperial decree, things had become extremely tricky. Perhaps even the 9th emperor wouldn't be able to do anything about it. Right at this moment, Yu Zihan, Guan Yiyun, and Tian Yishan, who were in secluded cultivation, walked into the courtyard from another courtyard. All 3 of them had heard the imperial decree, and their faces were filled with anger. Damn it! Why is this happening? Yu Zihan clenched his fists tightly. Damn it! Asking little Yu to marry that dog shit crown prince is bullshit. Worst comes to worst, we'll just have to fight. Han Yan's white hair fluttered in the wind. Asking Yan Qinyu to marry the crown prince? Not only Yan Qinyu wouldn't agree to it, Han Yan himself would never agree to it. No way. Who does that crown prince think he is? How can he be worthy of little Yu? Yu Zihan was a hot-tempered man, and Guan Yiyun and Tian Yishan were also filled with righteous indignation. However, all of them knew that this wasn't going to be an easy task. Yan Xinyu's face was filled with a gloomy expression, and she didn't say anything. In the sky, Wu Tsong looked at Yan Xinyu and said with a smile on his face, "Young Lady Yan, hurry up and accept the imperial decree. His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince, will be here to pick you up in a moment. Becoming the Crown Prince's concubine is a great honor, and young Lady Yan, you have to cherish it." No way. Before Yan Xinyu could say anything, Wu Jiao was the first to speak. "Old Jiao, are you going to defy the imperial decree?" The seventh emperor Lung Lung said. "I said no, so no. Yan Xinyu is already a married woman, and she and Jiang Chen are already married. How can she marry the crown prince?" Wu Jiao said. He didn't know if Yan Xinyu and Jiang Chen were already married, but it was impossible for Yan Xinyu to marry the crown prince. Jiang Chen's anger wasn't something that anyone could withstand. Even if that's the case, so what? As long as His Royal Highness likes it, it's fine. Wu Tsong said with a smile. "I said no, so no. Tell the crown prince to give up and hand over the imperial decree." With a sway of his body, Wu Jiao suddenly appeared in front of Wu Kong. He reached out his hand and snatched the imperial decree from Wu Kong. Wu Tsong was so frightened that he quickly hid behind the 10th emperor. "Old Jiao, what are you doing? How dare you try to snatch the imperial decree?" The 10th emperor shouted. "Let alone the imperial decree, even if the imperial emperor came here himself, there's no room for negotiation." Wu Jiao was extremely domineering. He exerted his strength and tore the imperial decree into pieces. Wu Jiao was a man with a true heart. Ever since Jiang Chen saved him from the poisonous miasma space, Jiang Chen, his brother, had become the most important person in his life. He owed Jiang Chen his life, and at this critical moment he wouldn't hesitate even if he had to give up his life. Wu Jiao knew how important Yan Xinyu was to Jiang Chen. If anything happened to Yan Xinyu while Jiang Chen wasn't here, he wouldn't be able to answer to Jiang Chen. Presumptuous. Wu Jiao, how dare you tear the imperial decree? This is a crime punishable by death. The 7th emperor unleashed his energy and shouted at Wu Jiao. At the same time, many people were shocked. Tearing the imperial decree with one's own hands was something that had never happened before. In the entire Martial Saint dynasty, perhaps Wu Jiao was the only one who could do such a thing. This was a crime punishable by death. Lord Jiao is truly a man with a true heart, I like it. Yu Zihan had nothing but admiration for Wu Jiao. "Sigh, it's over." Da Huang Dog let out a sigh and shook his head. Jiang Chen had told him about the Martial Saint dynasty. Although Wu Jiao had a noble status, the imperial emperor had long held a grudge against him. Obviously, the imperial emperor wanted to show Wu Jiao his power by issuing the imperial decree this time, letting Wu Jiao know that he was the ruler of the Martial Saint dynasty, and that his dignity couldn't be violated. However, not only had Wu Jiao disobeyed the imperial decree, he had even torn it in front of everyone. This was equal to slapping the imperial emperor's face in front of everyone, and it gave the imperial emperor an excuse to punish Wu Jiao. "I'm going to see the imperial emperor." Wu Jiao coldly harumphed and prepared to fly toward the Martial Saint dynasty. "There's no need." Right at this moment, another figure came from afar. This man was handsome and had a majestic appearance. He was wearing a golden robe, and behind him were dozens of golden guards in golden armors. He was none other than the crown prince. "Wu Jiao, you've torn the imperial decree, showing no respect to the imperial emperor. That's a crime punishable by death. As the crown prince, I'm going to arrest you in front of everyone." The crown prince's voice was extremely powerful. Chapter 421. The crown prince was extremely domineering, and he had appeared at the perfect time, as if he had planned everything in advance. This was clearly a trap for Wu Jiao. The crown prince was a smart man, he knew what the imperial emperor was thinking. All he needed was an excuse to get rid of Wu Jiao. Tearing the imperial decree with one's own hands was a serious crime. Even the 9th emperor would die a few times for this. "You dare arrest me? I'm going to see the imperial emperor." Wu Jiao didn't show any fear. He had never been afraid of anything in his life. He had promised Jiang Chen that he would protect the people around him, and if anything bad happened to Yan Xinyu, he would be too ashamed to face Jiang Chen. "You want to see father?" "Sure, but I'll tie you up and bring you to him." "Men, arrest Wu Jiao." The crown prince shouted out loudly. "Understood." Over 20 golden guards surrounded Wu Jiao in a circle. At the same time, the 7th Emperor, 10th Emperor, Xuanhuan Sheng Tiangang Yi, and the late combat soul warrior from the Myriad Sword sect had also joined the battle, completely surrounding Wuxiao. "Bastard, how dare you attack me?" Wuxiao was furious. "Old Jiao, just surrender. You've torn the imperial decree with your own hands and disregarded the imperial emperor's face. This is a crime punishable by death. We're just following the crown prince's orders. We're going to bring you to the imperial emperor to confess." The 7th Emperor said. He couldn't help but sneer. "What should we do now? This is getting serious." Xuanhuan had a serious expression on his face, and so did the others. None of them had expected that the situation would develop so quickly, and that it had come to this. "Can't you tell? That imperial decree was given to Lord Jiao. If the imperial emperor wanted to marry him, he could have just given a verbal order. There was no need for him to give an imperial decree. Jiangchen is right, the imperial emperor can't accept Lord Jiao in his heart. Everything that happened today is a trap, and Lord Jiao is a man who values friendship, and he has a deep relationship with Jiangchen. He will definitely fall into this trap." Sigh. The Huang dog let out a long sigh. Everything that happened today was unavoidable. What should we do now? Don't tell me we're just going to watch as Lord Jiao is taken away by them? Xuanhuan clenched his fists so tightly that cracking sounds could be heard. All of them couldn't help but feel a little guilty. If it wasn't for them, Wu Jiao wouldn't have ended up like this. Not only Lord Jiao, even we will be in danger. The Shangguan clan, Myriad Sword sect, and Wu Tsong are obviously using the crown prince to kill us. Han Yan's face darkened. At this point in time, everything was clear. Last time, the imperial emperor had sent Jiangchen to Mount Origin to mend the dimensional crack, but he didn't manage to kill Jiangchen. Therefore, those enemies wouldn't let it go so easily. That was why the imperial emperor had lured the crown prince here. "Haha, let me see who dares to touch me." Up in the sky, Wu Jiao, who was surrounded by the crowd, had a calm expression on his face. His energy was still as powerful as ever, and a frightening aura was being unleashed from his body. His cultivation had reached the peak combat soul realm, and he was just one step away from breaking through to the combat king realm. "Humph! I'll capture you myself. Wu Jiao, if you surrender now, I'll spare your life and wait for my father's punishment. If you dare resist, I'll kill you on the spot." The crown prince coldly harumphed. A golden halberd appeared in his hand, and he looked extremely mighty. As the #1 genius of the martial Saint dynasty, he wasn't afraid of Wu Jiao at all. "Wait." A clear voice sounded out. After that, Yan Qinyu arrived in the sky like a fairy in white. "I agree to marry you, but the condition is that you release Lord Jiao," Yan Qinyu said. "What?" Hearing this, Wu Jiao, Han Yan, and the others cried out in shock at the same time. They stared at Yan Qinyu with shock in their eyes. "No, I don't agree," Wu Jiao said with a stern voice. He knew that Yan Qinyu was doing this to save him, but he could never let her return to her original form, which would be like a lamb walking into a tiger's mouth. If that happened, even if he managed to save his own life, he wouldn't be able to see Jiangchen again. "Little you come back. If worst comes to worst, I'll just fight them." Han Yan's body was filled with demonic energy. His white hair was fluttering in the wind, making him look like a demon king. He had no choice but to fight them. Even if he couldn't defeat them, he couldn't just give up. That's right. Who does that crown prince think he is? How dare he set his eyes on little you? Yuzihan's eyes had turned red as well. Guan Yiyun and Tian Yishan were ready to fight as well. Jiangchen had saved their lives, and now that Yan Qinyu was in trouble, they couldn't just stand there and do nothing. The Huang dog was the only one who remained calm. He knew Yan Qinyu's feelings for Jiangchen too well. He would rather believe that Yan Qinyu would die than marry someone else other than Jiangchen. Besides, Yan Qinyu was no longer a young girl who had just started her cultivation. After experiencing life and death situations, she had gone through a tremendous transformation. She must have her own plan for coming out at this moment. Up in the sky, when the crown prince heard that Yan Qinyu had agreed to marry him, a look of extreme joy emerged on his face. Right now, the only thing he cared about was Yan Qinyu's attitude towards him. "Miss Yan, are you serious?" The crown prince looked at Yan Qinyu. "That's right. I agree to marry you and you promise to let the 9th emperor go," Yan Qinyu said. "Bastard." Wu Jiao was completely enraged. He unleashed his energy and prepared to attack Shangguan Sheng, who was the closest to him. "Stop." Yan Qinyu shouted coldly, "9th emperor, this is my own business. Who I marry has nothing to do with you." Yan Qinyu's words were extremely cold. After saying that, she immediately used her divine sense to communicate with Wu Jiao, Han Yen and the others. Ninth Emperor, Brother Yin De Huang, I'll leave with the Crown Prince. After I leave, you guys should find a way to escape from this place. Don't worry about me, I have my own ways to escape. Just like what De Huang had said, Yan Qinyu was no longer the ignorant girl who had just started her cultivation. After following Jiang Chen for such a long time, she had learned how to remain calm. Looking at the current situation, if she didn't stand out, Wu Jiao would be killed and they would be killed as well. The Crown Prince had come prepared and he wouldn't let any of them go. Furthermore, Wu Jiao had torn the imperial decree impulsively, giving the Crown Prince an excuse to deal with Wu Jiao. Therefore, Yan Qinyu had no choice but to pretend that she had agreed to marry the Crown Prince, giving the others enough time to leave. Hearing what Yan Qinyu said, Wu Jiao finally calmed down from his furious state. Only now did he realize the consequences of his impulsive actions. He wasn't the only one who had implicated Jiang Qin, he had also implicated those brothers who Jiang Qin regarded as his own life. In the end, Wu Jiao shook his head helplessly. He wouldn't leave the martial Saint dynasty, but he had to buy some time for Han Yen and the others. Alright, I promise you. The Crown Prince kept his golden halberd and looked at Yan Qinyu with a smile on his face. As long as he could marry Yan Qinyu, he wouldn't pursue Wu Jiao for the time being. After all, Wu Jiao wouldn't be able to escape, and he would have plenty of chances to do so in the future. Crown Prince, Wu Jiao tore the imperial decree, this is a crime punishable by death. The 7th Emperor looked at the Crown Prince. 7th Imperial Uncle, I'll report Wu Jiao's crime to my father. Today is my wedding day, so all of you can leave now. The Crown Prince waved his hand, and the Golden Guards immediately retreated from the encirclement. As the commander of the Golden Guards, the Crown Prince was their direct superior. Therefore they had to obey his orders unconditionally. The 7th Emperor and the others retreated as well. Although they weren't satisfied with the fact that they couldn't punish Wu Jiao today, they weren't idiots. They knew that they couldn't spoil the Crown Prince's mood. After all, Wu Jiao had already committed the crime of tearing the imperial decree, and he would be punished sooner or later. Miss Yen, now you can follow me to the Crown Prince's palace, right? The Crown Prince looked at Yan Qinyu and revealed a smile that he thought was extremely gentle. And Yan Qinyu nodded and walked to the Crown Prince's side. The Crown Prince reached out his arm and was about to put his arm around Yan Qinyu's waist, but Yan Qinyu sensed it and moved aside. Your Highness, I've already promised to marry you. Before I marry you, please respect me. Alright, I was being too reckless. The Crown Prince hurriedly smiled apologetically, but in his heart, he was cursing. However, he liked a conservative and pure woman like Yan Qinyu the most. The harder it was to touch her, the more his heart itched. I'll let you be arrogant for a while. After all, there are only 3 days left. After you marry me, I'll definitely teach you a good lesson. The Crown Prince thought to himself. He was already imagining how he would teach Yan Qinyu a lesson. Let's go, Yan Qinyu said. The Crown Prince hurriedly walked to Yan Qinyu's side. The two of them flew up into the sky, followed by the Golden Guards. Seeing this, Yan Qinyu stopped and said with a frown, I want to be alone with the Crown Prince. You can leave now. Hearing this, the Golden Guards immediately looked at the Crown Prince. They had always listened to the Crown Prince's orders. Didn't you hear, Miss Yen? The two of us want to be alone, why are you following us? The Crown Prince scolded the Golden Guards. The Golden Guards bowed to him, then they flew in another direction. The Crown Prince didn't mind Yan Qinyu's actions at all. Yan Qinyu was just an early combat soul girl, and even if she had wings, she wouldn't be able to escape from his palm. Crown Prince, let's go. After saying that, the two of them turned into 2 trails of light and disappeared from the scene. Wu Jiao's face darkened as he looked at the 2 disappearing women. He turned to the 7th Emperor and the others and shouted, Get lost! Old Jiao, what are you being so arrogant for? Tearing the imperial decree with your own hands is a capital offense. Sooner or later, you'll be punished by the imperial emperor. The 7th Emperor coldly harumphed. Do you believe that I won't tear you apart with my own hands just like I did to the imperial decree? Wu Jiao said with a vicious tone. He was like a lion that was on the verge of going berserk, and could go berserk at any moment. Let's go. Chapter 422. Outside the martial palace, the 7th Emperor and the others were laughing out loud as they continued their journey. Today was a great day for them. 9th brother is finished this time. He has always been arrogant, thinking that just because he helped the emperor in the past, he could offend the emperor. Little did he know that he had violated the emperor's taboo. By tearing the imperial decree, he has given the emperor an excuse to get rid of ninth brother. The 10th emperor said with a complacent expression. Even after what happened today, that Jiang Chen still hasn't shown up. It looks like Jiang Chen is really not in the martial palace. This man is extremely dangerous and we must lure him out. We can't give him the chance to grow any further. Xuanhuan said. Don't worry. No matter how terrifying that Jiang Chen is, he can't possibly fight the martial Saint dynasty. The main character this time is the Crown Prince, and if Jiang Chen fights the Crown Prince, he'll be fighting the entire martial Saint dynasty. The 7th emperor said. His tone was filled with disdain toward Jiang Chen. No matter what, we must spread the news about Yan Qinyu and the Crown Prince, luring Jiang Chen out. Only by killing a genius like him can we be at ease. Otherwise, if he hides for another 10 years, he might even break through to the Combat King realm. At that point of time, even the martial Saint dynasty won't be able to capture him. Tianganyi said. Dad's sect chief is right. This Jiang Chen is indeed an extremely dangerous man, and we must get rid of him as soon as possible. Wu Tsong's eyes flickered. He had personally experienced how terrifying Jiang Chen was. Although he was his enemy, he had to admit that if Jiang Chen was given enough time to grow, it would be like nurturing a tiger, and the consequences would be dire. In the martial palace, after Wu Jiao returned, he immediately woke up Wu Lang, who was in secluded cultivation, and gathered with the others. When Wu Lang found out about everything that had happened during this period of time, his expression instantly changed. How could this be? Wu Lang almost cried out in shock. He never thought that so many things would happen during his secluded cultivation, and today, everyone's lives were in danger. Lang, there's a back door at the back of the martial palace. All of you leave from there immediately. Go as far as you can and don't show yourself before Jiang Chen returns. Wu Jiao said in a serious tone. Lord Jiao, what about you? Han Yen asked. I can't leave. I'd like to see if His Majesty will really deal with me like what Brother Jiang Chen said. Wu Jiao said. As a matter of fact, he was already aware of the recent events. He recalled the advice that Jiang Chen had once given him. He didn't expect that Jiang Chen's advice would actually come true. Lord Jiao, don't be so naive. The imperial decree that was announced recently was a trap set for you. The imperial emperor will definitely deal with you, as you have offended his dignity. Han Yen said. That's right, Dad. Let's leave together. After all, we don't have anything to worry about in the martial Saint dynasty anymore. Since the emperor has treated us like this, what's there to hesitate about? Wu Lang advised as well. Although Wu Jiao was the current 9th emperor, he only had one wife and one son in his life. Wu Lang's mother had passed away a long time ago, and both father and son had been living in the martial palace. They didn't even have a mansion in the martial Saint dynasty. Therefore, even if they left, they wouldn't have any worries. Lord Jiao, let's leave together. Xianyi, who stood aside, said. You guys are being too naive. We still don't know if little you can escape, and I will definitely not leave. Furthermore, if all of us leave, the Imperial Emperor will definitely issue an order to hunt us down. I can still be of great use if I stay. Furthermore, I don't believe the Imperial Emperor will really deal with me. Wu Jiao said. Even now, he still hadn't given up on the brotherhood he had with the Imperial Emperor. Dad, if you don't leave, I won't leave either. Wu Lang's expression changed. Leave with Han Yen and the others. If something unexpected happens, I will still have a bloodline. Wu Jiao glared at Wu Lang. Lord Jiao, I will follow you for the rest of my life. Even if I have to die, I want to die with you. Therefore, don't tell me to leave. Xianyi said with a relaxed expression, showing his determination to follow Wu Jiao. Wu Jiao looked at Xianyi, and after some time he let out a sigh and said, Sigh. Xianyi, it's really hard for you to follow me. Wu Jiao heavily patted Xianyi's shoulder. He knew how loyal Xianyi was to him. Even if he tried to drive him away, he would not be able to do so. Wu Jiao had been imprisoned in purgatory for 10 years, and Xianyi had guarded purgatory for 10 years. Wu Jiao would never forget this friendship. In Wu Jiao's heart, Xianyi was no longer his subordinate, but his brother. Han Yen and Big Yellow both let out a long sigh. They knew Wu Jiao would never leave, and it was useless to try and persuade him. But they had to leave. If not, Yan Qinyu's heroic act of risking her life would go to waste. In the end, Han Yen and the others stepped into a secret tunnel and left the martial palace. Although Wu Lang was unwilling, he had no choice but to follow. Outside of Mount Wufu, it was a desolate place just like the mood of these people. We're out, but where are we going? Yu Zihan asked in a sullen tone. Let's find a hidden place to hide first and keep an eye on the situation. De Huang Dog suggested. I wonder how little Yu is going to escape. The crown prince is not easy to deal with. Han Yin said worriedly. You guys leave this place first, I'll go check it out. After saying that, De Huang Dog's body swayed and disappeared. Yin, will De Huang be in danger? Guaniyun was worried. Don't worry, that dog is very smart. It won't be easy to kill him. Han Yin was very confident in De Huang. This dog was too smart, and in this world there weren't many people who could kill De Huang Dog. On the other side, on the way from the Martial Palace to the Martial Saint Dynasty, they were passing by a mountain range. Yin Qinyu, who was traveling at high speed, suddenly slowed down and fell behind the crown prince. A trace of coldness flashed in Yin Qinyu's eyes. Without any hesitation, she unleashed an ice sword, thrusting it toward the crown prince's back. As if the crown prince had sensed something, he turned around and punched the ice sword, shattering it into pieces. How dare you sneak attack me? Anger immediately emerged on the crown prince's face. Too bad I couldn't kill you. Yin Qinyu wore a cold expression. Although she possessed the 9 Yin meridians, and was able to defeat a mid-combat soul warrior with her early combat soul cultivation base, she was no match for the crown prince. Furthermore, the crown prince was a late combat soul warrior, and the gap between them was too huge. Only a monster like Jiang Qin, who could attract heavenly tribulation at the combat soul realm, would be able to defeat the crown prince. Fine, Yin Qinyu, I like you so much, but how dare you lie to me and attack me? Looks like I can't be nice to you anymore. The crown prince changed his expression. He wore a cold smile on his face as he walked toward Yin Qinyu. Yin Qinyu coldly harumphed. She waved her sleeves and unleashed dozens of ice swords toward the crown prince. I didn't expect you to have a unique physique, I like you even more now. Too bad you're too weak and you can't pose any threat to me. In front of me, you're just a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. The crown prince stuck out his tongue with a smile on his face. After that, he casually unleashed a bright beam, shattering all of Yin Qinyu's ice swords. Bitch, since you don't know what's good for you, I'll kill you right here and now. The crown prince revealed his true form as he walked toward Yin Qinyu. Swoosh. Suddenly, an extremely strong wind swept toward the crown prince's back. The crown prince's expression changed as this wind was much stronger than Yin Qinyu's attack. Without any hesitation, the crown prince turned around and saw a 30-meter-tall gigantic monster punching toward him with its gigantic fist. The crown prince didn't dare underestimate this monster, because he had noticed that not only did this monster have a strange appearance, its aura was incredibly powerful as well. It was a late combat soul warrior. However, the crown princess was an expert amongst experts after all. Her reactions were extremely fast and she suddenly punched out. The punch was extremely powerful, shooting out with boundless light. It fused with a powerful battle skill and collided head-on with the monster's huge fist. Rumble, even the air was trembling. That gigantic monster was the Ice Demon King released by Yin Qinyu. Tap tap tap. The Ice Demon King was knocked back dozens of steps before it could regain its balance. Although it was a formidable monster, it was no match for the crown prince, who was also a combat soul warrior. Swoosh! Right when the Ice Demon King was knocked back, Yin Qinyu's attack arrived from behind. She unleashed her ice energy, which transformed into a sharp sword and pierced toward the crown prince's body. Buzz! The crown prince swung his arm, and a golden halberd appeared in his hand. He casually turned around and swung it, shattering Yin Qinyu's attack. Roar! The Ice Demon King didn't give the crown prince any more chances to hurt Yin Qinyu. It once again dashed toward the crown prince with incredible speed. Yin Qinyu, I didn't expect you to have such a monstrous helper. No wonder you dared to attack me. However, if you think this is all you can rely on, you're too naive. I'll let you witness my true abilities. I'll kill this monster first, then I'll deal with you later. The crown prince unleashed his energy. The golden halberd in his hand shone brightly, and it pierced through the Ice Demon King's head in the blink of an eye. The Ice Demon King only had brute strength, but it didn't know how to use any combat skills. Therefore it was no match for the crown prince at all. Of course, the Ice Demon King had its own incredible ability. It couldn't be killed. Especially when it was with Yin Qinyu, it was almost immortal. Bang! The halberd pierced through the Ice Demon King's head. A powerful force burst out from the halberd, instantly shattering the Ice Demon King's body. So weak. The crown prince mocked. After that, he turned around and looked at Yin Qinyu. So this is what you're relying on? Too weak. Is that so? Look behind you. Yin Qinyu said with an indifferent tone. Chapter 423. It didn't matter if Yan Xinyu was just fooling him or not, the powerful attack coming from his back was real. It forced the crown prince to turn around, and what he saw immediately shocked him. What he saw was a gigantic creature made entirely out of ice, and just like before, it was attacking him at an incredible speed. What? The crown prince cried out in shock. He couldn't believe his own eyes. He had killed this monster with his golden halberd just now, but this monster had just reappeared in front of him in perfect condition. Even with the crown prince's extraordinary knowledge and experience, he had never seen such a bizarre monster before. Brr. The Ice Demon King let out a loud roar and threw itself at the crown prince like an ice mountain. It was fighting with no fear of death. Ice prison trap. Of course, Yan Xinyu wouldn't let go of this opportunity to attack together with the Ice Demon King. She immediately unleashed a white mist, which instantly turned into an ice prison that covered the crown prince from top to bottom. You guys don't have what it takes to fight me. The crown prince was extremely furious. The golden halberd once again appeared in his hand. The sharp halberd instantly destroyed Yan Xinyu's ice prison. The ice prison unleashed by Yan Xinyu was extremely frightening, and even a mid-combat soul warrior would be trapped by it. However, the crown prince was too strong, and Yan Xinyu was no match for him. She could only interfere with the crown prince's attack, and the Ice Demon King was the real main force in this battle. Yan Xinyu was the crown prince's opponent. Although the Ice Demon King wasn't a match for the crown prince, it was an existence that couldn't be killed. If it couldn't be killed, it would definitely affect the crown prince's mind, and it would continuously consume his combat strength. The crown prince was incredibly powerful. He swung his golden sword horizontally and sliced the Ice Demon King in half, killing it on the spot. However, in the next moment, another intact Ice Demon King appeared, and it looked exactly the same as before. Even the aura it released was exactly the same as before, and it didn't seem to have weakened at all. Damn it, what the fuck? The crown prince couldn't help but curse out loud. Anyone who encountered a monster like this would definitely curse out loud. No matter how strong one was, what could one do when facing an existence that couldn't be killed? Rumble. Right after the Ice Demon King appeared, it was instantly killed by the crown prince with the golden halberd. But what was even more insane was that the Ice Demon King's ability to resurrect itself was simply too powerful, as it could resurrect almost instantly. Even after being killed by the crown prince more than a dozen times, the Ice Demon King was still as ferocious as ever. It was like a cockroach that couldn't be killed. Damn it. The crown prince clenched his teeth in anger. He had a feeling that he was about to go crazy. He suddenly had a feeling that even if this monster just stood there and let him kill it, he wouldn't have the ability to kill it. After all, when the Ice Demon King was near the Black Ice Talisman, its ability to hide and resurrect was absolutely terrifying. Not everyone knew the Great Soul Derivation skill, and not everyone was a reincarnated almighty being like Jianghu. In the following period of time, Yan Xinyu and the Ice Demon King kept attacking the crown prince. The more the crown prince fought, the more depressed he became. In the end, he started screaming out loud as his mind was in a mess. It was all because of his anger. Damn it, what can I do when facing such an abnormal monster? Facing the joint attack of Yan Xinyu and the Ice Demon King, the crown prince's best option was to kill Yan Xinyu first, then continue fighting with the Ice Demon King. But of course, the crown prince didn't want to kill Yan Xinyu. This was the woman he had been trying to get his hands on, and he hadn't even touched her yet, so how could he just kill her? As for the crown prince, who was distracted by the Ice Demon King's immortal body, he had forgotten that he could still capture Yan Xinyu and use her to threaten the Ice Demon King. For him, capturing Yan Xinyu was still an easy task. Unfortunately, the crown prince's mind was in a mess right now. All he could think about was fighting the Ice Demon King and killing it. He didn't have the time to think about other strategies. What he didn't know was that if the battle continued like this, he would be the one at a disadvantage. No matter how strong the crown prince was, he would eventually run out of energy, and that was exactly what Yan Xinyu wanted. Right at this moment, none of the three people in the middle of the battle noticed that a Dehuang dog had appeared not far away from them. He was sneakily sneaking around with a malicious smile on his face. Jejia, little you is getting more and more sinister. She actually tricked the crown prince into coming to this damn place to fight. But that monster is really powerful, I can't believe it can't be killed. It's even scarier than the 9-life crystal beast in Inferno Hell. I really wonder how little Qinzi managed to subdue this big guy. Dehuang dog murmured to himself. He had been here for a while, and he had clearly seen the battle between Yan Xinyu, the crown prince, and the Ice Demon King. However, he hadn't done anything yet. This dog was a smart man. He didn't attack because it wasn't the best time yet. De Huang Dog knew that he had just broken through to the combat soul realm, and his combat strength was at most equal to Yan Qinyu's. Therefore, even if he attacked the Crown Prince, he wouldn't be able to do anything. Arg! Suddenly, the Crown Prince, who was in the middle of a fierce battle, let out a loud roar. He once again shattered the Ice Demon King with his golden halberd, and at the same time knocked Yan Qinyu dozens of meters away. Here's my chance. From afar, De Huang Dog's eyes lit up. A pair of wings of light emerged from his back, and he dashed toward the Crown Prince with lightning speed. He had been waiting for this opportunity for quite some time. The Crown Prince was already panicking, and he didn't expect that a De Huang Dog would suddenly appear out of nowhere. Also, De Huang Dog was extremely fast, so when the Crown Prince discovered this uninvited guest, all he saw was a perfectly round dog's butt. He could clearly see that the butt that was covered in golden fur was intentionally shaking toward him. In the next moment, the Crown Prince felt that the dog's butt was much bigger than before. After that, he heard a disgusting voice. Invincible De Huang ecstatic fart. Before the Crown Prince could finish his words, a thunderous voice suddenly sounded out from the perfectly round dog's butt. It was extremely loud, and it was even louder than a thunderclap. It could even be described as earth-shattering. Rumble. Just this sound alone was enough to deafen people. However, what was truly terrifying was definitely not this sound, but the mass of green air that instantly rushed out from the dog's butt. That's right, it was green. Or rather, it was just a fart. The green air shot out like a cannonball and then exploded, turning into a mass of green fog. Without any deviation, it just happened to envelop the Crown Prince. Everything happened too quickly and it was too shocking. The Crown Prince, who was already panicking, didn't even have the chance to react before he was hit. With the Crown Prince's strength, if he was at his peak, he might still be able to dodge it. However, it was a pity that De Huang Dog had already seized the opportunity and wouldn't give the Crown Prince any time to react. That's, ugh, fuck, it's so smelly. I'll fuck you, ugh. The Crown Prince had completely gone crazy. He didn't even have the slightest bit of his image as a Crown Prince. He immediately vomited crazily and he didn't forget to curse loudly. The Crown Prince tried his best to dodge, but the green air was like a tarsal bone. Wherever the Crown Prince went, it would follow. He couldn't get rid of it no matter how hard he tried. Wakaka? De Huang Dog turned around, threw his head back and let out a loud laugh. This master dog's ecstasy fart is delicious, right? Yan Qinyu furrowed her brows. Even though she was standing far away from the Crown Prince, she could still smell the foul stench coming from the Crown Prince. Not only was this dog's fart stinky, it also had a fishy smell. It was simply invincible, and it wasn't difficult to imagine what kind of torture the Crown Prince was going through right now. Puppy dog, you. Yan Qinyu was speechless as well. Only now did she remember that after De Huang Dog broke through to the combat soul realm, he had awakened an extremely powerful innate skill. At that time she felt that De Huang Dog's tone was a bit obscene, but now she realized that this invincible skill could no longer be described as obscene. Invincible De Huang ecstasy fart, just the name alone was enough to make anyone faint. Just by looking at the Crown Prince being tortured, one could easily imagine how powerful this fart was. It was truly a must-have skill for disgusting people. Bastard. I'm the Crown Prince. I'm going to kill you, ugh. The Crown Prince felt like he was going crazy. He never knew that there was something in this world that could unleash such a heaven-defying fart. Arg. Finally, the Crown Prince couldn't take it anymore. He unleashed all his strength and finally managed to force Jiang Chen's green energy out of his body. However, he wasn't in a good condition right now. His eyes had turned red and he was gasping for breath. Go, don't give him any chance to react. De Huang Dog shouted out loudly. Without needing him to say anything, the Ice Demon King had already arrived in front of the Crown Prince, and its gigantic fist smashed onto the Crown Prince's chest. Crack. Right at this moment, the Crown Prince had just unleashed his energy to deal with De Huang Dog's fart, so he was completely defenseless. Therefore, he had to face the Ice Demon King's powerful attack head-on. How could he possibly withstand it? The Ice Demon King's attack instantly caused him to vomit blood, and his body was sent flying backward like a kite with a broken string. Swoosh. Yan Qinyu was closing in on the Crown Prince. In her hand, an ice sword completely condensed from ice beams appeared, and she immediately slashed it toward the Crown Prince's crotch. Slash. Arc. The sharp ice sword slashed across the Crown Prince's crotch. The Crown Prince felt a cold sensation coming from his crotch, and then something fell off from his crotch. Blood gushed out like a fountain, instantly dyeing his pants red. The crown prince seemed to have sensed something, and he immediately let out a heart-wrenching roar. That was the most important part of a man, and if it was cut off, even if he had a heaven-defying pill, he wouldn't be able to grow it back. A boundless fear and pain came from his crotch, causing the crown prince to instantly fall into a state of madness. He let out a heart-wrenching roar. He knew that he had been crippled. This was something that no man could accept, and it had actually happened to him, the crown prince. How was he going to live after this? Let's just kill him. Xianxia said. Don't kill him, spare his life first. Lord Jiao is still in the martial palace, and if we kill the crown prince, the imperial emperor might go berserk, and the first one to suffer would be Wu Jiao. His current condition is worse than death. De Huang Dog said. Chapter 424. At the edge of the southern continent, a white-clothed figure was flying across the sky like a bolt of lightning. This white figure was none other than Jiang Qin, who was rushing to the eastern continent from the southern continent. Jiang Qin, who was traveling at high speed, suddenly felt a wave of anxiety in his heart. This kind of anxiety was exactly the same as when he killed the blood devils in Yellowstone. A bad premonition emerged in Jiang Qin's heart. Damn it, this is so annoying. I hope nothing bad will happen to me. Jiang Qin cursed. He unleashed the dimensional shift to its limit, increasing his speed once again. It would take him at least half a month to reach the eastern continent, and that was under the condition that he didn't encounter any obstacles along the way. Traveling like this was extremely boring. Therefore, Jiang Qin simply took out the third fragment of the Heavenly Saint Sword. Every time I fuse a fragment of the Heavenly Saint Sword, its power will increase dramatically. Now that I've obtained 3 fragments, I'm afraid I'll have to wait until I reach the Divine Continent to find the remaining 4 fragments. Now that I've fused all 3 fragments together, the Heavenly Saint Sword will immediately possess the power of a king weapon, and I'll be able to fight an ordinary king weapon. Jiang Qin thought to himself. He was very confident in his Heavenly Saint Sword. Furthermore, after obtaining the 3rd fragment, he would be able to use the 9 solar energies to produce 9 solar holy water at any time. This was a huge fortune. The Heavenly Saint Sword's material was extremely hard, and it was no doubt very difficult to fuse with it. However, it was different for Jiang Qin. He was the Heavenly Saint Sword's master, and his origin was connected to it. Furthermore, apart from the true dragon flame in his body, he also had the heavenly lightning flame, which was the purest form of yang. When these 2 flames fused together, its power would be unimaginable. With the help of these 2 flames and the great soul derivation skill, fusing with the Heavenly Saint Sword was a piece of cake. While Jiang Qin was fusing with the Heavenly Saint Sword while traveling, the Martial Saint dynasty was in an uproar. Inside the Martial Saint Palace, with a grim expression, the Imperial Emperor stared at the Crown Prince who was lying on the ground. Right now the Crown Prince was in a coma. Having his genitals cut off was a fatal injury for any man. Even though the Crown Prince was a late combat soul warrior, he still couldn't withstand the pain. Coupled with the humiliation and hatred he felt, it was normal for him to faint on the spot. Inside the palace, dozens of emperors, Xuanhuan Sheng and Tiangang Yi were all present. None of them dared to breathe too loudly. They weren't idiots, they knew that the Imperial Emperor was currently in a state of rage. Although he didn't show it, they knew that they couldn't afford to offend him. Tell me who did it? The Imperial Emperor's voice was so cold that it could freeze anyone who heard it. The pressure of a combat king warrior was unleashed from his body, causing everyone to feel as if they were suffocating. This was the gap between a combat soul warrior and a combat king warrior that couldn't be crossed. This was the pressure unleashed by a true superior. The Imperial Emperor was furious. There was no way he wouldn't be furious. Castrating the Crown Prince was something that had never happened in the entire history of the Martial Saint dynasty. The current Crown Prince, the heir to the throne, had been castrated by someone. Not only was the Crown Prince castrated, it was a direct slap to the Imperial Emperor's face. This was a provocation to the entire Martial Saint dynasty. Putting all this aside, the Crown Prince was the Imperial Emperor's son, the son he was most proud of. If not, he wouldn't have chosen him to be the Crown Prince. His own son had been castrated, and as a father, it wasn't hard to imagine how angry he would be. Plop, a late combat soul golden guard knelt down onto the ground and said with a trembling voice, "Imperial Emperor, when I found the Crown Prince, he was still conscious. It was Xianxia who did it." "Isn't that Xianxia only an early combat soul warrior? How could she possibly hurt the Crown Prince?" The Imperial Emperor's voice became louder. I don't know. The crown prince only said a few words before he fainted. The golden guard told the truth. Imperial Emperor, this is a blasphemous act. We can't let him off easily. The seventh emperor took a step forward and said with a loud voice. Imperial Emperor Wuxiao is related to all of this. Today the crown prince went to the martial palace to issue the imperial decree, but Wuxiao tore the imperial decree in front of everyone, showing no respect for the imperial emperor. That Xianxia colluded with Wuxiao and attacked the crown prince. Perhaps Wuxiao is related to the crown prince as well. I suggest the imperial emperor immediately issue a decree to capture Wuxiao, and kill all those who are related to Jianghu, especially that Xianxia. The 10th emperor said in an eerie manner. Shengguan Sheng and Tiangang Yi who stood next to him didn't show any of their expressions, but deep down they were extremely happy. They never thought things would turn out like this. The crown prince had been castrated. With this, no one would be able to escape from the blame, as the imperial emperor would never let this matter go. This result was much better than what they had expected. Wuxiao, I've always treated you well, but you've betrayed me. The imperial emperor clenched his fists so tightly that cracking sounds could be heard. After that, he said to the crowd with a loud voice, pass down my order, head to the martial palace and capture Wuxiao as well as all those who are related to Xianxia. Capture them all. If anyone dares to resist, kill them on the spot. Yes, Imperial Emperor. The crowd cupped their fists toward the Imperial Emperor, then walked out of the martial Saint Palace. This time all the emperors including the late combat Soul Golden Guard were dispatched. Obviously the Imperial Emperor was serious this time. After everyone left, the Imperial Emperor stared at the Crown Prince who was lying on the ground. A strong killing intent emerged from his body. Whoever dares to touch the Crown Prince, none of you will be able to live. The Martial Palace. It was already dusk and the storm that happened during noon had yet to settle down. The entire Martial Palace was still in a state of turmoil, and everyone was talking about what had happened. Everyone in the Martial Palace knew that the palace chief was doomed. The Martial Palace belonged to the Martial Saint dynasty, not an individual. Therefore, although Wuxiao was the palace chief, everything in the Martial Palace was still under the Martial Saint dynasty's control. In other words, all the geniuses here were prepared for the Martial Saint dynasty, and it didn't really matter who the palace chief was. Furthermore, Wuxiao had disappeared for 10 years, so there weren't many people who were loyal to him in the Martial Palace. As for those geniuses from the younger generation, all of them were looking forward to joining the ranks of the Golden Guards one day. Wuxiao's life and death had nothing to do with them. The crime of tearing the imperial decree was too serious. Even if the Crown Prince spared Wuxiao's life, the Imperial Emperor wouldn't let him go. Deep within the Martial Palace, Wuxiao and Xianyi were standing side by side, as if they were waiting for something. Of course, they had no idea that the Crown Prince had been castrated. Xianyi, do you think the Imperial Emperor will punish me? Wuxiao asked. In fact, in his mind, he had always treated the Imperial Emperor as his brother, just like how he was willing to give up the spot to enter the Island of Ice for his brother. Xianyi shook his head and didn't say anything. As the saying goes, the onlooker sees everything clearly. Xianyi wasn't an idiot, he believed in Jiang Chen's judgment. Furthermore, as the Imperial Emperor, he wouldn't want his life to be marked by someone else. I'll wait here and see how the Imperial Emperor will punish me. A smile emerged on Wuxiao's face. I wonder if little Yu has escaped from danger. Don't worry, little Yu isn't a reckless person. I'm sure she has a way to escape from danger. Xianyi said. Right after Xianyi's words left his mouth, more than a dozen extremely powerful auras came from afar, and soon they arrived above the Martial Palace. All of these men were furious and their auras were extremely powerful. All of them were late combat soul warriors, especially those middle-aged men who wore golden robes. Each of them was a man at the top of the Martial Saint dynasty, and no matter if it was their status or identity, no one could compare with them. They were all emperors, the brothers of the current emperor, and they possessed a supreme status. Let's go. Seeing this, Wuxiao's body flickered as he flew towards those newcomers. Xianyi followed closely behind him. However, Xianyi's heart had already sunk. He had never imagined that such a scene would appear. Moreover, these people seemed to harbor malicious intentions. The Imperial Emperor has ordered us to capture Wuxiao. An emperor who looked to be in his 50s immediately shouted out when he saw Wuxiao. Swoosh. Right after this emperor's words left his mouth, the other men immediately attacked. In an instant, Jiang Qin, Wuxiao and Xianyi were surrounded by them, and they were about to attack. Wait. Wuxiao remained calm and didn't show any signs of panic. Is this the Imperial Emperor's order? Of course. Wuxiao, you've committed a heinous crime, and the Imperial Emperor won't forgive you. This time the Imperial Emperor has ordered us to capture you. The 7th Emperor said with a loud voice. Good. You don't have to do anything, I'll surrender myself. Wuxiao let out a loud laugh. His laughter was filled with desolation and sorrow. Wuxiao, this is the best decision you can make. Let me ask you, where are Yan Qinyu and her accomplices? The 10th Emperor asked. I'm the one who tore the Imperial decree, it has nothing to do with them. Wuxiao said. Nothing to do with them? Are you kidding me? It looks like you still don't know what happened. Let me tell you now that Yan Qinyu attacked the Crown Prince with an extremely brutal method, and she directly cut off the Crown Prince's root. Right now, the Crown Prince is unconscious, lying in the Martial Saint Palace. Not only is this incident related to them, many more people will be implicated as well. Let me tell you, this is a crime worthy of having their entire family executed. Wuxiao, hand them over now. The 7th Emperor said. What? Wuxiao and Xianyi cried out at the same time. They finally understood why the Imperial Emperor was so angry, and why he sent so many great warriors to the Martial Palace to capture the Crown Prince. It was because the Crown Prince had been castrated by Yan Qinyu. The muscles on Wuxiao and Xianyi's faces couldn't help but twitch. Who would have thought that Yan Qinyu would be so decisive? She directly cut Yan Qinyu's body. But the most important thing was, how did she do it? Chapter 425. This little girl is too impulsive, the consequences are going to be really serious. Wuxiao couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Lord Jiao, do you still want to protect the dynasty? In fact, even if little you didn't hurt the Crown Prince, I'm afraid this outcome would still be unavoidable. The Imperial Emperor wants to kill you, and if the Crown Prince can't get his hands on Yan Qinyu, he will definitely lose his temper. The 7th Emperor, the Xuanhuan clan, and the Myriad Sword sect are all targeting Jianghu, and no one will be able to escape from this. Therefore, I think even if Yan Qinyu kills the Crown Prince, the consequences will still be the same. All of this is within Jianghu's expectations, it's just that it came too soon. Xianyi said with a sigh. Although he was from the Martial Saint dynasty, he didn't work for them. He would only follow Wuxiao for the rest of his life, and now that the Imperial Emperor wanted to kill Wuxiao, his impression of the Martial Saint dynasty had fallen to the bottom. Wuxiao, stop wasting time. Hurry up and hand over all the people related to this matter. Also, bring your son Wu Lang to the Martial Saint Palace and await the Imperial Emperor's punishment. The 10th Emperor said with a loud voice. They have all left. Now, the only person you want in the Martial Palace is me. Wuxiao said. There was still no fear on his face. What? Escape? The 3rd Emperor, who had been silent all this time, suddenly shouted. Search every corner of the Martial Palace and find them. If anyone dares to resist, kill them on the spot. The 7th Emperor coldly harumphed. Just as his voice faded, Shengguan Sheng and Tiangang Yi had already dashed towards the Martial Palace, while the other emperors also headed in different directions. They couldn't just rely on Shengguan Sheng's words to say that there was no one here. Seeing this, Wuxiao finally felt that Yan Qinyu's decision at noon was a wise one. She had given Han Yan and the others enough time to escape. If not, none of them would be able to escape. Wuxiao had an indifferent expression on his face. With Han Yan and the others' abilities, they would have long escaped. It was impossible for these people to find them in the Martial Palace. For these late combat soul warriors, it wouldn't take them too long to search through the entire Martial Palace. Not long after that, the few of them returned. Judging from their expressions, it was obvious that they hadn't found anything. They really escaped. Shengguan Sheng said. Humph. Every land under the heavens belongs to the Martial Saint dynasty. Even if they run to the ends of the earth, they will still be in the Martial Saint dynasty's territory. There's no way they can escape. Let's go, we'll bring Wuxiao back first. The 3rd Emperor coldly harumphed. The group brought Wuxiao and Xianyi and flew toward the Martial Saint dynasty. Oh my god, did you guys hear that? The Crown Prince was castrated by Yan Qinyu? Is this true? Since it came from the mouths of the emperors, it can't be wrong. I really didn't expect that this Yan Qinyu, who looks so gentle and weak on the surface, could actually be so vicious. The most important thing is, how did she do it? The Crown Prince is the commander of the Golden Guards, and he is a late combat soul warrior. With Yan Qinyu's strength, even if she sneaked up on him, there's no way she could have done it. This is really strange. Palace Master is done for this time. Something big happened to the Crown Prince, the Imperial Emperor will definitely be furious, and everyone related to Jiangchen will be dragged into this. This is too scary. Luckily I'm not related to them. Martial Saint Palace. When Wu Jio was brought here, the Crown Prince had already woken up. He was sitting on a rattan chair nearby. Although he still had a painful expression on his face, he looked like he had recovered a lot. After all, the Crown Prince was a late combat soul warrior, and although he had become a eunuch, his recovery speed was still much faster than ordinary men. Most of the reason why he fainted was because he was humiliated. Even now, the Crown Prince still couldn't accept the fact that he had been castrated. Feeling the pain coming from his crotch, he kept roaring and gnashing his teeth. His eyes had turned red, and when he saw Wu Jio, he even wished he could stand up and bite him. Looking at the Crown Prince's miserable condition, even Wu Jio was shocked. No man could endure such an injury, let alone the Crown Prince. Imperial Emperor, we've brought Wu Jio here, but all the others have escaped. The third emperor said. Imperial Emperor, I'm sure old Jio arranged this beforehand, that's why he gave them time to escape. The seventh emperor said in a vicious manner. We must capture that bitch Xianxia. I'm going to skin her alive. The Crown Prince was extremely agitated. Unknowingly, his voice had become sharp, and he no longer had the manliness of a man. As if he could sense the change in his voice, the Crown Prince couldn't help but tremble. This was a humiliation, the biggest humiliation a man could ever experience. Old Jio, you've really disappointed me. The Imperial Emperor stared at Wu Jio and said in a cold voice. Imperial Emperor, how are you going to punish me? Wu Jio asked. Tearing the imperial decree, colluding with the enemy to harm the Crown Prince, each of these crimes is punishable by death. But I won't kill you now, I'll lock you up in the heavenly prison first, and I'll deal with those who deserve to die the most. The Imperial Emperor said. Being thrown into the heavenly prison seemed to be the lightest punishment. Wu Jio could clearly sense the killing intent in the Imperial Emperor's eyes, and he knew that the Imperial Emperor was going to take his life sooner or later. Pass down my order, throw Wu Jio into the heavenly prison, then issue a wanted order to look for Xianxia and the others. Anyone who has anything to do with Xianxia, kill them all on the spot, including their families. Word by word, the Imperial Emperor passed down his order. Upon hearing this, both Wu Jio and Xianxia's expressions changed dramatically. They never expected the Imperial Emperor to be so cruel. Imperial Emperor, I'm the one who did all of this. If you want me to die, please execute me now. It has nothing to do with anyone else. Wu Jio hurriedly said. What a joke. Implicating 9 generations? This would implicate too many people, and anyone who was related to Xianxia and Jiangchen would be implicated as well. This didn't just involve one person, it involved 9 generations. Once this order was passed down, the Black Sect would be the first to suffer, and even the Jiang family, Yan family, and everyone who had anything to do with them on the other side of Mount Origin would be implicated. What's more, people like Yu Zihan and Guan Yiyun, their entire families would be implicated as well. This was simply too frightening, there were too many people who would be implicated, and the consequences would be unimaginable. I'll remember your death first. The Imperial Emperor glared at Wu Jio, then he turned to the people in the palace and said, 3rd brother, 4th brother, 7th brother, 10th brother, Xuanhuan Sheng Tiangangyi, I'll leave this matter to you. Anyone who has anything to do with this, kill them all on the spot, including their families. The Imperial Emperor had never been so angry before. Perhaps even Xianxia didn't expect her castrating the Crown Prince would bring such a serious consequence. Wu Jio and Xianyi staggered and they felt dizzy. However, they had no ability to do anything about it. The Imperial Emperor's words were like gold and jade, and with just a few words he could kill many people. Blood would flow like a river, and it was hard to imagine how crazy Jiangchen would be when he came back and found out what had happened. Yes, Imperial Emperor. All the emperors accepted the order and cupped their fists toward the Imperial Emperor. Imperial Emperor, I don't think this is appropriate. Tiangangyi said. And? The Imperial Emperor furrowed his brows. He was in a terrible mood at the moment as Tiangangyi doubted his words. Imperial Emperor, please calm down. That Xianxia has committed such a heinous crime, and it's a given that her entire family will be killed. However, Imperial Emperor has forgotten one person, and that is Jiangchen. Tiangangyi quickly said. Jiangchen. The Imperial Emperor's eyes trembled. Only now did he remember that mysterious young man in white. That's right, it's Jiangchen. This young man has an extraordinary talent, and I've never seen anyone like him before. All those who were killed are related to Jiangchen. Now that Jiang Chen has disappeared, I think it's better not to kill them for the time being. Instead, we'll control all of them and lure Jiang Chen out, then we'll kill them all at once. If we kill all of them, Jiang Chen will definitely be furious, and if he hides for 8 to 10 years and comes back to take revenge after he's strong enough in his cultivation, I'm afraid it'll be a disaster for the entire martial saint dynasty. Xuanhuan said. The one they were worried about the most was Jiang Chen. Hearing what Xuanhuan and Tiangang said, Wu Jiao couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. As long as they didn't kill all of them, they would still have a chance. When Jiang Chen came back, he would definitely find a way to save them. He had a lot of confidence in Jiang Chen. This little brother of his was an expert at creating miracles, and it seemed like there was nothing he couldn't do in this world. Jiang Chen would definitely not let a tragedy happen. The Imperial Emperor furrowed his brows. If it was anyone else, he wouldn't even think about it. But this Jiang Chen was someone he had to take seriously. He had witnessed Jiang Chen's incredible strength with his own eyes. He was able to seal the dimensional crack with just a divine core cultivation base, and this was something he had never seen before. A young man who was only 16 or 17 years old, and he had broken through to the peak divine core realm, and his combat strength was enough to kill a mid-combat soul warrior. Even the Imperial Emperor couldn't compare with Jiang Chen when he was young. If they wanted to get rid of a genius like Jiang Chen, they had to do it as soon as possible. Therefore, what Tiangang and Xuanhuan said made sense. If they killed all of them right now, Jiang Chen would definitely hide and wait for 8 to 10 years. When Jiang Chen's cultivation base reached the peak, perhaps the entire martial saint dynasty wouldn't be able to control such a monstrous genius. It was hard to say whether or not he would bring a disaster to the martial saint dynasty. As long as they didn't kill those important people, Jiang Chen would definitely show up once he received the news. At that point of time, they would be able to kill all of them in one fell swoop, and they wouldn't have to worry about anything. Imperial Emperor, Clan Chief Xuanhuan and Sect Chief Tiangang are right. We need to think twice about this matter. That Jiang Chen is the most important person here. The 7th Emperor said. If that's the case, we'll do as you say. Imprison all the people and powers related to this, then spread the news and lure Jiang Chen out. The Imperial Emperor said after thinking for a while. Find that bitch Xianxia and hand her over to me, and that damn dog. Chapter 426. It had been a long time since the martial saint dynasty had made such a big move. This time the Imperial Emperor was truly furious. He had sent out all the emperors, the Golden Guards, and the Xuanhuan clan and Myriad Sword sect. It wouldn't take long for the entire eastern continent to change. All the upper echelons of the martial saint dynasty had gathered together and were discussing something. The Imperial Emperor has never been so angry before, and he rarely gives out orders to wipe out the entire family. This time we can't let anyone related to this go. The 3rd Emperor said. We don't know much about that Jiang Chen and Xianxia as well as the people around them. We only know that Brother Jiang used to be a disciple of the Black Sect. In my opinion, we should spend 2 days investigating everyone's background to avoid alerting them. Once everything is clear, we'll strike immediately. We won't let anyone escape. The 7th Emperor said. What the 7th Emperor said is correct. If we really want to investigate, we'll start from the Black Sect. Just leave this to us, the Xuanhuan clan. Within 2 days we'll find out everything and we won't let anyone related to this go. Xuanhuan promised. Alright, thank you for your hard work, Clan Chief Xuanhuan. The 3rd Emperor nodded his head at Xuanhuan. Late at night. Xianxia and De Huang had finally reunited with Han Yan and the others. Waha, what a satisfying day. I'm afraid the Crown Prince won't be able to live anymore. When De Huang dog saw the group, he immediately burst into laughter. De Huang, what happened? Han Yan asked. Seeing Xianxia and De Huang dog were fine, the group felt relieved. Little Yu is really ruthless, she just cut off the Crown Prince's manhood, he can no longer be a man. De Huang dog said. Damn, it's so fierce. I didn't expect little Yu to be so good at hiding her strength. Han Yan widened his eyes and looked at Xianxia, as if he was a completely different person. Do I have to be a gentle and weak girl? Xianxia gazed at Han Yan. Of course not, little Yu is developing into a manly woman. Yu Zihan said with a smile. But the Imperial Emperor won't let the Crown Prince go so easily after suffering such injuries and humiliation. I'm sure Lord Jiao is going to suffer. Guanyu frowned. I wonder if my father's life will be in danger. Wu Lang's face was extremely gloomy. Things must have gotten out of hand. It looks like little Qinzi won't be back anytime soon. What should we do now? Xianxia asked. With their current cultivation, even if they managed to escape, they wouldn't be able to find any direction. Before Jiangqin comes back, it's better for us to hide ourselves. The most dangerous place is also the safest place. I suggest we split into a few groups and hide in different cities around the Martial Saint dynasty. Firstly, it's a matter of safety, as the Martial Saint dynasty will never expect us to stay here at this time. Secondly, we can gather some information and see what the Imperial Emperor is planning to do next. Also, we don't know if Lord Jiao is still alive or not, so we can't just leave like this. De Huang Dog suggested. Little did they know, the consequences of this incident were much more serious than they had imagined. What De Huang said is right, the most dangerous place is also the safest place. None of us can escape from the fact that the Crown Prince was castrated. The best thing we can do now is to hide ourselves, wait for little Qinzi to come back, then we'll discuss how to save Lord Jiao. Han Yin nodded his head, agreeing with De Huang Dog's suggestion. But if we stay together, we'll be too big of a target. Yu Zihan said. We have to split up. Me, De Huang, Brother Yen, and the Crown Prince have to stay alone. After all, we're a bigger target. Also, we're all combat soul warriors and our combat strength is relatively strong. Even if something unexpected happens, we'll be able to handle it by ourselves. Zihan, Senior Disciple Guan, Senior Disciple Tian, the three of you stay together, you can take care of each other. Also, since you're a smaller target, as long as you disguise yourselves, no one should be able to find you. Yan Qinyu said. After following Jiang Qin for so long, she had learned how to remain calm when faced with a crisis. Now that Jiang Qin wasn't here, Yan Qinyu's ability could finally be seen. This could be seen from how she dealt with the Crown Prince. The little girl who knew nothing about worldly affairs had grown up. Alright, it's decided then. Everyone nodded their heads. They all agreed with Yan Qinyu's decision. After that, the group split up into 5 groups, each heading in a different direction. 2 days later, Xuanhuan Xing once again arrived at the Third Emperor's mansion. During the past 2 days, the news had been sealed, and Xuanhuan Xing had been investigating in secret. Therefore, Han Yin and the others hadn't received any news about what happened. Clan leader Xuanhuan, how's the investigation going? The Third Emperor asked. Everything has been investigated. The people who were in the martial palace before are Jiang Qin, Yan Qinyu, Han Yin, Guaniyun, Tianishan, and Yu Zihan. All of them were brought here by Wu Jiao. Jiang Qin and Yan Qinyu both came from the other side of Mount Origin. Jiang Qin is the son of the Fragrant Sky City's mayor, and the Jiang family is quite powerful now. They almost rule over the entire Yellowstone region. His father is called Yan Zhanyun, and Yan Qinyu is the beloved daughter of the Yan family. His father is called Yan Zhanyun, and Yu Zihan came from the Yellowstone region of the Qi province. The Yu family can be considered as the leader of the Yellowstone region. Also, the families of Guaniyun and Tianishan have been investigated thoroughly. As long as we make our move, none of them will be able to escape. Xuanhuan Xing didn't know what to say. He had to admit that Xuanhuan Xing's ability in investigating information was top-notch. He had almost dug out all the roots of the matter, and had investigated every single piece of information clearly. Very good. Let's move now and imprison all of them. The Third Emperor stood up from his seat and said. However, all of these people are scattered all over the place and there are too many people involved. I'm afraid it won't be an easy task to gather all of them together. Jiang Qin and Yan Qinyu's hometown is very far away, and even if we travel at full speed, it will take us at least 1 day to arrive there. Also, it will be troublesome to bring all of them to the Martial Saint dynasty. That's right. The 7th Emperor said. There's no need for that. The Imperial Emperor has given us the order to kill all of them. Right now we are only trying to lure Jiang Qin out. That's why we are sparing their lives for now. I think we can divide ourselves into a few groups and imprison them separately. That way the effect will be better. Even if Jiang Qin shows up, he will still give us a headache. The 10th Emperor said. Alright, let's distribute the tasks. 2 late combat soul warriors will be sent to each group, and they will lead some golden guards and warriors from the Martial Saint dynasty. We have to imprison all the people related to them. No one is allowed to escape. If anyone dares to resist, kill them immediately. With that, no matter where Jiang Qin shows up, he will definitely die. The Third Emperor immediately made his decision. That's right. No matter how much of a genius Jiang Qin is, he is still just a divine core warrior. If he dares show up, he will definitely die if he bumps into a late combat soul warrior. Not only Jiang Qin, Yan Qinyu and all the others who escaped might be lured out as well. At that point of time we can capture them all at once. Tiangang Yi's face was filled with a gloomy expression. The myriad sword sect and Xuanhuan clan hated Jiang Qin to the core, and now that the opportunity to get their revenge had arrived, they were extremely happy. There's no need for all of us to deal with these small fries. The fourth emperor, who had been silent all this while, shook his head. He didn't seem to be interested. Let me distribute the tasks. Xuanhuan clan chief, sect chief Tiangang, the Qi province is the birthplace of Jiang Qin, so all the people related to this matter will be controlled by you two superpowers. The third emperor looked at Xuanhuan Sheng and Tiangang Yi. Don't worry, third emperor will definitely complete the task. Both of them cupped their fists toward the third emperor, then they turned around and left. They weren't just representing themselves, they were representing two superpowers. They were the two superpowers of the Jian province, and they could easily destroy the entire Qi province with just a fart. Normally, these two superpowers wouldn't even bother to deal with a small Qi province like this. But now, in order to lure Jiang Qin out, and because it was the Imperial Emperor's order, they had no choice but to take it seriously, and they were willing to do it. Old 7, Old 10, and the Vice Commander of the Golden Guards, you three bring the Golden Guards and head straight to Mount Origin to control the Jiang and Yan families. The rest of you wait for an opportunity. The third emperor said. Understood. The 7th Emperor, 10th Emperor, and the Vice Commander of the Golden Guards immediately turned around and left, flying toward Mount Origin. Even with their speed, it would take them at least one day to reach Mount Origin from the Martial Saint Dynasty. Dusk Black Sect. Right now, the Black Sect had moved to Yellowstone. Since they had conquered the entire Qi province, the Black Sect had truly become the #1 superpower in this region, the boss of all superpowers. No one in the Qi province dared disobey their commands. As the Black Sect continued to grow, more and more disciples were recruited, and Taoist Black had broken through to the Combat Soul realm. With this, the Qi province was no longer at the bottom of the eastern continent. Red Sun Town's townspeople had also received great benefits. The entire town was under the Black Sect's protection, and the younger generation could become the Black Sect's disciples without any conditions. All of this was because of that young man in white clothes. Right now, in the Black Sect's central square, there was a huge statue of Jiang Qin. When Jiang Qin first arrived at the Black Sect had never experienced a moment of peace. Now that Jiang Qin had left, and although the number of people in the Black Sect had increased, it had become much quieter. Before nightfall, a loud explosion suddenly sounded out from the sky. Powerful energies suddenly descended from the sky. At this moment, the entire Black Sect sky was filled with strong winds, and everyone could feel a tremendous pressure pressing down on them, making it difficult for them to even breathe. What's going on? What's happening? Someone cried out in shock. Many disciples walked out from their rooms and stared at the sky where the hurricanes were raging. Chapter 427. What a powerful aura. Why is there such a powerful aura descending upon the Black Sect? Why do I sense a dangerous aura? These people are coming with ill intentions. The weather is going to change. The people of the Black Sect couldn't remain calm any longer. All of them walked out and looked into the sky. Swoosh, 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 all the divine core warriors of the Black Sect flew out as well. Among them were some heavenly core geniuses and sect elders. The two men in the lead were the sect chief, Taoist Black, and the alchemist, Guishan. All of them had ugly expressions on their faces. They had no idea what this storm was all about. Sect chief, what is that? Someone asked. He raised his head and stared at the dragon-like tornado in the sky, and his expression immediately became ugly. So many great warriors, I've never seen so many great warriors in my life. Taoist Black had a serious expression on his face. With his eyesight, he could tell that all these great warriors were humans. Soon, the tornado above them disappeared, and a group of over 100 men appeared above the Black Sect. Each of them was glowing brightly, and they were using their yuan energy to illuminate the dark night sky. The night was dark and the wind was strong. This was going to be an extraordinary night. Looking at the group of over 100 men, the two men in the lead had extremely powerful auras. Only Taoist Black could sense that these two men were late combat soul warriors. Behind them, there were over 30 divine core warriors, and the rest were all heavenly core warriors. Gasp. Although there were only 2 combat soul warriors, Taoist Black couldn't help but gasp. Let alone 2 of them, even one of them was more than enough to destroy the entire Black Sect. Perhaps only the top 3 provinces of the eastern continent would have late combat soul warriors. However, no matter if it was the aura or attitude of these 2 men, They both carried the aura of someone in a superior position. Obviously they weren't ordinary men. All disciples of the Black Sect, listen up. I'm the clan chief of the Xuanhuan clan from the Jian province, Sheng, and this is the myriad sword sect chief, Tiangangyi. The disciples of the Black Sect, Jiangqin, Yanqinyu, Hanyan, Yuzihan, Guaniyun and Tianishan, have all committed a heinous crime. The Martial Saint Dynasty's imperial emperor has personally ordered us to kill their entire families. From now on, everyone in the Black Sect is a criminal, and they will be imprisoned immediately. Sheng's voice was loud and clear. Every single word he said was like a thunderclap. It was so powerful that everyone in the Black Sect could hear it clearly. Sheng's words had thrown the entire Black Sect into a panic. How could this be? Two of the strongest men from the Jian province are here. It looks like the Black Sect is finished. Heavens! What did Jiang Qin do? Not only did he offend the Xuanhuan clan and myriad sword sect, he even offended the Martial Saint Dynasty. What should we do? Are we going to be dragged into this? A calamity has descended from the heavens. We're finished, we're completely finished. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have joined the Black Sect. Bullshit. Without senior disciple Jiang, the Black Sect would have been finished long ago. All of you who joined the Black Sect later, if you dare say anything bad about senior disciple Jiang again, I'll be the first to kill you. All the disciples of the Black Sect had ugly expressions on their faces, and despair could be seen on their faces. All of them knew about the grudges between Jiang Qin, the Xuanhuan clan and the myriad sword sect, but Jiang Qin had left the Black Sect, and they never expected that he would be dragged into this mess again. Taoist Black and Guishan were shocked as well. Obviously, Sheng had investigated all the people who were related to Jiang Qin. In the Black Sect, the person who was closest to Jiang Qin was Guishan, and Sheng would never let this man go. Daddy is. Guishan's performance was even more amazing than Taoist Black's. There were many ways a man could die, but if he died because of Jiang Qin, Guishan wouldn't have any complaints, he wouldn't even frown. Lock them up separately, we'll wait for Jiang Qin to come and save them. Tiangangyi and Lung said. Hearing this, Taoist Black and Guishan's eyes lit up. Judging from what they said, they had come here to lock them up because they couldn't find Jiang Qin, and their goal was to lure Jiang Qin out. If that was the case, they might still have a chance because Jiang Qin himself was a huge variable, a very scary variable. All along, those who went against Jiang Qin would never have a good ending. Haha, if Jiang Qin really shows up, it will be your doomsday. Taoist Black burst into laughter. You're courting death. Sheng was startled, then he struck out with his palm toward Taoist Black. The palm was extremely fast and it landed right on Taoist Black's chest. Taoist Black suffered a heavy blow, causing him to throw up a huge mouthful of blood. His body was swaying and he couldn't even stand straight. Guishan hurriedly stepped forward and held him up. This is just a punishment. Don't talk so much in the future. Jiang Qin is nothing, if he dares to come, I'll make sure he dies without a burial place. Sheng said with a mocking tone. Taoist Black was severely injured. He wanted to say something but was stopped by Guishan. As the saying goes, a wise man knows when to fight when the odds are against him. Right now he was like a fish on a chopping block, so it was better for him to behave himself. Even if he scolded them, it was just for fun and it wouldn't change anything. In just an hour, the myriad sword sect and Xuanhuan clan had completely taken control of the Black Sect. From the outer circle disciples to the divine core sect elders, all of them were locked up. Taoist Black and Guishan were locked up alone. The men from these two superpowers didn't take the people from the Black Sect seriously at all. They treated them like slaves, and if they disobeyed their orders they would start beating them up. If anyone resisted, they would be killed on the spot without any mercy. For the entire Black Sect, this was like a doomsday disaster. In order to change this situation, only the famous young man in white could do it. At the same time, two combat soul warriors from the Xuanhuan clan brought a group of men and arrived at the Yu family in Yellowstone. The entire Yu family was in the same situation as the Black Sect. Everyone in the Yu family, even the ordinary servants, were locked up. Guaniyun and Tianishan's family members were the same, all of them were captured. In just one night, the entire Qi province had changed. The mighty Black Sect had become prisoners and many people were implicated as well. The crime of implicating the Black Sect was too cruel, and too many people were implicated as well. At the moment, all the people in the Qi province were in a state of panic. At noon the next day, a large group of uninvited guests suddenly appeared in Mount Origin. The 7th Emperor, the 10th Emperor, and the deputy commander of the Golden Guards, Xuanhuan. These 3 late combat soul warriors brought dozens of Golden Guards and flew toward the Red City. To deal with just the Jiang family and the Yan family, they had actually sent out such a force. This was a typical case of using a sledgehammer to kill a chicken. But, in fact, this force wasn't prepared for the Jiang family and the Yan family, it was prepared for Jiangchen. Xuanhuan, bring 30 Golden Guards and head to the Red City. Capture all the men from the Yan family, bring them to the Fragrant Sky City, and imprison them together with the Jiang family. The 7th Emperor told Xuanhuan. Yes, 7th Emperor. Xuanhuan replied. After that, he brought 30 Golden Guards and flew toward the Red City. In the 7th Emperor's mind, there was no way any big family could be hiding in such a remote area, and there was no need to imprison them. 7th brother, let's head to the Fragrant Sky City now. Once we control that Jiangchen's hometown, I want to see how Jiangchen is going to fight us. An evil smile emerged on the 10th Emperor's face. It was as if he could already see Jiangchen's death. Chapter 428. Fragrant Sky City Jiang Family. Ever since the incident with the dimensional creatures, many cities in this area had been rebuilt, and Fragrant Sky City was no exception. As the leader of this area, the Jiang family had played a big role in rebuilding the city. During this period of time, the Jiang family had led the people out of the shadows, and many cities had almost been rebuilt. Fragrant Sky City was the fastest city to recover, and the buildings were almost fully restored. It was even more luxurious than before. As a citizen of Fragrant Sky City, everyone was grateful to the Jiang family, and to the young master of the Jiang family who could do anything. For everyone, the Jiang family had given them a new lease of life, and they had saved their lives. This meant that the Jiang family was going to be prosperous. At least in this area, Jiangchen's reputation was unparalleled, and the chief of the Jiang family, Jiang Zhenhai, had become the king of this area. Everything in the Jiang family was the same as before. Jiang Zhenhai was cultivating the xuanhuan skill, and noon was the best time for him to cultivate. Right now he was sitting quietly in his courtyard, circulating the xuanhuan skill and absorbing the pure yang energy. Rumble. Suddenly, in the originally calm sky, a strong gust of wind whistled. Rays of golden light filled the air, and very soon, dozens of extremely powerful figures appeared in the sky above the Jiang clan. Jiang Zhenhai quickly woke up from his cultivation. He felt a huge pressure and it made it difficult for him to breathe. When he opened his eyes, the first thing he saw were those uninvited guests. What a powerful aura! Jiang Zhenhai's expression changed dramatically. He was a divine core warrior now, but when he sensed the aura of these people, he felt that even if he used all his strength, he would still be killed by them like an ant, and he wouldn't be able to fight back. Such experts were rarely seen even in the big provinces of the eastern continent, let alone in the Scarlet City region. The Scarlet City region was separated by the Origin Mountain Range. Everything here seemed to be sealed off. The forces on the other side of the Origin Mountain Range would never set foot in here. So, why did so many powerful experts suddenly descend upon the Jiang family today? But Jiang Zhenhai wasn't an idiot. He knew that with his own abilities, there was no way he could attract so many powerful warriors to the Jiang family. The only person who could do this was his son Jiang Chen. Jiang Zhenhai was calm in the face of danger. No matter who the opponent was, as long as it was related to his son, he would not be afraid. All members of the Jiang family, listen up. Jiang Chen has committed a heinous crime, and he has offended the martial Saint dynasty. The imperial emperor has personally given the order to annihilate all members of the Jiang family. All members of the Jiang family, big and small, are to be imprisoned immediately. If anyone dares to resist, they will be killed on the spot. The 7th emperor's voice was like a sudden clap of thunder that shook the entire area. All these men were too weak and they couldn't compare with the Black Sect. None of them had ever seen a combat soul warrior, let alone a late combat soul warrior like the 7th emperor. Some of the weaker men nearly fainted just from hearing his voice. The Jiang family was instantly thrown into chaos. The sudden arrival of the enemies and the news had caught them off guard. The martial Saint dynasty, what kind of powerful existence was that? They had never even heard of it before. But there was one thing they knew: their troublemaking young master had offended a powerful enemy like the martial Saint dynasty, and now he had brought a huge disaster to the Jiang family, and they were going to annihilate all members of their family. We're doomed. The Jiang family was once a prosperous family, but now they are facing such a huge disaster. The enemies are too strong, I feel like they can kill me with just a glance. We're all going to die. Don't be afraid, our lives were given by young Master Jiang Chen. If we die because of young Master, we'll just be repaying young Master with our lives. That's right. If not for young Master, we would have been killed by those monsters. If that's the case, we'll still be able to live for many more days. The people of the Jiang family were the most united. Even when faced with a disaster like this, they were only restless at the beginning. When they found out that this matter was related to Jiang Qin, a heroic expression immediately appeared on their faces. Not a single one of them started crying because of such a disaster. That's right. That's right. The 7th Emperor, the 10th Emperor, and the Golden Guards were also surprised by the Jiang clan's calmness. In their eyes, these people were the most ordinary commoners of the lowest class. They were the real mortals. After hearing about the great calamity of having their 9 clans wiped out, they should be crying to the heavens, filled with despair, and even kneeling on the ground to beg for mercy. However, everyone was so calm that they suddenly lost their sense of accomplishment. Of course, the 7th Emperor and the others had no idea about Jiang Chen's status and prestige in the Jiang family. In fact, in the entire Fragrant Sky City, all of these people had been through life and death situations. To put it bluntly, all of them had just survived. Some of their family members had already died when those dimensional creatures attacked them, and those who were still alive now had a calm attitude towards life and death. Furthermore, since this matter was related to Jiang Qin, none of them had any complaints. Who is Jiang Zhenhai? The 7th Emperor shouted out loud. Jiang Zhenhai slowly walked out from the courtyard and arrived at a spacious area. He stood there with his hands behind his back and raised his head to look at the warriors in the sky. There was no fear on his face and he said calmly, "I am." Jiang Zhenhai, why didn't you kneel down in front of me? The 7th Emperor let out a cold humph. He couldn't accept the fact that a little unruly commoner, who was as weak as an ant, didn't kneel down in front of him. Kneel? Even if I agree, my son wouldn't agree. You can't defeat my son, so you use this kind of despicable method to deal with his family. As a powerful warrior, don't you feel any shame? Jiang Zhenhai said with a sneer. He was a smart man, and from the 7th Emperor's words, he could tell that they had imprisoned his son because they couldn't find him. If they really wanted to annihilate his entire family, they would have killed them right away and wouldn't have talked so much nonsense. Besides, why would they send so many powerful warriors just to annihilate a small Jiang family? Obviously, the reason why they didn't kill them and only imprison them was to lure his son out. Bastard! The 10th Emperor was furious. He was about to attack Jiang Zhenhai, but was stopped by the 7th Emperor. Jiang Zhenhai was the most important person in the family, and if he was killed now, they would lose a big bargaining chip. However, after listening to Jiang Zhenhai's words, the 7th Emperor and the 10th Emperor's faces turned ugly. What Jiang Zhenhai said was right. If they couldn't find Jiang Qin, then they would use his family to threaten him, which was a bit shameful. However, Jiang Qin had great potential, and they couldn't find him anywhere, so they had no choice but to use this kind of shameful method. If you have the guts, then kill me. My son will definitely avenge me. Jiang Zhenhai's aura fluctuated, and his whole body was filled with the courage of a man. As a man, he needed to have his own style, and as a father, no matter how big a hole Jiang Qin poked, he would help him cover it up. Even if he couldn't lose his son's face. He could bear any consequences related to Jiang Qin, including his own life. I didn't expect you to be so strong-willed. Don't worry, Jiang Qin will definitely appear, and when that time comes, you and your son will be reunited. Golden Guards, immediately imprison all the members of the Jiang family. The 7th Emperor gave the order. A small force like the Jiang family was too weak to withstand a single blow from the Golden Guards. It only took them 10 minutes to imprison all of them. What are you looking at? Do you want to die? A Golden Guard slapped the face of one of the Jiang family's servants, who accidentally looked at him. Slap. The slap landed on the servant's face, and his skull was smashed into pieces and he died on the spot. Damn, he can't even take a hit. The Golden Guard cursed in a depressed manner. Looks like we can't just slap these people, we can easily kill them. Another Golden Guard murmured. The faces of the Jiang family's servants turned pale. Their opponents were too strong and any one of them could easily kill all of them. They didn't even have a chance to fight back. Not long after the Jiang family was imprisoned, the deputy commander of the Golden Guards, Xuanhuan, brought a group of people from the Yin family to the Jiang family in Fragrant Sky City, and imprisoned all the people from both families. Obviously, the Yin family had already known about the whole incident, and since it was all because of Yin Xinyu, there was nothing much to say. Yin Xinyu was the Yin family's treasure, and the Yin family was willing to bear the consequences of her mistakes. In the Jiang family's main hall, Jiang Zhenhai met with Yan Zhanyun. These two important people were imprisoned together. Both of them looked at each other and smiled. "Brother Yan, do you regret it?" Jiang Zhenhai asked. "Why would I? I, Yan Zhanyun, have a daughter and son-in-law like them, and they are the pride of my life. Even if I die, I will still be able to rest in peace." Yan Zhanyun didn't show any signs of fear. "Seventh brother, these two people are the most important. In my opinion, we should ask Xuanhuan to bring them to the martial Saint dynasty." The 10th emperor said. "All right. Xuanhuan, bring these two people to the martial Saint dynasty and imprison them." The 7th emperor said to Xuanhuan, "This subordinate obeys." Xuanhuan cupped his fist toward both of them. After that, he waved his sleeve and disappeared, along with Jiang Zhenhai and Yan Zhanyun. 3 days later, a sudden news came out from the martial Saint dynasty. The imperial emperor had personally given the order that all those who were related to Jiang Chen and Yan Chenyu would be executed. The Black Sect had been imprisoned and everyone related to them had been imprisoned as well. There was also news that Jiang Chen's hometown, Mount Origin, had been imprisoned as well. When this news came out, it immediately caused a huge uproar in the entire eastern continent. Heavens! That's a crime worthy of having his entire family and friends killed. What did Jiang Chen do? How did he provoke the imperial emperor? This is too cruel. This is the first time the martial Saint dynasty has given such an order. Execute his entire family, but they're only imprisoning him instead of killing him. It looks like Jiang Chen hasn't been captured yet. I think the purpose of this is to lure Jiang Chen out. Chapter 429. The news spread quickly as if someone was controlling it from behind the scenes. In just one day, the news had spread across the entire eastern continent. With such a huge storm, it could be said that everyone knew about it. Jiang Chen's name had already spread far and wide, and with the news, Jiang Chen's name had been pushed to the teeth of the storm. Jiang Chen's name had spread far and wide. In a city closest to the martial palace, xuanhuan and the other two men were furious after hearing the news. 9 generations of my family. Damn it, I can't believe the imperial emperor is so cruel. Everyone in my Yu family is trapped now, I'm going to save them. Xuanhuan's eyes turned red. My family is trapped as well, I don't know how they are doing right now. The imperial emperor is a person who holds the highest position in the world, how could he involve his own family in this matter? Damn it. Guanyu clenched his fists tightly. Ever since he heard the news, he had been in a mess and could no longer keep his calm. Damn it, let's go. If my family is dragged into this mess because of me, I won't be able to rest in peace even if I become a ghost. Tianishan had always been a calm man, but right now he had lost his temper. No one would be able to stay calm in such a situation. His family was trapped and he felt like his heart was being stabbed by a knife. Senior disciple Tian, senior disciple Guan, let's go save them together. Xuanhuan said. Alright, even if it's a dragon's pond or a tiger's den, we'll still go. If anything happens to my father, I'll never forgive myself. Guanyun's energy fluctuated. Damn it, if it's my head, if it's my life, I'll risk it. Tianishan clenched his teeth. The 3 of them instantly reached an agreement, they were going to the Qi province to save their family. People always had impulsive moments, and right now, the 3 of them were completely filled with anger and impulsiveness. It was hard for them to stay rational. They had no idea what was happening in the Qi province, and with their cultivation, if they went to the Qi province to save their father, they would have no chance at all. Right when the 3 of them were about to leave, 2 figures suddenly broke into the hidden courtyard where they were hiding. They were none other than Wu Lang and Han Yen. Are you 3 crazy? You're going to die. Han Yen reprimanded them. It was obvious that he had heard the conversation between the 3 of them. Senior brother Han, my family has been imprisoned. Are we really going to wait here? Xuanhuan said. Do you know what's the situation in the Qi province right now? Do you know who imprisoned the Black Sect? Han Yen scolded with a loud voice. He and Wu Lang had been hiding in the imperial city, and as a prince, Wu Lang had some trusted subordinates in the imperial city. Therefore, the information he gathered was much more accurate than what was spread outside. Please don't act on impulse. The Qi province is controlled by the Xuanhuan clan and Myriad Sword sect, and these 2 sects have joined forces to control the Black Sect and your family. According to what I know, the imperial emperor is extremely furious this time, and he wants to kill everyone and their family members. There are at least 2 late combat soul warriors in each location, and the ones controlling the Qi province are the Xuanhuan clan's clan chief, Xuanhuan Sheng, and the myriad sword sect's sect chief, Tiangang Yi. The reason they joined forces to attack the Black Sect is to lure Jiang Chen out. I know what you're feeling right now because I'm feeling the same way. My father is locked up in the heavenly prison, and I don't know if he's still alive or not. Wu Lang said. Senior brother Tian, senior brother Guan Zihan, this is obviously a trap set up by the Martial Saint dynasty. With our strength, not only will we not be able to save our family, we'll also get ourselves killed and we might even get them into trouble. Han Yen said. Hearing the two's words, the three of them calmed down quite a bit from their previous impulsive state. Although they were anxious, Han Yen and Wu Lang's words were not wrong at all. With their cultivation levels, they would only be sending themselves to their deaths if they tried to save Mo Wuji. Brother Yen, what should we do now? We can't just keep hiding like this, can we? Guan Yun asked. Without Jiang Chen, Han Yen was their pillar of support. Wait for little Qinzi to show up. Han Yen said in a serious manner. Han Yen is right. You guys should know that once the imperial decree is passed down, all 9 of their family members will be killed and none will be spared. However, they're only imprisoning them and they haven't killed anyone yet. What does this mean? It means that the imperial emperor is worried about Jiang Chen's revenge. The reason they're doing this is to lure Jiang Chen out and kill them all at once. Including the imperial emperor, everyone here has witnessed how frightening Jiang Chen is. If the imperial emperor were to kill all 9 of Jiang Chen's family members and friends, he would definitely worry that Jiang Chen will hide in the dark for 8 to 10 years. At that time, it would be a disaster for the entire Martial Saint dynasty. Therefore, the reason why they're imprisoning these people is to lure Jiang Chen out. A peerless monster like Jiang Chen has to be killed as soon as possible, so as to avoid any future troubles. Therefore, before Jiang Chen shows up, they won't kill anyone. Wu Lang paused for a brief moment, then continued, Furthermore, with our current strength, apart from waiting for Jiang Chen to come back, is there any better way? That's right, they're afraid of Big Brother Jiang's revenge. That's why they're imprisoning them, hoping to lure Big Brother Jiang out. If we strike now, we'll fall right into their trap. Yu Zihan nodded his head. He had finally recovered from his impulsive state. That's right, we were too impulsive just now. Tianishan nodded his head as well. But our enemy this time is the Martial Saint dynasty, they're too powerful. Junior disciple Jiang has always been creating miracles, and I hope he can do the same this time. If not, the consequences will be unimaginable. There are too many people involved this time. Guan Yun said. Right now Jiang Chen was their only hope. Hope was always better than despair. Furthermore, they had been following Jiang Chen for quite some time now, and it seemed like there was nothing in this world that Jiang Chen couldn't do. For a long time, those who went against Jiang Chen never had a good ending. Of course, we can't just sit here and do nothing. Let's go to the Qi province now, at least we can find out more about the situation there. Of course, we need to be extra careful when we're in the Qi province and we can't expose ourselves. Han Yen suggested. That's a good idea. Finding out more about the situation is better than waiting here and doing nothing. How about this? The few of you go to the Qi province and I'll continue hiding in the imperial city. If there's any new information, I'll inform you immediately. Wu Lang said. Alright, Brother Wu, until next time. Han Yen cupped his fist toward Wu Lang. After that, he left with Yu Zihan and the other 2 quietly heading toward the Qi province. I wonder how little Yu and De Huang will react when they hear the news? Yu Zihan said worriedly while rushing toward the Qi province. That's right. It seems like the Yen family is being controlled as well. I hope little Yu doesn't do anything stupid. Guan Yun said. Don't worry, little Yu is no longer the same little Yu as before. She'll be able to stay calm when something happens. If my guess is correct, I'm afraid little Yu and De Huang are going to Mount Origin. Furthermore, both of them are very strong, so there shouldn't be any problems. Han Yen said. As long as Yen Qinyu and De Huang were together, there shouldn't be any problems. Sigh, I wonder when Big Brother Jiang will come back? Yu Zihan let out a long sigh. When little Qinzi comes back, it will be their doomsday. Anyone who dares to touch little Qinzi's family and friends is the same as courting death. Han Yen let out a cold harumph. He knew Jiang Chen too well. What the imperial emperor did had undoubtedly offended Jiang Chen's reverse scale. It was an unforgivable mistake, and with Jiang Chen's methods, the consequences would be unimaginable. One day later, Yen Qinyu and De Huang Dog arrived at Mount Origin without alerting anyone. Yen Qinyu's pretty face was filled with a gloomy expression. After knowing that the Yen family and Jiang family had been captured, she couldn't calm down. No, I have to go save them. I can't let anything happen to the Yin family and Jiang family. The Yin family has been implicated because of me, so I have to save them. The Jiang family must be safe as well. If anything happens to father-in-law, I'm afraid Qin Gij's anger will sweep across the entire eastern continent. Yan Qinyu was extremely emotional. There was no way she could stay calm, as those were her family members. With what the imperial emperor did, it doesn't matter if anything happens to his father or not, Jiang Chen's anger will still sweep across the entire eastern continent. However, Xiaoyu, I know you're eager to save them, and I also know that you have the help of an ice demon. But, before we do anything, I think it's better for us to find out more about the enemy. This place is desolate, so wait for me here. I'll go to the Jiang family and Yin family to gather some information, then we'll discuss further. De Huang Dog said. That's a good idea. But, De Huang, you have to be careful. Yin Qinyu nodded her head. Just as Han Yin had said, the current Yin Qinyu was no longer the ignorant girl she used to be. She was able to keep her cool in a critical situation. If she attacked without knowing the enemy's situation, the consequences would be very serious. She and De Huang Dog had rushed here as soon as they heard the news, but they didn't see Wu Lang. Therefore they had no idea what the situation was like. De Huang Dog was a mysterious man. Yin Qinyu didn't have to worry about him finding out more about the enemy. Don't worry, if this master dog wants to hide, even a combat king warrior won't be able to find me. De Huang Dog confidently shook his head, then he disappeared from the scene. Yin Qinyu looked into the sky with tears in her eyes and said softly, Qin Gij, will you be able to come back in time? On the other side, Jiang Qin, who had been flying for 7 days straight, suddenly felt as if he had heard Yin Qinyu's call. His calm heart couldn't help but twitch. Something must have happened. Jiang Qin's expression darkened. During the past few days, he had been feeling uneasy and restless. For the once greatest saint underneath the heavens, this kind of situation was very rare. Just now he had experienced it once, and it was even more violent than the previous times. This gave Jiang Qin a very bad feeling. No matter who it is, whoever dares to hurt the people around me will have to face my Jiang Qin's wrath. Chapter 430. After fusing with the third part of the broken sword, the heavenly saint sword's power had once again increased, and it had now become a king weapon. Although it was still a perfect ranked combat weapon due to Jiang Chen's cultivation, the power it could unleash was already comparable to a king weapon. With the help of the heavenly saint sword, Jiang Chen's speed increased once again. He was in a hurry, so he used the dimensional shift, 9 phantom wolves, and all the other skills that could increase his speed. At this speed, it would take him 4 days at most to reach the eastern continent. Eastern continent, Mount Origin. 2 hours after De Huang Dog left, he returned and met up with Yin Qinyu. De Huang, how is it? Yin Qinyu asked. It's not looking good. All the men from the Yin family have been brought to the fragrant sky city, and they're being imprisoned together with the men from the Jiang family. Furthermore, they're being led by the 7th emperor and the 9th emperor, along with dozens of golden guards. With our strength, it's impossible for us to save them. Even if we manage to save them, they won't have anywhere to run to. De Huang Dog said. What he said was very reasonable. With their abilities, not only would they not be able to defeat the 7th emperor and the 9th emperor, even if they managed to save the men, where could they run to? Those men would only become Yin Qinyu and De Huang Dog's burdens. They're only dealing with the Jiang family and Yin family, yet they sent out such a powerful force. Looks like their target is Qin Gij. Yin Qinyu was not an idiot. She immediately understood what was going on. If they were just dealing with the Jiang family and Yin family, any golden guard would be able to wipe them out. But now, even the 2 emperors had come all the way here. It was obvious that they were here for Jiang Qin. Oh right, how are my father and father-in-law? Yin Qinyu asked. Hearing this, De Huang Dog furrowed his brows. But in the end he still said, I don't think they're in a life-threatening situation, but it's not looking good either because they've been brought to the martial saint dynasty. Needless to say, De Huang Dog's ability to gather information was top-notch. In just 2 hours he had managed to gather all the information he needed. Furthermore, he had done it right under the nose of 2 late combat soul warriors. Just this ability alone was enough to make people admire him. What? Yin Qinyu's expression changed. Jiang Zhenhai and Yin Zhanyun were imprisoned in the martial saint dynasty. It seemed like the martial saint dynasty was going to keep their last resort. Although she was worried, Yin Qinyu quickly calmed down. A cold light flashed in her eyes and her expression was solemn. I hope they are all right. It seems like we can only wait for Chingij to come back. Xiaoyu, how about this? You continue hiding here and keep an eye on the situation in Fragrant Sky City. I'll immediately fly to the southern continent. If I meet Jiang Chen, I'll tell him everything that happened here. De Huang Dog said. Alright then, be careful. Yan Qinyu nodded her head. The current situation was extremely critical, and only when Jiang Chen came back would they have a chance to turn the situation around. With their current strength, there was no way they could turn the situation around. Big Yellow left the place and flew toward the direction of the southern continent. The situation here should be relatively stable for now, and before Jiang Chen showed up, those who were imprisoned shouldn't be in any danger. De Huang Dog's speed was extremely fast. On the other side, Jiang Chen was riding on the Heavenly Saint Sword, and his speed was even faster. Along the way he unleashed his aura, scaring all the demon beasts who tried to block his way. None of them dared to stop him. 2 days later, Jiang Chen, who was flying at high speed, suddenly saw a golden light flickering in front of him. The golden light was obviously a man, and when Jiang Chen saw the golden light, his eyes immediately lit up. De Huang Dog. Jiang Chen was very familiar with De Huang Dog, and he was able to identify it just from its body shape. Without hesitation he sent out his divine sense to De Huang Dog. De Huang Dog didn't notice Jiang Chen's presence at first, but after receiving Jiang Chen's divine sense, he immediately stopped flying and started flying toward Jiang Chen. Soon the man and dog met up. Damn it, you're finally back. Seeing Jiang Chen again, De Huang Dog was really excited, especially when he sensed that Jiang Chen had broken through to the combat soul realm. It gave him a ray of hope. De Huang Dog, what happened? Jiang Chen's expression darkened. He knew De Huang Dog too well. If not for something serious happening, this dog wouldn't have talked to him in such a serious tone, and he wouldn't have come all the way to the southern continent to look for him. Something big happened. After you left, the Martial Saint Dynasty's crown prince tried to violate little you, and the imperial emperor decreed a marriage. De Huang Dog kept talking, telling Jiang Chen everything that had happened, including the imperial emperor decreeing a marriage, Wu Jiao tearing the imperial decree with his bare hands, Yan Qinyu castrating the crown prince, and the imperial emperor's enraged decree that ordered the crown prince's entire family to be annihilated. Boom. As soon as Big Yellow finished his words, a surge of anger burst out from Jiang Chen's body. Both of his eyes shot out 2 beams of cold light that were almost 3 meters long. It was extremely frightening. Annihilate my entire family. Jiang Chen said with an extremely cold voice, my family, my friends, anyone related to me, even if they suffer a slight loss, I'll make the imperial emperor suffer my fury. Jiang Chen had made countless enemies, and no matter what methods his enemies used, he would take it head-on. Even if it was a bloody battle, he would still enjoy it. However, Jiang Chen hated it when others used the people close to him as a condition to threaten him, and this had undoubtedly offended Jiang Chen's reverse scale. The moment he received the news, the fate between Jiang Chen and the Martial Saint Dynasty had been decided. There are too many people involved in this, we better hurry back. The Imperial Emperor's purpose is to lure you out, and if you don't show yourself, I'm afraid they will take extreme measures. De Huang Dog worriedly said. Let's go. Without saying another word, Jiang Chen increased his speed to the maximum. Even De Huang Dog descended onto the Heavenly Saint Sword and flew toward the eastern continent. His heart was burning with anxiety right now. These days he had been restless and he had a feeling that something big was going to happen. However, he had never thought that something this big would happen. Those people who were imprisoned were all implicated because of him, and Jiang Chen couldn't let anything bad happen to anyone related to him. Xuanhuan was his closest relative, and Jiang Chen couldn't afford to lose him. Imperial Emperor, you better pray that everyone is safe and sound. Jiang Chen's eyes were cold. He was like a calm king who had just been completely enraged, the fury of a king. With Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog's current speed, it would take them at most 2 more days to reach the eastern continent. However, during this period of time, a new incident happened in the eastern continent. It had been 10 days since all those related to Jiang Chen were imprisoned, and the main character that they wanted to lure out, Jiang Chen, had yet to appear. Even Yan Qinyu and the others had yet to show themselves. This situation had made the Martial Saint Dynasty extremely angry, and it had also caused them to lose a lot of face. Just yesterday, news had spread out from the Fragrant Sky City. The 7th Emperor and 10th Emperor had started using ruthless methods, killing 1 person a day until Jiang Chen showed himself. Today, an important alchemist of the Jiang family was beheaded in public, and his head was hung on the city wall of the Fragrant Sky City. At noon of the next day, there was only one day left before Jiang Chen's return. In the sky above the fragrant sky city, 3 golden guards were surrounding a young man wearing a guard uniform. The young man had a calm expression on his face, and there was no sign of fear on his face. Below, many people in the fragrant sky city were watching the scene. All of them were gnashing their teeth as they stared at the sky. Yesterday they had witnessed the beheading of an alchemist of the Jiang family, but all they could do was stand there and watch. For everyone in the fragrant sky city, the Jiang family had done them a great favor, and now they were witnessing a member of the Jiang family being beheaded. This bunch of executioners, they will definitely get their retribution. Damn it. Steward Jiang Cheng has helped me a lot in the past and now he's going to be killed. I hate him so much. Young Master Jiang Cheng, please come back quickly. Many people were washing their faces with tears. Such a scene was too cruel. The young man who was surrounded by 3 golden guards was none other than the current steward of the Jiang family, Jiang Cheng. He had a very important position in the Jiang family. I heard that you have a good relationship with Jiang Chen. Do you think Jiang Chen will show up to save you? One of the golden guards sneered at Jiang Cheng. Cut the crap. I, Jiang Cheng, am willing to die for the sake of young master. Jiang Cheng was extremely tough. Once upon a time he was also a coward. In fact, he was still a coward. But now he was willing to die for the sake of his young master. You can be considered a real man. Since that's the case, let me send you on your way. Another golden guard slowly pulled out a shining broadsword and placed it on Jiang Cheng's neck. What else do you have to say? The golden guard asked. I, Jiang Cheng, am not satisfied even with my death. Young master, I, Jiang Cheng, will still be your slave in my next life. Come, give your grandpa a quick death. Jiang Cheng laughed out loud without any fear. Facing the cold blade, he did not even frown. The golden guard shook his head. He exerted strength in his hand and was ready to cut down. Jiang Cheng would definitely be beheaded. Swoosh. Right at this moment, an air-piercing sound came from the sky. A beam of cold light shot out from afar and collided with the blade. Clang. The 3 golden guards were shocked when they saw the broadsword being knocked away. They quickly looked into the distance and saw a young girl dressed in white who looked like a fairy flying towards them. Jiang Chen saw the girl as well, but he didn't feel happy at all. Instead, he was filled with fear. Without hesitation, he shouted out, "Young madam, don't come here, leave now." The girl was none other than Yan Chenyu. She had been hiding in Origin Mountain all this time. After receiving the news of the murder in Fragrant Sky City, she could no longer sit still. Today she had been hiding here. When she saw that the one who was killed was Jiang Cheng, she decided to make a move. She knew the relationship between Jiang Chen and Jiang Chen. Although they were master and servant, Jiang Cheng was loyal to Jiang Chen. Chapter 431. Yan Chenyu didn't know if she could save Jiang Cheng, but she knew she had to show herself. She couldn't just stand by and watch Jiang Chen's friends die. Even if it was just for the sake of relieving the pain in her heart, she had to do everything she could. If she just watched Jiang Cheng get killed today and didn't do anything, she wouldn't even be able to pass her trial. So what if she was going to die? Who could just watch their family being killed without doing anything? Women had their own brave side as well. Yan Chenyu. When one of the golden guards saw the young girl in white, not only did he not show any signs of fear, his face was filled with surprise. It looked like the 7th Emperor's trick was very effective, as he was able to lure Yan Chenyu out on the 2nd day. Young madam, run. Jiang Cheng screamed at the top of his lungs, but Yan Chenyu remained indifferent. Her speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye she had already arrived in front of Jiang Cheng. An icy light flashed and pierced through the head of a golden guard. Unfortunately, before Yan Chenyu could reach Jiang Cheng, 3 powerful auras suddenly appeared, pressing towards Yan Chenyu. Yan Chenyu, I didn't expect to lure Jiang Chen out, but you did. Good, the Crown Prince has been thinking about you. The 7th Emperor said with a sneer on his face. The other 2 were the 10th Emperor and Xuanhuan, who had just returned from the martial Saint dynasty. All 3 of them were late combat soul warriors. Yan Chenyu's expression darkened. It was obvious that this was a trap, and with her abilities, there was no way she could save Jiang Cheng. 3 late combat soul warriors, there was no way she could handle them. As the emperors of the martial Saint dynasty, how could you use such a despicable method to kill an ordinary man? I really don't know where your faces are. I, Yan Chenyu, dare to show myself today because I'm not afraid of you. Yan Chenyu said, Lung Lung. Since you're here, don't even think about leaving. Don't worry, we won't kill you, you're the crown prince's man. The seventh emperor coldly harumphed. I'll stay here, but you have to let Jiang Qing go. Yan Qinyu said with the same indifferent tone. Young madam. Jiang Qing's face was instantly covered in tears. His tears were like a broken dam and he couldn't control them anymore. Men don't cry easily. Facing the blade just now, he didn't even frown, but Yan Qinyu's words had made him cry. He was just a lowly servant, and his death wasn't something to be regretted. How could he make the young mistress sacrifice him just to save his life? Young madam, with your words, even if Jiang Qing dies, he will die with a smile. Tell young master that Jiang Qing dies without regrets. A ruthless glint flashed across Jiang Qing's eyes. He lowered his head and glanced at the sharp blade placed across his neck by the other golden guard. Without any hesitation, he quickly prostrated himself. Puchi. The blade was so sharp that it sank halfway into Jiang Qing's neck, causing blood to spurt out like a fountain. The golden guard was greatly alarmed. He had never thought that his opponent would be so bloodthirsty and use such a method to end his life. Jiang Qing. Yan Qinyu's body swayed as she shouted out loudly. Tears could be seen in her eyes. After that, she turned around and flew far away. She would never forget Jiang Qing's final look. He died with a smile on his face. He died without any regrets, just so she could run away as soon as possible. Yan Qinyu didn't let Jiang Qing down. Without hesitation, she turned around and left. She wanted Jiang Qing's death to be worthwhile. Where do you think you're going? The seventh emperor was the first one to react. He immediately chased after Yan Qinyu. A monster made entirely from ice suddenly descended from the sky, blocking the seventh emperor's path. Die. Countless beams of light burst out from the seventh emperor's palm as he unleashed a palm strike toward the Ice Demon King. Boom. The Ice Demon King didn't fear death. It threw its gigantic fist toward the seventh emperor's palm strike, but it was knocked back dozens of meters by the seventh emperor's palm strike. After that, it once again dashed toward the seventh emperor. What a powerful monster. The seventh emperor was startled. This monster actually possessed the combat strength of a late combat soul warrior. How did such a mighty warrior appear here? With his cultivation, he actually didn't sense it at all. This was really strange. Xuanhuan, you stay here and guard this place. 10th brother, you go after Yan Qinyu. The seventh emperor turned around and said to the two men in the distance with a loud voice. After being delayed by the Ice Demon King, Yan Qinyu had already disappeared. All right. The 10th emperor unleashed his energy, then he immediately chased after Yan Qinyu. Seeing this, the Ice Demon King reacted quickly. It immediately gave up on the 7th emperor and chased after the 10th emperor. Stay here. The 7th emperor coldly harumphed. A sharp long sword appeared in his hand, and he slashed toward the Ice Demon King. Facing the sword, the Ice Demon King didn't even try to dodge, it didn't even try to defend itself. Just like that, it was slashed in half by the 7th emperor. So, it's so weak. The 7th emperor sneered. But too bad, before his smile could disappear, it immediately froze. The monster that he had just slashed in half had suddenly appeared in front of the 10th emperor, blocking his way. What? How is this possible? Both the 7th emperor and the 10th emperor cried out in shock at the same time. They stared at the monster in front of them as if they were looking at a ghost. A monster that had just been killed and now it had come back to life. This was ridiculous. Even with their vast knowledge, this was the first time they had ever seen something like this. Roar, the 10th emperor was shocked. However, the Ice Demon King wasn't slow at all. It wasn't afraid of death at all. For it, death was easier than eating. Without hesitation, it raised its gigantic fist and charged toward the 10th emperor. The Ice Demon King was fighting the 10th emperor, while the 7th emperor was chasing after Yan Qinyu. The Ice Demon King reacted extremely quickly. It immediately gave up on the 10th emperor and went to stop the 7th emperor. Like this, the Ice Demon King was fighting two emperors at the same time, and it was killed dozens of times. After it was killed for the last time, it never showed up again. The two emperors chased after the Ice Demon King for a few thousand miles, but they still couldn't find any trace of Yan Qinyu. Damn it, what kind of abnormal monster is that? Why can't it be killed? The 7th emperor couldn't help but curse. Although that monster is a late combat soul warrior, all it has is brute force, and it doesn't cultivate any yuan energy or combat skills. Therefore it can't even withstand a single blow from us. However, its ability to resurrect the dead is really troublesome, and it bought Yan Qinyu enough time to escape. The 10th emperor's face darkened as well. They had spent so much effort to attract Yan Xinyu's attention, but now she had run away. This was really shameful. We'll kill 3 men tomorrow, then we'll go back and pick 3 important men from the Yan family. I don't believe Yan Xinyu won't show up. Tomorrow we'll set up an inescapable trap, and with the 3 of us working together, Yan Xinyu won't be able to escape. The 7th emperor said with a gloomy expression. Both of them couldn't catch up to Yan Xinyu, so they had no choice but to go back the way they came. Within a quiet valley, Yan Xinyu was standing quietly in front of a lake. With a profound look in her eyes and an emotionless face, she said with an indifferent tone, "Jiang Qing, rest in peace. Qing Gij will definitely avenge you." In the end, Jiang Qing was still dead. Although Yan Xinyu had shown up, it didn't change the ending. However, for Yan Xinyu, it was necessary for her to show up. At least, she was here to send Jiang Qing off so that he could die without any regrets. Furthermore, Jiang Qing didn't die in the hands of his enemies, he had committed suicide. The last thing he left behind was a peaceful smile. This was the value of Yan Xinyu's appearance today. "Qing Gij, when can you come back? Xiao Yu can't hold on any longer." Yan Xinyu squatted down and hugged her shoulders. Sometimes she was just a girl. The next morning, Yan Xinyu calmed herself down and once again set foot on the road to the fragrant sky city. When she secretly arrived at the outskirts of the city, she saw 2 wooden pillars standing high above the city walls. 2 human heads were hanging on top of the pillars. One was the alchemist from the Jiang family, and the other was Jiang Qing. I wonder who will be the one to die today. What can I do? Yan Xinyu's mood was very low. She had the 9 yin meridians and a powerful divine body, but her cultivation was too low, and her enemies were too strong. If she didn't have the Ice Demon King, she wouldn't be able to do anything. An hour later, a dozen armored golden guards flew out from the inner part of the fragrant sky city. They had brought 3 people with them. When Yan Xinyu's eyes fell on the 3 people, her expression instantly changed. Yan Hongtai, Yan Meng and Yan Xing. These 3 people were the most important people in the Yan family. For Yan Xinyu, they were all her seniors. Ever since she was young, they had always taken care of her. No! Yan Xinyu screamed in her mind. 1 person was killed every day, and today 3 people were killed. And all of them were from the Yan family. Obviously, it was because of her appearance yesterday. Today's situation was prepared just for her. Yan Meng and the other 2 had a determined look on their faces. Just like Jiang Qing yesterday, they didn't show any signs of fear. It was as if death was an ordinary thing. Soon it was noon again. The sun was high up in the sky, and the air was scorching hot. 3 sharp swords were placed on the 3 people's necks. Yan Xinyu, who was far away, saw everything. Her eyes were filled with determination. It didn't matter if she could save them or not. She couldn't just watch her family die in front of her. "Stop!" Yan Xinyu shouted coldly. Once again she descended from the sky like a fairy and arrived outside the fragrant sky city. The moment she appeared, 3 powerful auras surrounded her from 3 different directions. The 7th emperor, the 10th emperor, and Xuanhuan had appeared at the same time. This was planned in advance. As soon as Yan Xinyu appeared, the 3 of them would surround her together. That way, even if the monster appeared again, it would be useless. "Xiao Yu, let's go." Yan Hongtai shouted when he saw Yan Xinyu. "Haha, Yan Xinyu, it seems like you are a loyal person. But today, let's see how you can escape from us." The 7th emperor laughed out loud. Just as he finished speaking, something strange happened again. 2 powerful auras appeared from afar. At the same time, a thunderous voice was heard. "If you dare touch her, I will make you regret being born." Chapter 432. The commotion was so loud that everyone couldn't help but look into the distance. What they saw were 2 golden lights moving at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, they had arrived at the outskirts of Fragrant Sky City. A handsome young man in a white robe, and a Dahuang dog that was as strong as a bull. This combination was unique in this world. Qing Gij. Yan Xinyu was extremely surprised, and tears started flowing down from her eyes. These days she had been under a lot of pressure, and it made it hard for her to breathe. She was just a teenage girl, and she had never experienced anything like this before. How could she compare with Jiang Qin, who had lived for more than 1,000 years in her heart? Now that Jiang Qin had finally appeared, Yan Xinyu felt relieved. She knew that as long as her Qing Gij was back, everything would be fine. Jiang Qin. The 7th Emperor, 10th Emperor, and Xuanhuan cried out in surprise as well. However, their shocked expressions soon turned into wild joy. They had finally achieved their goal. Jiang Qin had finally appeared. Haha, we are saved. Yan Meng suddenly laughed out loud. He was the first person from the Yan family to get in touch with Jiang Qin. He was also the one who introduced Jiang Qin to the Yan family. He had an inexplicable confidence in Jiang Qin. It seemed that as long as Jiang Qin appeared, everything would be fine. Look, young Master Jiang Qin is back. This is great. This is great. There is nothing young Master Jiang Qin can't do. He will definitely kill all these bastards. I told you young Master Jiang Qin would definitely show up. Too bad he came one day late. Otherwise Jiang Qin wouldn't have died. So, it's good that he's back. Let's chase these murderers out of Fragrant Sky City and return peace to Fragrant Sky City. During this period of time, the people of the Fragrant Sky City had been angry, but they didn't dare say anything. They could only watch as the Jiang family and Yan family were bullied, and they couldn't do anything about it. But now that Jiang Qin had returned, they had found their backbone. Jiang Qin, why don't you continue to be a coward? Don't you know that with your strength, appearing now is equivalent to courting death? A prideful sneer could be seen on the 7th Emperor's face. As long as he could kill Jiang Qin, this matter would come to an end. After killing Jiang Qin, he would start executing the punishment of exterminating all 9 generations of his family. He would kill everyone here to show the dignity of the martial Saint dynasty. Jiang Qin didn't pay any attention to the 7th Emperor's words. He didn't even look at the 7th Emperor because at this moment, his gaze was fixed on Jiang Cheng's head, and he couldn't move it away. Especially when he saw the smile and satisfaction on Jiang Cheng's face, Jiang Qin suddenly felt as if his heart had been pierced by something, and the pain was unbearable. Taking advantage of the fact that the 3 of them were all focused on Jiang Qin, Yan Qinyu dashed out of their encirclement with lightning speed and arrived beside Jiang Qin. The 3 of them didn't care about Yan Qinyu's escape. In their eyes, Jiang Qin's importance was much greater than Yan Qinyu's. Qingij, Jiang Qin said that he would still be your slave in his next life. He is willing to die for you and he has no regrets. Xiao Yu is useless, I couldn't save him. Yan Qinyu cried out involuntarily. Boom, Yan Qinyu's words made Jiang Qin's anger erupt like a volcano, and he couldn't hold it in anymore. A golden flame of anger rushed out from the top of his head like a golden dragon, and it seemed as if it could burn everything down. 2 heads, and the current situation of Yan Meng and the other 2 with Jiang Qin's experience, how could he not know what was going on? The enemy must have used this extreme method because he hadn't shown up yet. Anger, anger, anger. Jiang Qin's anger rose higher and higher. The enemy had crossed the bottom line in his heart, and his anger continued to burn like a raging flame. Under the impact of this anger, the dragon transformation skill started to circulate automatically. As the anger burned, Jiang Qin didn't notice that new dragon marks were forming inside his body. It was a kind of stimulation, a kind of transformation. Jiang Qin had become stronger. Slave? No, he is my brother, my family. Jiang Qin stared at Jiang Cheng's head and said word by word. His words were gentle but also cold. You killed my family, killed my brothers, I want you all dead, all of you. Jiang Qin's eyes still didn't leave Jiang Cheng's head, but his words were directed at the 7th Emperor and the others. Kill them. Someone from the crowd of Fragrant Sky City shouted angrily. Boom. At this moment Jiang Qin moved. With a sway of his body, he arrived in the sky. He stretched out both his hands and grabbed the heads of Jiang Cheng and the Jiang family's alchemist. He bowed toward the alchemist's head, then he stored it into his storage ring. As for Jiang Cheng's head, it was placed on Jiang Chen's shoulder. Wrapped in a golden light, it looked extremely sacred. Clang. With a bright flash, the heavenly saint sword appeared in Jiang Chen's hand. An ice-cold killing intent swept across the place. Jiang Chen slowly turned around and looked at the 7th Emperor and the others. Let's attack together and take him down. The 7th Emperor shouted out loudly. The 10th Emperor and Xuanhuan both had smiles on their faces as they dashed toward Jiang Chen at the same time. In their minds, Jiang Chen was still a genius with extraordinary talent. Compared to late combat soul warriors, he was still too weak. Too bad they had made a huge mistake. The growth of a genius was not something they could imagine. Brother, let's kill them together. Jiang Chen rubbed Jiang Cheng's head with his hand. The scenes of the past kept appearing in his mind. The flatterer who followed him all the time but had always been loyal to him. He could even imagine how Jiang Qing died without any regrets yesterday. The 7th Emperor was the first one to dash toward Jiang Qin. He carried an imposing aura, and the long sword in his hand unleashed a boundless sword beam that pierced through the sky toward Jiang Qin. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. Without hesitation he unleashed a sword attack. The heavenly saint sword was covered in flames. The combination of the true dragon flame and heavenly lightning flame, as well as Jiang Chen's fury, transformed into a brilliant flaming sword that slashed toward the seventh emperor. Clang! The two swords collided with each other. The seventh emperor's sword was like a fragile bubble that couldn't withstand a single blow, and was instantly slashed in half by the heavenly saint's sword. What? The seventh emperor immediately cried out in shock. He looked at Jiang Chen as if he was looking at a ghost. The combat weapon in his hand was the best among all superior weapons, and it could be said to be invincible. But now it had been slashed in half by his opponent. This was too frightening. What shocked the seventh emperor even more was that after fighting with Jiang Chen, he finally realized how frightening Jiang Chen was. Jiang Chen's combat strength was like a majestic mountain, making it hard for him to breathe. Swoosh! The seventh emperor was stunned, but Jiang Chen wasn't slow at all. He thrust the heavenly saint sword forward, and with a slashing sound, one of the seventh emperor's arms was sliced off. Blood sprayed out like a fountain, and under the reflection of the sunlight, it looked extremely dazzling. Before the seventh emperor could even scream, Jiang Chen's heavenly saint sword had already landed on his neck. The sharp sword beam had already pierced through his skin, causing blood to flow out. It was too fast. Before the 10th emperor and Xuanhuan could even approach, the 7th emperor had already suffered a crushing defeat, and his life had fallen into Jiang Chen's hands. So strong. De Huang Dog's face shook, and a joyful expression emerged on his face. He knew Jiang Chen would be very strong after breaking through to the combat soul realm, but he didn't expect him to be this strong. Yan Xinyu, who stood next to De Huang Dog, had a smile on her face. In her mind, Jiang Chen was an omnipotent existence. The 7th emperor's forehead was instantly covered in cold sweat, and his body was trembling. He no longer had the awe-inspiring appearance he had before. When he sensed Jiang Chen's ice-cold killing intent, he began to feel scared. He knew what Jiang Chen was capable of, but he didn't expect Jiang Chen to be this strong. Kneel down and apologize to my brother. Jiang Chen's black hair fluttered in the wind, and he looked like a peerless god of slaughter. He was in control of the 7th emperor's fate, and he didn't give him a choice. What did you say? You want me to kneel down? The 7th emperor was furious. With his status, he was the emperor of the martial saint dynasty, a man who stood above tens of thousands of people. It was impossible for him to kneel down in front of a lowly human head. Boom. Arc. A tremendous force came from the heavenly saint's sword, causing the 7th emperor to let out a miserable shriek. Both his legs were bent and he fell to his knees in midair. At this moment, it was no longer up to him whether he wanted to kneel or not. Presumptuous! How dare you humiliate the emperor of the martial saint dynasty like this? Xuanhuan shouted out loudly. Together with the 10th emperor, both of them attacked Jiang Chen at the same time. Both of them knew how strong Jiang Chen was, therefore they didn't hold back in their attacks and used their strongest combat strength. They didn't believe that Jiang Chen was so strong that they couldn't defend against him. Jiang Chen gazed at both men with an indifferent expression. He wasn't someone who had just broken through to the combat soul realm, he had 7,000 dragon marks in his body. Just now, because of the dragon transformation skill's transformation, he had formed another 500 dragon marks. He had been growing stronger. Jiang Chen stretched his hand forward, unleashing the true dragon palm. The gigantic blood-red dragon claw looked like a real dragon descending from the heavens, and it slapped the 10th emperor away. A late combat soul warrior couldn't even withstand a single blow from Jiang Chen. With 7,500 dragon marks, a late combat soul warrior like the 10th emperor was much weaker than Wu Ningzhu. If it wasn't for the fact that Jiang Chen didn't hold back, the true dragon palm would have killed the 10th emperor. Capture him! Jiang Chen shouted out loudly. However, before he could finish his words, De Huang Dog had already flown out and arrived in front of the 10th emperor. On the other side, Xuanhuan, who was rushing toward Jiang Chen, was scared out of his wits when he saw what had happened. He no longer had any desire to fight and he immediately turned around and fled. None of you can leave now, none of you will live. Jiang Chen looked like a god of war who had just descended from the heavens. The heavenly saint's sword was slashed out with lightning speed, giving Xuanhuan no chance to dodge it. But there was no way he could withstand it. Arg! Xuanhuan let out a miserable shriek. Half of his body had been sliced off by Jiang Chen, but his vitality was still strong and he was still alive. With a wave of his hand, Jiang Chen brought Xuanhuan's body to Jiang Chen, forcing him to kneel down together with the 7th emperor. On the other side, De Huang Dog had also brought the severely wounded 10th Emperor to Jiangchen. Kneel down. De Huang Dog shouted at the 10th Emperor. Apologize to my brother. Jiang Chen's energy wrapped around the three men, causing them to feel suffocated. Chapter 433. The entire scene was deadly silent. Everyone was having a hard time breathing. All the golden guards who rushed out from the fragrant sky city had ugly expressions on their faces. Many of them were combat soul warriors, but after witnessing Jiang Chen's godlike combat strength, none of them had the courage to attack. They just stood in the sky, not even having the courage to run away. Even Xuanhuan couldn't escape, so how could they? The answer was obvious. Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen. Yan Meng shouted excitedly. Soon after, the entire fragrant sky city was filled with shouts. The people of the Jiang family and the Yan family, who were originally trapped in the fragrant sky city, heard the shouts, and their faces were filled with despair. It's young master. Young master is back. This is great. We're saved. Everyone's faces were filled with excitement. There was no way they wouldn't be excited. They had been living in a gloomy state for the past few days, especially when their enemies started killing people. This made them feel as if their hearts were being cut by a knife. In the sky above the fragrant sky city, Jiang Chen had crushed 3 late combat soul warriors in an unstoppable manner. He had captured all 3 of them with lightning speed, and all of them were severely injured like arrows at the end of their flight. There was only one person in the world with such earth-shattering battle prowess. Jiang Chen glanced at De Huang Dog and Yan Qinyu. Both of them understood what he meant, and they immediately rushed into the fragrant sky city. Yan Qinyu took advantage of the moment when the golden guards were still in a daze. She brought the Ice Demon King and rushed into the fragrant sky city, rescuing Yan Meng and the other 2. After that, the Ice Demon King started attacking the golden guards, causing them to cry out in pain. Although the Ice Demon King couldn't defeat the 7th Emperor, it was still a piece of cake for it to defeat these golden guards. De Huang Dog went straight to the Jiang family. Jiang Chen had always been a meticulous man. Although he had captured the 7th Emperor and the other 2, he still had to consider the safety of the Jiang family and the Yan family. None of these golden guards were easy to deal with, and once they realized what was going on, they would definitely threaten the lives of the Jiang family and the Yan family. That was not what Jiang Chen wanted. With Yan Qinyu and De Huang Dog's lightning-fast attacks, there was no way those golden guards could stop them. They could guarantee the safety of the Jiang family and the Yan family. In the sky, the 3 men who were under Jiang Chen's control were all disheartened, especially Xuanhuan. Half of his body had been chopped off. Even if he didn't die, it was basically impossible for him to recover. He would be a cripple in the future. On top of Jiang Chen's shoulder, Jiang Cheng's smiling head was wrapped in a golden light, looking extremely mystical. Jiang Chen ignored the battle between the Ice Demon King and the Golden Guards, slowly raised the Heavenly Saint sword and pointed it at the 7th Emperor. Starting from you, apologize to my brother. Bullshit. Jiang Chen, with my status, it is impossible for me to apologize to an ant. The 7th Emperor shouted. Swoosh. Before he could finish his words, a sword light was unleashed, cutting off one of the 7th Emperor's ears, causing him to fall down from the sky. Jiang Chen, how dare you hurt me? I am the 7th Emperor of the current dynasty. His Majesty will not let you off. While screaming, the 7th Emperor didn't forget to threaten Jiang Chen. Swoosh. Another sword light was unleashed, cutting off the other ear of the 7th Emperor, causing blood to gush out like a fountain. When it came to ruthlessness, the 7th Emperor and Jiang Chen were far inferior. Honorable 7th Emperor, you can continue to resist. Next will be your left eye, then your right eye, then your nose, then the tendons of your hands and feet, and then your internal organs. I, Jiang Chen, will let you experience my methods one by one. I have a method that will allow you to see your own heart beating before you die. Do you want to try it? Jiang Chen's voice sounded like it came from hell, sending chills down the spines of those who heard it. The 7th Emperor felt as if his soul was about to leave his body, and his body was trembling in fear. Death was indeed scary, but living a life worse than death was even scarier. He finally understood how ruthless Jiang Chen was. If he were to be tortured by Jiang Chen, just thinking about it made his soul tremble. Jiang Chen, if I apologize, will you let me go? The 7th Emperor asked. No one wanted to die, especially those who had lived a good life. An existence like the 7th Emperor, who was above tens of thousands of people, treasured his life the most. He had never thought that he would have to face death one day. You have to die, all three of you have to die, but it's just a quick death or a painful death. Let me remind you, don't even try to commit suicide. In front of me, you don't even have the ability to kill yourselves. Jiang Qin said word by word, causing the three of them to fall into despair. Buzz. The heavenly saint's sword was pointed at one of the seventh emperor's eyes. The seventh emperor's body trembled, and he didn't dare to hesitate anymore. He said to Jiang Cheng's head, "I'm sorry." Kowtow 3 more times. Jiang Qin said coldly, "What? Jiang Qin, don't push your luck." The seventh emperor was extremely furious. He felt like he was going to die soon, so he didn't want to be humiliated to death. However, his resistance was useless. Before he could finish his words, Jiang Qin had already swung his sword, leaving 2 scars in between his eyes. Both of his eyes had been destroyed, and the scorching pain was something that even a late combat soul warrior couldn't endure. Jiang Qin's eyes were completely destroyed. "Jiang Qin, kill me," the seventh emperor let out a heart-wrenching roar. He was afraid of death, but at this moment he longed for it. He wanted to kill himself, but under the pressure of Jiang Qin's energy, he couldn't even kill himself. Kowtow. Jiang Qin was a cruel and merciless man. The tip of the sword landed on the seventh emperor's nose. Although the seventh emperor was in great pain, he was still able to stay conscious. He could clearly feel the cold light coming from the tip of his nose, causing him to tremble in fear. "No, I'll kowtow. The seventh emperor had completely broken down. In his mind, Jiang Qin wasn't a human, he was a devil through and through. After kowtowing 3 times in a row, the seventh emperor felt as if he had lost all his strength. "Jiang Qin, kill me now." The seventh emperor only wanted to die, and Jiang Qin had no choice but to fulfill his wish. The heavenly saint's sword chopped off the seventh emperor's head, and the seventh emperor's voice came to an abrupt stop. "It's your turn." Jiang Qin pointed the deadly sword at the 10th emperor, causing the 10th emperor to tremble. He had witnessed the 7th emperor's condition just now, and there was no way he could endure it. "Jiang Qin, you're not a human, you're not a fucking human, you're a devil." The 10th emperor had completely broken down. "Kowtow and apologize." Jiang Qin's voice was still as cold as ever. "I'm sorry, just let me die." The 10th emperor kowtowed 3 times in a row, begging for death. He had lived a glorious life, and he would never have thought that he would die in such a way, not to mention that he was the one begging for death. "10th emperor, you won't be lonely because after you die, there will be many people who will accompany you in the underworld. Many people from the Martial Saint dynasty will die, and the imperial emperor will die as well. You can all reunite in the underworld and build a new Martial Saint dynasty." Jiang Qin's voice was calm, but his determination to annihilate the Martial Saint dynasty was extremely firm. "Puchi." The heavenly saint's sword fell down and chopped off the 10th emperor's head. This head was useful to him. Xuanhuan had completely broken down. Both of his eyes had turned red, and the remaining half of his body was trembling violently. He kowtowed 3 times in a row toward Jiang Cheng's head, and didn't even have the strength to apologize. "This is fate. Your Martial Saint dynasty shouldn't have offended me." Jiang Qin was merciless. He would never show any mercy to his enemies. Jiang Cheng's life was much more precious than theirs, and if he died, many people would be buried with him. What he had just witnessed was just the beginning. Jiang Qin chopped off Yuanlong's head, then he waved his hand and unleashed a flame, burning all 3 corpses into ashes. After that, he stored the heads into his storage ring. Those golden guards were screaming miserably as they were slaughtered by the Ice Demon King. None of them could withstand even a single strike from the Ice Demon King. More than half of the golden guards had been killed, and some of them who tried to run couldn't escape from Yan Qinyu's grasp. "Ice Demon, chop off the heads of all the golden guards, I want to give them to someone as a gift." Jiang Qin gave an order to the Ice Demon King, then he flew toward the Jiang family. Those people who had witnessed the brutal battle were still in a state of shock. They had already experienced young Master Jiang Chen's ruthless methods when the Jiang family was fighting against the Murong family. Judging from what they had just witnessed, young Master Jiang Chen's methods were even more ruthless than before. Amazing. Young Master Jiang Chen is too terrifying. How long has it been, and he has already grown to such a level? Even the mighty emperor of the Martial Saint dynasty couldn't withstand a single strike from him. Terrifying. Don't bully a poor young man. That foppish playboy who was looked down upon by everyone in the Fragrant Sky City has actually grown to such a level. The Jiang family is saved. This is great. I hope young Master Jiang Chen can destroy that bullshit martial saint dynasty and bring peace to our fragrant sky city. Everyone was shocked. Jiang Chen's transformation was too huge. It had only been 2 years since he was in the fragrant sky city's forbidden zone. 2 years ago Jiang Chen was only 15 years old, and now he was 17 years old. With such a cultivation base and achievement at the age of 17, who would dare to call themselves a genius in front of him? Inside the Jiang family. Right now, everyone in the Jiang family had escaped from danger. Because of Big Yellow's timely appearance, the few remaining golden guards who were guarding the Jiang family were bitten to death by Big Yellow before they could even react. They didn't even have the chance to react. Young Master, you're finally back. Seeing Jiang Chen, Zhou Beijin's face was filled with tears. According to the 7th Emperor's decision, after Jiang Cheng was killed, it would be his turn. However, because of Yan Qinyu's appearance yesterday, it became the 3 men from the Yan family, and he was finally able to survive. Uncle Zhou, I'm late. Chapter 434. Young Master, I'm relieved to see you come back safe and sound. What a pity for Jiang Cheng. Zhou Beijin was crying. He was extremely sad about Jiang Cheng's death. The death of any member of the Jiang family would make him sad. The Jiang family was located in a remote area, and they could have lived a free and easy life. They shouldn't have met with such a disaster. Jiang Chen's face darkened again when Jiang Cheng was mentioned. Although he had killed all his enemies to avenge Jiang Cheng, in Jiang Chen's eyes, no matter how many enemies they had killed, they couldn't be as precious as Jiang Cheng. However, Jiang Chen wouldn't dwell too much on this matter. As an old man who had lived 2 lives, Jiang Chen had seen all kinds of things and gone through all kinds of life and death situations. This was Jiang Cheng's destiny. However, when a man died, the living had to do something for the dead. What Jiang Chen wanted to do was to let Jiang Cheng die a glorious death, without any regrets. Soon Yan Qinyu brought Yan Meng and the other 2 back to the Yan family. Their faces were filled with excitement. No matter what, they had managed to save their lives today. Not only that, they had witnessed the tragic death of their enemies. It could be said that all the resentment in their hearts had been vented out. Yin Hongtai greets young master. Thank you for saving our lives. Yin Hongtai said. The 3 of them bowed to Jiang Chen at the same time. They were extremely satisfied with this young master of the Yin family. Great elder, please don't say that. You were all dragged into this by Jiang Chen and I should apologize to you. However, we are a family and this is not the time to be polite. I still have a lot of things to do, and the stability of the Jiang family still depends on you. Jiang Chen said. Young master, just do what you need to do. We will be here. Yin Hongtai said without hesitation. Jiang Chen's words had warmed his heart. Furthermore, everyone knew what Jiang Chen was talking about. The grudge between them and the martial saint dynasty was already irreconcilable, and they had to fight to the death. Now that Jiang Chen had returned, the world was destined to be plunged into chaos. Young Master, Old Master and Chief Yin have been brought to the martial saint dynasty. I wonder if their lives will be in danger. Zhou Beijin said worriedly. I already know about that. As long as I'm still alive, my father, father-in-law, and brother Jiu will be safe for the time being. The Imperial Emperor has captured my most important family, so he's destined to face my Jiang Chen's wrath. I want the entire martial saint dynasty to disappear from the eastern continent. A sharp light flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes. Every dragon had a reverse scale and those who touched it would die. Jiang Chen's family and friends were his greatest reverse scale. Kakagut. Brat, you're really domineering. It looks like the history of the eastern continent is going to be rewritten. De Huang Dog let out an excited laugh. He was a guy who wanted to see the world in chaos. The martial saint dynasty had ruled the eastern continent for so many years, and if anyone dared to say they could get rid of such a colossus, it would be a joke. However, since it was Jiang Chen who said it, De Huang Dog had reason to believe that if there was someone who could change the history of the eastern continent, it would be Jiang Chen. De Huang, collect the heads of the 7th Emperor, 10th Emperor, and all the Golden Guards. Then you'll head to the Black Sect in the Qi province immediately and give Shangguan Sheng and Tiangang a big gift. Tell them to keep their heads and wait for me Jiang Chen to come and kill them. Jiang Chen unleashed his energy and said to De Huang Dog. His entire body was filled with a domineering aura. What the fuck? Isn't this too fierce? Little Qinzi, are you sure you want to do this? De Huang Dog was startled. Initially he thought Jiang Chen would secretly head to the Qi province and kill Shengguan Sheng and Tiangang Yi, saving all the people from the Black Sect. He never expected Jiang Chen to do this so straightforwardly. Qin Gij, if we do this, the Imperial Emperor will definitely be alerted, and it will be very disadvantageous for us to save them. Yan Qinyu said worriedly. Don't worry, I'm afraid the Imperial Emperor has already heard about this. The 7th Emperor and 10th Emperor are men who hold a high position in the Martial Saint Dynasty, and I'm sure the Martial Saint Dynasty has their soul jade slips. After their deaths, their soul jade slips will immediately shatter. Since we've already been exposed, why don't we be more straightforward? This way we can still ensure the safety of the Fragrant Sky City. Jiang Chen had always been meticulous in everything he did, and he always had a reason for every decision he made. He couldn't hide the deaths of the 7th Emperor and 10th Emperor any longer, and by sending their heads to the Qi province, he would be able to tell the Imperial Emperor that he was going to the Qi province to save them. With this, everyone's attention would be focused on the Qi province and Jiang Chen himself. With this, the Fragrant Sky City would be ignored and become a safe zone. Once the Fragrant Sky City was safe, Jiang Chen would have nothing to worry about, and he would be able to deal with the Martial Saint Dynasty and fight them. Of course, this wasn't the only reason why Jiang Chen did this. He had another more important reason, and that was to improve his own situation. With his current cultivation he could be considered invincible amongst all combat soul warriors, but when facing a combat king warrior like the Imperial Emperor, there was still a huge gap between them. When he saw Jiang Cheng's head just now, he was extremely furious, and it had stimulated the dragon transformation skill to circulate on its own. Under the burning fury, 1,000 dragon marks were formed. These were the dragon marks formed by stimulating his potential, and their quality was even higher than the dragon marks obtained from absorbing demon souls. Jiang Chen now had 8,000 dragon marks, and more importantly, the dragon transformation skill was about to undergo its second transformation. This was what Jiang Chen was looking forward to the most. In order for the dragon transformation skill to truly transform, he would need to face a certain amount of pressure, and the battle with the Martial Saint Dynasty would be the biggest pressure. Jiang Chen wanted to temper himself under this pressure, or more accurately, temper the dragon transformation skill and force it to evolve. Only by evolving the dragon transformation skill would he be able to bring great benefits to himself, and only then would he have the chance to fight the Imperial Emperor. The Martial Saint Dynasty was a colossal existence, and perhaps the Imperial Emperor wasn't the only combat king warrior behind them. Therefore Jiang Chen had to grow as fast as possible. If not, not only would he be in great danger, his family would be in great danger as well. Jiang Chen didn't want to see that happen. Last but not least, since the 7th Emperor had chopped off Jiang Cheng's head, Jiang Chen would chop off everyone's heads and send them to the Martial Saint Dynasty. Conquering the enemy without a fight, Jiang Chen had to gain the upper hand in terms of momentum, and make all the people from the Xuanhuan clan and Myriad Sword sect feel fear. If he wanted to fight, he would fight with all his might. If he wanted to kill, he would kill with all his might. Once a man's blood was ignited, it would be like a raging inferno. Haha, I like your domineering attitude. This master dog wants to be domineering as well. I'll bring all these heads to the Black Sect in the Qi province. Wakaka, I'm so excited. De Huang dog was jumping up and down excitedly. When he thought about the commotion that would be caused by sending all these heads to the Black Sect, De Huang dog couldn't help but feel excited. He could foresee that from this moment onwards, the entire eastern continent would be plunged into a great turmoil. This stagnant pool of water was destined to be overturned. De Huang dog acted swiftly and decisively. Without hesitation he brought all the heads and flew away. Jiang Chen wasn't in a hurry to leave the Fragrant Sky City. He ordered his men to build a grave in the backyard of the Jiang family, burying Jiang Cheng and the alchemist who had worked so hard for the Jiang family. From now on you're all part of the Jiang family. Cheng, rest in peace here. Your young master, I'll ask everyone in the Martial Saint Dynasty who was involved in this matter to apologize to you. Jiang Cheng bowed deeply towards the new grave. All the people from the Jiang family and Yan family behind him bowed as well with a sad expression on their faces. The next day, after everything had been settled in the Fragrant Sky City, Jiang Chen was ready to leave. With De Huang's speed, the big gift should have arrived by now. I'll give them one day to react. We'll head to the Qi province now and arrive at the Black Sect tomorrow. Little you and the Ice Demon King stay here just in case. This is a signaling talisman I crafted using my own will. If anything happens here, just crush this talisman and I'll sense it immediately. Jiang Chen said as he took out a golden talisman and placed it in Yan Chen Yu's hand. Although everyone's attention was on the Qi province's black sect and him, and the fragrant sky city was safe, just in case, Jiang Qin still asked Yan Qinyu to stay here. Yan Qinyu was now strong enough to handle everything on her own. Don't worry, Qingij, I'll definitely protect the Jiang family and Yan family. You have to be careful as well. Yan Qinyu held onto Jiang Chen's broad palm tightly. Jiang Qin kissed Yan Qinyu's forehead, then he stepped into the sky and left. Qi province, black sect. Since Jiang Qin didn't show up, Shengguan Sheng and Tiangang Yi's patience was running out. It was early in the morning, and a series of loud laughter suddenly sounded out from the quiet sky above the black sect. Shengguan Sheng, Tiangang Yi, I have a big gift for you, come out and receive it quickly, ha! A mighty voice echoed out like a thunderclap. Shengguan Sheng and Tiangang Yi immediately rushed out from the black sect, and all the warriors from the Shengguan clan and myriad sword sect raised their heads and looked into the sky. What they saw was a huge word that suddenly appeared above the black sect. Kill. It was a huge word that could terrify anyone who looked at it, and it sent chills down their spines. This huge word, kill, was formed by a few dozens of human heads. All of these heads were covered in blood, and their faces were filled with fear and terror. A huge word made of human heads was floating above the black sect, as if the god of death had just arrived. The top 3 heads belonged to the 7th Emperor, 10th Emperor, and Xuanhuan. What? Shengguan Sheng cried out in shock, and his eyes almost popped out from their sockets. It's the 7th Emperor and the others and those golden guards. They went to take control of the fragrant sky city, and now they're all dead. Who did this? Tiangang Yi couldn't remain calm any longer. He knew the 7th Emperor and the others' cultivation and combat strength very well. Even those golden guards were extremely frightening existences, but now they had all been killed by someone, and a huge word made of human heads had appeared. This was extremely frightening, and what did this mean? Chapter 435. All the men from the Shengguan clan and myriad sword sect had ugly expressions on their faces. It was as if those hideous human heads were showing them how powerful they were. It was as if they could already see their own ending. Even the mighty emperors and golden guards had been killed. What could they do? It's Jiang Qin, it must be Jiang Qin who did this. Only he has the courage and strength to do this. Only that maniac Jiang Qin has the guts to kill the emperors and golden guards. No one else would dare do this. What should we do now? Jiang Qin is back and he even killed 2 emperors. I'm sure we'll be next. What's there to panic about? What's so scary about Jiang Qin? No matter how strong he is, can he be stronger than the martial Saint dynasty? If he dares show himself, he'll be dead for sure. The men from both superpowers couldn't remain calm any longer. After all, the scene was just too frightening. Jiang Qin's name was like a devil king, and it had left a deep impression in their hearts. Right at this moment, a golden light suddenly appeared, transforming into a majestic big yellow dog. With his head held high, he stood on top of the huge character. With just an early combat soul cultivation base, perhaps only Big Yellow would have the courage to stand in front of 2 peak late combat soul warriors and show off his strength in front of them. Shengguan Sheng, Tiangang Yi, and everyone from the Shengguan clan and myriad sword sect, listen up. This master dog is here on behalf of Jiang Qin to give you a congratulatory gift. Take good care of this human head. Jiang Qin told you to keep your heads and he'll come to collect them in a few days, Wakaka. The Huang dog let out a series of loud cackles. After that, he turned into a golden light and flew far away. Damn dog, where do you think you're going? Shengguan Sheng was furious. Without hesitation, he turned into a trail of light and chased after the Huang dog. As the Shengguan clan's family chief, if he let a dog show off in front of him and then ran away unscathed, he would lose all his face in the future. Tiangang Yi didn't move. From his point of view, there was no need for the 2 hegemons of the Jian prefecture to act at the same time to deal with a dog. His countenance was extremely grim as he stared unblinkingly at the gigantic human head character floating in the air. His heart was still filled with shock. Shengguan Sheng furiously chased after the Huang dog, but he didn't know that the Huang dog was good at running away. If he wanted to leave, no one would be able to stop him. If the Huang dog didn't have this confidence, how would he dare to come out and show off? Wakaka, old fart, if you want to chase after Grandpa Dog, go back and train for a few more years. The Huang dog issued a provocation. 2 wings of light suddenly appeared on his back. As the wings of light flapped, his speed instantly doubled. He was like a golden light streaking across the sky. How can this damn dog be so fast? But it's impossible for him to run away from me. Xuanhuan was furious, but at the same time he couldn't help but feel surprised. De Huang Dog's speed had really surprised him. However, Xuanhuan had his own tricks as well. Using a mysterious movement skill, his speed instantly increased as he chased after De Huang Dog. I didn't expect this old fart to have such abilities. Sensing Xuanhuan getting closer and closer, De Huang Dog was surprised. However, he didn't panic at all. Instead, a cunning look appeared on his face. Old fart, why are you following behind Grandpa Dog so closely? Are you trying to eat Grandpa Dog's fart? Since that's the case, Grandpa Dog will fulfill your wish. I'll let you have a taste of Grandpa Dog's invincible De Huang fart. De Huang Dog yelled while flying. He raised his butt up high and instantly doubled in size. Damn dog. Xuanhuan took De Huang Dog's action as a provocation and humiliation. He was the dignified Xuanhuan clan's clan chief, and he had a noble status. But now even a dog dared to humiliate him with his butt. This was simply intolerable. Therefore Xuanhuan let out a loud shout and once again shortened the distance between him and De Huang Dog. Thus a tragedy happened. Rumble. A thunderous rumble suddenly came from De Huang Dog's butt. Even Xuanhuan was startled by the sudden rumble. He saw 7 green balls shooting out from De Huang Dog's butt at an incredible speed, and they kept growing larger. In just a blink of an eye, they had arrived in front of Xuanhuan. Blurg. Xuanhuan was hit by the green ball, and he inhaled a large amount of it. After that he felt terrible. Xuanhuan felt as if all his internal organs were tumbling, and his face began twisting. Arg. Stinks. Blurg. The dignified Xuanhuan clan's clan chief started vomiting without any regard for his image. How could he still maintain his image? Kaka, you still want to chase after this Grandpa Dog? Enjoy this Grandpa Dog's fart. De Huang Dog shook his butt left and right in front of Xuanhuan, then he turned into a golden beam and disappeared. When Xuanhuan dispersed all the air currents and was about to kill De Huang Dog in a rage, he couldn't find De Huang Dog. He had long disappeared, so how could he chase after him? Was he going to eat his fart? Damn dog. The next time I see you, I'll skin you alive. Xuanhuan felt like he was going crazy. He had never hated a man, no, it was a dog, an extremely detestable dog. He was a man with a noble status, but he was fooled by a dog. If this news were to spread, he would lose all his face. De Huang Dog's newly acquired innate ability was simply heaven-defying. Putting aside how deadly it was more than enough to disgust anyone to death. After awakening this innate ability, he had used it twice, once on the Crown Prince and once on Xuanhuan. Both times he had achieved unexpected results. Only peerless warriors like the Crown Prince and Xuanhuan could achieve such a result. If it was any ordinary man, he would either be killed instantly by the fart, or he would be suffocated to death on the spot. Within a hidden mountain range not far from the Black Sect, 4 men had witnessed everything that happened today, and their faces were filled with excitement. These 4 men were Han Yan and the other 3 who had been hiding here for the past few days. Just now, they had witnessed the appearance of De Huang Dog, and the huge character formed by dozens of human heads. This is great. Little Qinzi is finally back. Han Yan's eyes lit up. Big Brother Jiang is so awesome. He even killed the 7th Emperor and 10th Emperor. Looks like all the Golden Guards who went to the Fragrant Sky City are dead, and all their heads are here. De Huang is really domineering, he just brought us a huge character with human heads. Xuanhuan was really excited. He had been anxiously waiting for so many days and finally the good news had arrived. Looks like Junior Disciple Jiang has broken through to the Combat Soul realm. Junior Disciple Jiang is really frightening. He has just broken through to the Combat Soul realm, but he can already kill peak Combat Soul warriors. Guan Yun said with mixed emotions. Jiang Qin was definitely the #1 genius he had ever seen. In front of Jiang Qin, no one would dare call themselves a genius. Come, let's go find De Huang. When little Qinzi arrives, the war will begin. A smile emerged on Han Yan's face. Now that he had found his backbone, it was time for him to go all out and fight. It wasn't easy for Xuanhuan to find De Huang Dog, but it was much easier for Han Yan and the others to find De Huang Dog. It all depended on whether De Huang Dog wanted to find him or not. Sensing the auras of these 4 men, De Huang Dog immediately came out. Not long after that, the 4 men met up with De Huang Dog in a valley about 1,000 miles away. De Huang, tell us what happened in the Fragrant Sky City. The first thing Han Yan asked when he saw De Huang Dog was what happened in the Fragrant Sky City. The four of you have been hiding outside the Black Sect. Daddy sensed your auras just now and you saw the character with human heads. I'm sure you can guess what happened. That guy Jiang Qin has an incredible combat strength. He killed 3 late combat soul warriors, and he asked this master dog to bring these human heads to him as a gift. Tomorrow Jiang Qin will be here. Just wait for the good show. Da Huang Dog said with an excited expression on his face. That character with human heads is really powerful, and it's very intimidating as well. Even the 2 emperors were killed by it. I think Shangguan Sheng and Tiangangyi should be scared now. But I'm afraid the Imperial Emperor will find out about this, and it won't be good for us to save them. Yu Zihan worriedly said. Even if we don't do that, the people from the Martial Saint Dynasty will find out by now. Look over there. Da Huang Dog threw his glance into the distant sky, and the 4 men followed his gaze. What they saw was a huge golden cloud flying toward the Black Sect. There were at least 5 late combat soul warriors in this golden cloud, and the only power in the eastern continent that had such a force was the Martial Saint Dynasty. They're from the Martial Saint Dynasty. Tian Shan cried out in shock. They really found out about this. Looks like there's going to be a good show. I wonder if junior disciple Jiang can handle this. Guan Yun worriedly said. Don't worry, since the Martial Saint Dynasty has become Little Qinzi's enemy, they won't have a good ending. Han Yin said with a sneer on his face. He had absolute confidence in Jiang Qin. Over at the Black Sect's side, the huge human heads hadn't disappeared yet. When those men who had just arrived saw the huge human heads, they immediately became furious. This time there were more than 200 men. 5 late combat soul warriors, the 3rd emperor, the 4th emperor, the 5th emperor, the 6th emperor, and the fully recovered crown prince in Wukong. Behind them were a huge group of golden guards, and some mighty warriors from the Martial Saint Dynasty's imperial palaces. Just counting the combat soul warriors, there were more than 50 to 60 of them. A group like this couldn't be described with just the word, powerful. Bastard. Damn Jiang Qin. I'm going to tear him into 1,000 pieces. The 3rd emperor furiously roared. This was the first time in the history of the eastern continent that an emperor of the Martial Saint Dynasty had been killed. This was an extremely audacious act. Using the heads of my 2 imperial uncles and all the golden guards to form a huge character, this is a humiliation to the Martial Saint Dynasty. I, the Crown Prince, swear that I'll make Jiang Qin die without a burial place. The Crown Prince was furious. He had trained all the golden guards and every single one of them was an elite. But now, all of them had been killed, including the deputy commander of the golden guards, Xuanhuan. The Crown Prince's tone was extremely sharp. It wasn't because he was angry but because he had lost his manliness. Chapter 436. The Crown Prince's high-pitched voice wasn't because of anger, it was because he had lost his manhood. He rarely spoke now because every time he heard his own voice he would feel like going crazy. Although the Crown Prince had been castrated, his cultivation wasn't affected. There were many miraculous pills in the Martial Saint Dynasty, and they were enough for him to recover to his peak state in a short period of time. In order to deal with Jiang Qin, he even contacted the 3rd emperor who was in charge of this mission, and asked him to bring the golden guards with him. He wanted to avenge himself. The emperors and the golden guards were furious. The human head in front of them was like a sharp blade stabbing into the Martial Saint Dynasty's head. This was a huge provocation to the Martial Saint Dynasty. 3rd Emperor, why are you here? Tiangangyi walked up and asked. Shangguan Sheng, who was standing next to him, had an ugly expression on his face. When he thought about that fart just now, his blood and chi were still boiling. When the 7th and 10th brothers' soul jade slips were broken yesterday, I knew something big had happened. Jiang Qin might have returned, so I was planning to bring my men to the Fragrant Sky City. However, I thought that after Jiang Qin killed the 7th and 10th brother, his next target would be the Black Sect. That's why I decided to come here. I never expected that Jiang Qin would be so arrogant. He actually sent the human heads here. He doesn't care about the Martial Saint Dynasty at all. The 3rd Emperor said angrily. 3rd Emperor, that Jiang Qin has grown up completely, and he has become a huge threat to us. Just now, that Da Huang Dog came here to show off and he sent us a human head saying that Jiang Qin will attack the Black Sect in a few days. What should we do now? Shangguan Sheng asked. It's good that he's here, we're here for Jiang Qin. The Crown Prince coldly harumphed. Crown Prince, that Jiang Qin is no longer the same as before, he is no longer the same as before. We can tell from how he killed the 7th Emperor and the other 2 emperors. With his current combat strength, I'm afraid only a combat king warrior can take him down. I wonder if the Imperial Emperor will help us? Tianganyi asked. The Imperial Emperor doesn't know about this yet. The third emperor said. What? Tianganyi and Xuanhuan were startled. 2 emperors had been killed, and that Jiang Chen had clearly grown to a point where he was no longer under anyone's control. It was time for the Imperial Emperor to deal with this himself. Why didn't they inform the Imperial Emperor about this? Humph. The Emperor has asked me to handle this matter. If I can't even take down a mere Jiang Chen, how am I supposed to show my face in the martial Saint dynasty in the future? Don't you worry, I've made sufficient preparations before coming here. If that Jiang Chen dares to come here, he will definitely die. The third emperor snorted coldly and said confidently. The third emperor didn't tell the Imperial Emperor about the 7th emperor and the 10th emperor's soul jade slips breaking, and the Imperial Emperor didn't ask the third emperor about it. As such, the Imperial Emperor didn't ask about it at all. In the minds of the third emperor and the others, they were people with high status and powerful cultivations. They were the only ones who were below the Imperial Emperor, and if they had to ask the Imperial Emperor to deal with such a small matter, they would lose all their faces. Therefore, the third emperor and the others came to the Black Sect without alerting the Imperial Emperor. They wanted to capture Jiang Chen and bring him back to the Imperial Emperor. I wonder what kind of method the third emperor has prepared to deal with Jiang Chen. This man is extremely dangerous and his methods are brutal and cruel. He's not easy to deal with. Xuanhuan asked. Collect all these heads and bring them back to be buried. We'll talk inside. After saying that, the third emperor flew straight into the Black Sect. Within the Black Sect's main palace, a group of combat soul warriors had gathered together. Although that Jiang Chen has the ability to kill late combat soul warriors, he is just one man. No matter how strong he is, how strong can he be? I've come fully prepared. The third emperor was sitting in the main seat. He flipped his palm and with a clang, a long spear that emitted a golden light appeared. This long sword was 1 zhang long and was covered with runes. The tip of the spear flickered with a sharp light, causing people to shiver. The aura it emitted was enough to make people feel suffocated. King weapon. Xuanhuan and Tianganyi cried out in shock at the same time. The others remained calm because they already knew about the existence of this spear. That's right, this spear was given to me by the old emperor. It is a true king weapon. With this king weapon in hand, I'll be able to deal with Jiang Chen. Besides, in order to make sure Jiang Chen can't escape, I'm going to set up the 9 stars killing formation. I guarantee he won't be able to leave this place alive. The third emperor said with a confident expression. 9 stars killing formation? Xuanhuan and Tianganyi cried out in shock once again. The 9 stars killing formation is an extremely frightening killing formation, and it requires 9 peerless warriors to support it. We already have 7 late combat soul warriors here. I heard that the Xuanhuan clan's great elder, Xuanhuan Qingming, is also a late combat soul warrior, and the Myriad Sword Sect also has warriors like him. We should ask them to come here as soon as possible. With the 9 of us forming the 9 stars killing formation, and together with my king weapon, that Jiang Chen will die here even if he has 9 lives. Do we really need to ask the Imperial Emperor for help? The third emperor said. He had indeed come fully prepared. If not, he wouldn't have come here knowing that Jiang Chen had the ability to kill late combat soul warriors. That was no different than courting death. Alright, I'll send a message to the Great Elder and ask him to come to the Qi province immediately. Xuanhuan unleashed his energy, and Tianganyi also prepared to send a message to the late combat soul warriors in the sect. After witnessing the third emperor's abilities, all the worries they had at the beginning had disappeared, and were replaced with excitement. The combination of 9 late combat soul warriors, the frightening 9 stars killing formation and the king weapon. With such a formidable formation, unless a combat king warrior personally came here, no one would be able to break it. No matter how strong Jiang Chen was, how strong could he be? With a formation like this, anyone who came here would die. Even if Jiang Chen had 9 lives, he still wouldn't be able to escape. On this day, the news of Jiang Chen's return started spreading, and the huge character of a human head had caused a huge commotion in many places. Everyone knew that Jiang Chen had returned, and he had killed 2 emperors and the deputy commander of the Golden Guards with a lightning-fast method. Such an achievement was really frightening. Those who were once Jiang Chen's enemies were rejoicing in their hearts. They rejoiced that they stopped in time and didn't continue to fight with Jiang Chen. Otherwise, they were afraid that they would have been annihilated by Jiang Chen. A storm was brewing. Many people were waiting to see what would happen. The Qi province was undergoing a huge change, and both the martial Saint dynasty and the Jian province had gathered here. They had no idea how Jiang Qin was going to deal with this. The next day in the middle of the night, Jiang Qin arrived in the Qi province. He quickly found De Huang Dog and the others, then he met up with them. Little Qinzi. Han Yin walked up to Jiang Qin and gave him a big bear hug. It was a happy reunion between brothers. Big brother Jiang, many warriors from the martial Saint dynasty came to the Black Sect yesterday. Yu Zihan said. Did the Imperial Emperor come? Jiang Qin asked the question he was most concerned about. I'm not sure, but I don't think he's here. I can sense no combat king warriors from those warriors yesterday. Chapter 437. How many of them are here? Jiang Qin continued asking. From the looks of it, there are at least 200 of them, and at least 5 of them are late combat soul warriors. It looks like they have guessed that you are going to attack the Black Sect, that's why they came prepared. However, there's one thing I don't understand. You've killed 3 late combat soul warriors, so they should know how strong you are. Under such circumstances, it's really strange for the Imperial Emperor to just sit still. De Huang Dog said with a puzzled expression. It's not strange at all because the Imperial Emperor doesn't even know I'm here. Jiang Qin said with a smile on his face. Didn't you say the 7th Emperor and 10th Emperor's soul jade slips would break? Why doesn't the Imperial Emperor know about it? De Huang Dog was puzzled once again. It's simple, the Imperial Emperor is the supreme ruler of the Black Sect. Normally, with his imperial decree, there will be people who will handle it for him. Take the matter of imprisoning the Black Sect and attacking me as an example. With the Imperial Emperor's status, he won't do it himself. However, since the 7th Emperor and 10th Emperor are involved in this matter, that means there are more emperors and upper echelons of the martial Saint dynasty involved in this. Think about it, if they can't even handle such a small matter and have to ask the Imperial Emperor for help, it would be a huge loss of face for the person who accepted the imperial decree. Jiang Qin was an intelligent man, and nothing could hide from his intelligence. He was able to find out everything just by looking at some clues. I understand now. Wu Lang said the person in charge of this matter is the 3rd Emperor. I'm sure the 7th Emperor and 10th Emperor's deaths were kept a secret by the 3rd Emperor. The army that came to the Black Sect yesterday must be the 3rd Emperor's men. Looks like they are fully prepared and are just waiting for little Qinzi. Han Yan's eyes lit up as he said. After hearing Jiang Qin's explanation, everyone finally understood why the Imperial Emperor didn't show himself. To put it bluntly, the Imperial Emperor was a mighty figure, and in his eyes Jiang Qin was just a nobody. There was no need for the Imperial Emperor to personally deal with a nobody like Jiang Qin. None of those emperors of the martial Saint dynasty are easy to deal with. Each of them is more shrewd than the last. Since they still dared to come here despite knowing that I have the strength to kill them, it means that they are fully prepared and think that they can take me down. I really want to see what powerful tricks they have up their sleeves. Jiang Qin sneered. Since the other party wanted to play, he would accompany them to the end. If someone wanted to die, he didn't mind being the black and white impermanence. The stronger the enemy, the more excited Jiang Qin was. When are you going to do it? De Huang Dog asked. We'll make our move at daybreak. Jiang Qin was startled. Now that his family, friends and sect were all trapped, he had no time to waste. The battle with the martial Saint dynasty was unavoidable. Furthermore, with his current cultivation base, he had to break through during the battle with the martial Saint dynasty. If he only relied on his own cultivation base, he had no idea how long it would take for him to break through. Kaka, okay, let's kill him together. De Huang Dog was extremely excited. I'll do it alone. You guys can't come with me. Jiang Qin said. Why is that? Jiang Qin was puzzled. Since the enemy was bigger than him, having one more helper was better than nothing. You guys have more important things to do. Wait until I'm done with the 3rd Emperor and the others. You guys will go save Zihan and senior disciple Guan's family. They are currently being controlled by people from the Xuanhuan clan and Myriad Sword sect, and I'm sure all the late combat soul warriors from these 2 superpowers are in the Black Sect. Also, they still have some great warriors guarding their headquarters. Therefore, the group that imprisoned Zihan and his family won't be too strong. You guys can definitely save them. With you guys, you can definitely save them. Jiang Qin said. He had always been meticulous when doing things, and he always looked at the bigger picture. Especially when it came to saving people, not only did he have to do it quickly, he also had to ensure the safety of the hostages. With his appearance, he would be able to tie down all the strong warriors in the black sect, and it would be much easier for Han Yan and the others to save them. Hearing what Jiang Chen said, Yu Zihan and the other two's eyes immediately lit up. They had been feeling restless for the past few days. Their family members were being held captive, and although they were worried, there was nothing they could do. If it weren't for the fact that they still had some sense left in them, they might have already risked their lives. Now that Jiang Chen had returned, they had finally found their backbone. Thinking about how they were going to save their family members soon, the three of them couldn't help but feel excited. "You guys go now and we'll strike once the sun rises," Jiang Chen said. Following Jiang Chen's order, the four men and the dog immediately left the place and flew toward the Yu family, which was the closest to them. Today was the day the eastern continent's turbulence would begin. Time passed by quickly. When dawn arrived, Jiang Chen had arrived outside the Black Sect. Right now the Black Sect was heavily guarded, both inside and outside. There were more than a dozen golden guards standing guard in front of the Black Sect's main gate. The weakest among these golden guards was at the late Divine Core realm, and there were 3 combat soul warriors. All of them were wearing golden armors that shone brightly, giving them an awe-inspiring appearance. When they saw a young man dressed in white walking toward them from afar, the golden guards immediately greeted him. "Stop right there. Who are you?" The leader of the group shouted out loudly. "The golden guards of the Martial Saint dynasty are indeed elites. What a pity." The young man in white shook his head and sighed. A pitiful look could be seen in his eyes. You're Jiang Chen?" The leader immediately reacted. He stared at the young man in white and a name popped up in his mind. The way this young man dressed and looked exactly like the legendary Jiang Chen. Besides, apart from Jiang Chen, who else would dare intrude into the Black Sect at this moment? That's why I said it's a pity. After saying that, Jiang Chen unleashed a sky-piercing killing intent from his body. He waved his hand, unleashing 5 gigantic dragons that danced in the air. In an instant, they dashed into the group of golden guards and completely surrounded all of them. Arg. The flood dragons roar and the miserable screams of the golden guards mixed together, and in just the time of 3 breaths, all sounds came to an abrupt end. The dozen or so golden guards had been torn to pieces by the flood dragon's charge, and they'd been turned into bloody mist and mush. Jiang Chen casually glanced at the scene, then with an indifferent tone he said, "Anyone who dares to appear in the Black Sect today, none of them will be able to live." The god of slaughter had returned. After killing the dozens of golden guards, Jiang Chen leapt into the air and arrived above the Black Sect. He didn't feel sorry for killing these golden guards, he knew how his enemies should be treated. The reason they were guarding the Black Sect was to deal with him, and also to imprison everyone in the Black Sect. As long as the higher-ups gave the order, they would become the executioners of the Black Sect. Therefore there was no way Jiang Chen would show them any mercy. In his mind, anyone who dared to appear in the Black Sect at this moment deserved to die. Jiang Chen hovered above the Black Sect. When he saw his statue being destroyed, he knew that this must be the work of the Xuanhuan clan and Myriad Sword Sect. Jiang Chen hovered in the air without saying a word, he just unleashed his killing intent. The commotion caused by killing those golden guards was more than enough to alert anyone in the Black Sect. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Sure enough, right after Jiang Chen hovered in the air, numerous formidable figures dashed out from the Black Sect and stood opposite of Jiang Chen. The leading man wore a golden robe and he looked to be in his 50s. He had an extraordinary bearing and anyone could tell that he had a noble status. Jiang Chen knew this man was the 3rd emperor of the Martial Saint dynasty. They had met before in the Martial Saint Palace, and he had met most of these late combat soul warriors. "Jiang Chen, you're finally here." When the 3rd emperor saw Jiang Chen, he said with a loud voice, "Of course I have to show myself. Are you all satisfied with yesterday's gift? I'm going to use the same method to send your heads to the Martial Saint dynasty as a gift to the Imperial Emperor. What do you all think?" Jiang Chen said with an indifferent tone. Within the Black Sect, since the 3rd emperor and Jiang Chen's conversation was very loud, everyone could hear it clearly. Those disciples and elders who had lost all hope immediately had excited expressions on their faces. "It's senior disciple Jiang Chen. He's back. This is great. We're saved." "Haha, there's nothing senior disciple Jiang Chen can't do. I knew he wouldn't leave us behind. Let senior disciple Jiang Chen kill all of them, avenge our fallen brothers. Damn it." All the disciples of the Black Sect were extremely excited, but at the same time, they were filled with righteous indignation. During these past few days, many disciples of the Black Sect had been tortured to death, and it was a tragic scene. Within a sealed secret chamber, Taoist Black and Guishan heard Jiang Chen's voice as well, and they were shocked as well. That guy is finally back. Taoist Black smiled. Of course that's how he is. Besides, whenever he shows up, he'll definitely come back with a powerful aura. I have reason to believe that his methods will shock our enemies, Guishan said with a smile on his face. All this while, Jiang Chen had shocked everyone, and in the minds of many people he was an omnipotent man. In the sky above the Black Sect, Jiang Chen was facing the massive army of the Martial Saint dynasty by himself, and he didn't want to admit defeat. Jiang Chen, you've killed the Imperial Emperor. That's a crime that will get you 9 generations of your family executed. I'm reminding you out of kindness, if you surrender now you might be able to get a quick death. The third emperor said with a loud voice. What a joke. Didn't the Imperial Emperor just give out the Imperial Decree? But I do want to see who will get their families executed. All outsiders who showed up in the Black Sect today will have to die, just like what happened to the Fragrant Sky City. I'm not joking, Jiang Chen said with an indifferent tone. He had a clear understanding of the enemy's army. There were a total of 9 late combat soul warriors, and it was indeed a powerful formation. However, if he wasn't prepared for it, even if there were 9 more of them, he still wouldn't be able to kill them all. So you're Jiang Chen? You don't look like much. The Crown Prince kept looking at Jiang Chen. He felt that he was stronger than this young man in every aspect, but Yan Chen, you actually like Jiang Chen and not him. You're the Crown Prince, right? A eunuch like you should keep your mouth shut. Jiang Chen's words hit the Crown Prince's sore spot. Chapter 438. Although Jiang Chen didn't know who the Crown Prince was, it was easy for him to recognize him. He was a late combat soul warrior at such a young age, and he was qualified to stand side by side with the emperors. In the entire Martial Saint dynasty, apart from the Crown Prince, there was no one else like him. Most importantly, the Crown Prince's eunuch voice was too iconic. Jiang Chen couldn't help but admit that Yan Qinyu's move was really ruthless. For a man, there was nothing more important than that. Jiang Chen, I'm going to kill you. Jiang Chen's words immediately made the Crown Prince lose his mind. Although there was only a single word difference between eunuch and Crown Prince, there was a huge difference between the two words. This single word was enough to drive the Crown Prince crazy. He immediately drew out his golden halberd and prepared to attack Jiang Chen. Crown Prince, don't be rash. The fourth emperor who stood next to the Crown Prince immediately stopped him. The Crown Prince was an important part of the 9 stars killing formation. There were 9 late combat soul warriors and none of them could be missing. Furthermore, although the Crown Prince had a strong cultivation base, he was no match for Jiang Chen. Also, he had lost his mind, so if he just charged forward like this, he might be killed by Jiang Chen in an instant. Jiang Chen, are you really going to save them all by yourself? Aren't you being too confident? The third emperor said with a sneer. Jiang Chen didn't pay any attention to the third emperor, he just kept pointing his spear at the Crown Prince. The reason he came here today was not only to kill someone but also to save someone. The entire Black Sect was in the enemy's hands, and he had lost the initiative. Therefore, he had to seize the initiative as soon as possible and ensure the safety of the people of the Black Sect. This Crown Prince was the best way to do that. Jiang Chen's strength didn't just come from his cultivation base and combat strength, he also had extraordinary wisdom. The more dangerous the situation was, the more he could keep a calm mind and make the most accurate and beneficial judgment, just like what he was doing now. Crown Prince, actually being a eunuch isn't that bad. At least you can keep your life. You should thank Yan Xinyu for only cutting off your balls and not killing you. You should learn to be grateful. Jiang Chen continued talking to the Crown Prince. Boom. A towering fury erupted from the top of the Crown Prince's head, turning into a tangible beam of light. Jiang Chen's words were like a sharp thorn that pierced into his heart, causing him to feel endless humiliation. What kind of man would he be if he lost his balls? He was the next Crown Prince, but would the Martial Saint dynasty allow a eunuch to become the emperor? Obviously, it was impossible. Even if the Imperial Emperor agreed to it, the old emperor would never agree to it. His bright future had been ruined just like that. From a prince who was respected by all, he had suddenly become a laughingstock. For the past few days, even the servants of the Martial Saint dynasty had been looking at him with strange expressions. On the other hand, the Crown Prince had always been lustful. Now, facing the 18 peerless crown concubines of the Crown Prince Palace, he had no interest at all. Even the way his women looked at him had changed. Although those crown concubines didn't dare to directly contradict the crown prince and were respectful on the surface, the disdain in their eyes was real. It was as if they were saying, "You can't do it." Heavens, how could a man endure being told that he couldn't do it? More importantly, he really couldn't do it. Don't be angry. As the crown prince, you need to have some manners. You can't be a man, but being a woman isn't a bad thing. No, I don't think you can be a woman either. With such a short distance between them, they didn't even have the chance to save him. Now that the crown prince was in Jiang Chen's hands, all their plans had been disrupted. Everyone was cursing the crown prince for being too impulsive, but he was still the crown prince. Even though he was a eunuch, he was still the imperial emperor's son. If something bad happened to him, they wouldn't be able to answer to the imperial emperor. Of course I won't be impulsive. Let's cut the crap. All golden guards from the Xuanhuan clan, myriad sword sect, and martial saint dynasty, leave the black sect immediately, and release everyone from the black sect. If not, I'll kill the crown prince right now. Jiang Chen said with a loud voice. This was the reason why he provoked the crown prince. The crown prince had the highest status here, and as long as he could control the crown prince, he would have the upper hand, and he would have the chips to negotiate with the enemy. What did you just say? Shengguan Sheng's expression darkened. The black sect's men were their most important chips. How could they let them go just like that? I won't repeat myself. I'll count to 3, and if you don't leave, I'll kill the crown prince. Jiang Qin thrust the heavenly saint sword forward. The sharp edge of the sword cut the crown prince's skin, causing blood to flow out. The crown prince was so scared that his body started trembling. He could sense the threat of death from Jiang Qin, and he didn't doubt Jiang Qin's words. If Jiang Qin didn't let the crown prince go after the count of 3, he would be dead for sure. Jiang Qin, you want to exchange one man's life for the entire black sects? Don't you think that's unfair? The third emperor had a gloomy expression on his face as well, and he was cursing the crown prince in his mind. 1. Jiang Qin ignored the third emperor's words and started counting. With each count, the tip of the heavenly saint sword would go deeper into the crown prince's body. The third emperor and the others' expressions darkened. The initiative they had just gained had disappeared without a trace. Exchanging the crown prince's life for the entire black sect's life, it seemed like Jiang Qin was being unreasonable, but they had no choice but to agree to it. Because the one they captured was the crown prince, the imperial emperor's son. When the crown prince was castrated, the imperial emperor was extremely furious, and this time the crown prince had come with them without the imperial emperor's knowledge. If the crown prince was killed, they would have to face the imperial emperor's wrath when they returned. 2. Jiang Chen's eyes were extremely cold, and the killing intent he was unleashing could freeze an elephant to death. The third emperor and the others had no doubt that when Jiang Chen counted to 3, the crown prince would be killed. Jiang Chen, if you dare kill the crown prince, I promise you I'll kill every single man in the black sect. Tiangang threatened with a loud voice. Why don't you give it a try? 3. Jiang Chen counted to 3 without hesitation. The heavenly saint's sword began flickering with a cold light. Stop, I agree to let the crown prince go. The third emperor quickly shouted. No matter what, the crown prince couldn't be killed. Hearing this, Jiang Chen let out a sigh of relief. It looked like the crown prince's life was still very precious. Jiang Chen will let the black sect go, and I hope you'll keep your promise and spare the crown prince's life. The third emperor said. Of course, I'm a man of my word. Jiang Chen smiled. He put away the heavenly saint sword, then he grabbed the crown prince's neck like he was holding a chicken. The crown prince's face was filled with humiliation. However, after fighting with Jiang Chen today, he had learned one thing. He was the #1 genius of the eastern continent, but he was just a joke. He was no match for Jiang Chen. Third emperor, are you really going to let him go? Shengguan Sheng asked. Let him go, the crown prince's life is more important. The third emperor said. After that, he used his divine sense to communicate with the others. You guys listen up, secretly use the 9 stars killing formation. After we evacuate the black sect, once Jiang Chen lets the crown prince go, immediately set up the formation and surround him. I have a king weapon in my hand, so I'm not afraid of him. Our target today is Jiang Chen, not the black sect. Once we kill Jiang Chen, we'll kill everyone here. Chapter 439. All men from the martial saint dynasty, Xuanhuan clan and myriad sword sect, Evacuate the black sect immediately. No mistakes are allowed. The third emperor's voice resounded through the skies above the black sect. After receiving the order, all the men who had trapped the black sect flew up into the sky and arrived behind the third emperor. When the men of the black sect heard the order, they were startled for a moment, but soon after, a joyous expression emerged on their faces. Especially when they saw all the men who had trapped them leaving, the pressure in their hearts was instantly lifted. The humiliation and suffering they had been enduring for the past few days had finally disappeared. Some of them even started crying. Why did all these men suddenly evacuate? Idiot. Do you even need to ask? It must be senior disciple Jiang Chen's contribution. Senior disciple Jiang Chen is really amazing. With just his strength alone, he made those men from the martial Saint dynasty surrender. He's our idol. See? I told you senior disciple Jiang Chen would definitely come and save us. Let me tell you, senior disciple Jiang Chen is an omnipotent existence in the black sect. He has created countless miracles and myths. I believe that one day senior disciple Jiang Chen will be able to overthrow the martial Saint dynasty. At that point of time, the black sect will be the new emperor of the eastern continent. Everyone were extremely excited. The happiness had come too suddenly, and they didn't even have the chance to react. In the deepest part of the black sect, in the secret chamber where Taoist Black and Guishan were imprisoned, there were two combat soul warriors hiding. They were from the Xuanhuan clan and Myriad Sword sect. They had received Xuanhuan Sheng's message and were hiding in this secret chamber, keeping a close watch on Taoist Black and Guishan. They were going to be the bargaining chips for Jiang Chen to release the crown prince. Didn't you two hear that? Your master asked you to evacuate. Taoist Black said with a smile on his face. Shut up. One of them scolded and slapped Taoist Black's face. You can't hide your little tricks from Jiang Chen. Guishan let out a cold humph. He knew very well what kind of person Jiang Chen was. Jiang Chen had always been a meticulous person. If Xuanhuan Sheng wanted to play this kind of trick, he would have a long way to go. In the sky above the black sect, under the lead of the third emperor, a mighty group of over 300 men had arrived. They were emitting an imposing aura, and one of them was Jiang Chen. Facing an army like this, how many men could remain calm? Only Jiang Chen could. Standing behind the third emperor and the others, Crown Prince Wu Tsong was gnashing his teeth as he glared at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen had killed his father, and this was a great hatred for him. However, he was helpless at the same time. Ever since the trip to the island of ice, the gap between him and Jiang Chen had widened. Now, the two of them were on completely different levels. It was almost impossible for him to avenge his father, and he could only rely on the third emperor and the others. Jiang Chen, we've left the black sect. Can you let the crown prince go now? The third emperor said. There are still people who haven't come out yet. Don't play this kind of trick in front of Daddy, my patience is limited. Don't think I don't dare kill the crown prince. If I want to kill him, it'll be as easy as killing an ant. Jiang Chen said with a cold expression. He was cultivating the great soul derivation skill, and his soul energy was extremely sensitive. Just like what Guishan had said, Xuanhuan Sheng was trying to play this kind of low-level trick in front of him. The third emperor furrowed his brows as he stared at Xuanhuan Sheng and Tiangang Yi. Xuanhuan Sheng's expression darkened. He thought to himself that this Jiang Chen was indeed a mysterious man, and he was very difficult to deal with. The two men he sent here were both combat soul warriors, and they were experts in concealment. But Jiang Chen was still able to sense their presence even though he was just standing there. Such an incredible perception. Come out. Xuanhuan Sheng shouted out loudly. In an instant, two figures flew out from the black sect and arrived next to Xuanhuan Sheng. Within the black sect, Taoist Black and Guishan looked at each other. Both of them couldn't help but laugh. We didn't choose the wrong person. Taoist Black said. Sect Chief, should we go out and see how strong Jiang brother has become? He's actually able to force the martial Saint dynasty, Xuanhuan clan, and Myriad Sword sect to compromise. Guishan said with a smile on his face. Both men casually tidied up their messy clothes, then they walked out from the secret chamber. What greeted them was Jiang Chen, who was wearing a snow-white robe. He was controlling a handsome young man, and he was facing a formidable group of a few hundred men all by himself. His face was filled with a carefree expression, and no signs of panic could be seen on his face. Jiang Chen, can you let them go now? Everyone has left. The third emperor was trying his best to suppress the anger in his heart. Today's battle was extremely frustrating, and it was completely different from what he had imagined. Before the battle even started, his side had already been greatly restricted. Everyone here was a man with a prestigious status, but now they were being led by the nose by a young man. It was no wonder they felt frustrated. Are you kidding me? If I let them go now, doesn't that mean you're going to start a war right away? The black sect will still suffer. I, Jiang Qin, am not afraid of you, but I'm not afraid of you. Between you and I, one of us has to die, and a battle is unavoidable. There's a desolate mountain range 1,000 miles away from here. Let's find a place to fight. What do you think? Jiang Qin said. He and these men in front of him were going to fight to the death, and a battle was unavoidable. This was the reason why Jiang Qin came here. Only by killing his enemies would he be able to feel at ease. Now that the crown prince was in his hands, he still had the initiative. He had no choice but to draw the battlefield away from here. If not, the entire black sect would be implicated. If so many mighty warriors were to fight, just the shockwaves alone would be enough to wipe out the entire black sect. All right, I'll agree to your request. The third emperor agreed without any hesitation. What Jiang Qin said was exactly what he was thinking. Initially, he was worried that Jiang Qin would use the crown prince to threaten him, and that Jiang Qin wouldn't dare start a war with him. However, he didn't expect that Jiang Qin would say what he wanted to say. If that's the case, this way please. Jiang Qin said. The third emperor brought along a few hundred men and left the black sect. They were flying far away, and Jiang Qin was following behind them with the crown prince in his hand. Look, they're leaving. Didn't you hear that? Senior disciple Jiang Qin is going to fight a life-and-death battle with them. Heavens, there are so many mighty warriors. Senior disciple Jiang Qin is going to fight them all by himself. Can he really defeat them? Never underestimate senior disciple Jiang Qin's ability. Didn't he just save us? Can you imagine how senior disciple Jiang Qin can save us from so many mighty warriors? All the disciples of the black sect were discussing amongst themselves. Right at this moment, Taoist Black and Guishan flew up into the sky as well. Taoist Black said with a loud voice, "No one is allowed to step out of the black sect." After that, both of them flew away and followed behind Jiang Qin from afar. This was an unprecedentedly grand battle, and since they had regained their freedom, they had to go and have a look. Along the way, both Shangguan Sheng and Tiangang Yi had gloomy expressions on their faces. They had imprisoned the black sect for so many days just to lure Jiang Qin out. But now they had lured Jiang Qin out, but the result was completely different from what they had expected. Not only had they lost the initiative, they had also lost all their bargaining chips. However, both of them still had some bargaining chips. Yu Zihan and the others' families were still under the control of the two superpowers, and if the situation really came to an end, they might be able to use them. Too bad their plan was doomed to fail. Yellowstone, the Yu family. The sun had just risen, and miserable screams could be heard coming from within the Yu family. The people who imprisoned the Yu family were from the Shangguan clan, and the person in charge of this place was Shangguan Yu, an early combat soul warrior. He was accompanied by another early combat soul warrior, and besides them there were 10 divine core warriors and 30 heavenly core warriors. A group of dozens of men had been ordered by Shangguan Sheng to imprison the Yu family. In their eyes, the Yu family was too weak, and they couldn't even withstand a single blow. Imprisoning the Yu family was really boring. Therefore, these men from the Shangguan clan had been venting their boredom on the Yu family for the past few days. They would often curse the people from the Yu family if they didn't like them, and miserable screams could be heard coming from the Yu family every single day. A few silhouettes were silently approaching the Yu family. Hearing the miserable screams coming out from the Yu family, Yu Zihan's eyes instantly turned bloodshot. Don't worry, I'll sneak into the Yu family first and find out what's going on. After that, I'll kill the men who imprisoned your father and the others. Listen to my command, we'll kill our way in. De Huang Dog said. All right. Han Yin nodded his head. They trusted De Huang Dog's decision. They were here to save their father, and if they just barged in recklessly, the enemy would definitely use the most important men of the Yu family to threaten them. If that happened, they would be in a passive position. Therefore, De Huang Dog had to sneak into the Yu family and ensure the safety of the important men of the Yu family. After that, he would be able to kill all the men from the Shangguan clan. De Huang Dog's body swayed, and in an instant he disappeared from the Yu family. His majestic body kept shrinking, and when he entered the Yu family, he had shrunk to the size of a palm. De Huang Dog was an expert in hiding, and with his incredible speed, no one would be able to detect him. In the center of the Yu family, Yu Tianlong, Yu Ziyan, and the others were imprisoned by 2 divine core warriors. All the men from the Yu family were tightly tied up and imprisoned in a main hall. Both men were chatting with each other, but right at this moment, a golden beam suddenly appeared in the main hall. "What's that?" one of the men cried out in shock. He hurriedly looked at the golden beam, and what he saw was a majestic De Huang dog. "Not good, it's De Huang dog." Both men had a bad feeling about this. The combination of Jiangchen and De Huang dog was famous across the world, and everyone knew that this dog was a ferocious man. Since he had suddenly appeared in this place, he must be up to no good. Enemy attack. The divine core warrior reacted really quickly. He immediately stretched his neck and shouted out loudly, "Kaka, die for this master dog." De Huang dog let out a loud laugh. He didn't try to stop the two men from shouting out. Not only that, he roared out as well, then he leapt towards the two men. From the moment De Huang dog entered the main hall, both men's fates had been decided. Outside the Yu family, when Han Yen and the others heard De Huang dog's shout, they immediately dashed towards him. Chapter 440. After someone shouted out that there was an enemy attack, he immediately let out a blood-curdling scream. The entire Yu family was in an uproar, and all the men from the Xuanhuan clan rushed out. Those from the Yu family who had fallen into despair suddenly felt like they had just seen a ray of hope, and their gloomy faces started glowing. To the Xuanhuan clan it was an enemy attack, but to them, it was someone who had come to save them. Swoosh swoosh. Two powerful figures suddenly dashed out toward the direction where the sound of the enemy attack came from. Both of them were combat soul warriors, and the leading old man was Xuanhuan. The place where the sound of the enemy attack came from was the place where the most important men of the Yu family were imprisoned. It was impossible for these two men to ignore it. Rumble. However, before they could reach the place, they heard a huge commotion coming from outside of the Yu family. After that, four men who were filled with killing intent suddenly appeared. "Stop right there, who are you?" Two heavenly core warriors from the Xuanhuan clan stood in front of them and shouted at Han Yen and the group. "Bastards, the ones who want your lives." Xuanhuan's eyes turned red. Without saying anything, he swung the long sword in his hand. The two heavenly core men didn't even have the chance to react, and they were instantly sliced in half by Xuanhuan. Blood splashed everywhere. Xuanhuan was furious. He unleashed his energy and kept running toward the inner area of the Yu family. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. "We've finally lured them out." Xuanhuan Yu coldly harumphed. He turned to the combat soul warrior next to him and said, "Old Six, bring some men with you and take them down, I'll go have a look inside." After saying that, Xuanhuan Yu flew toward the inner area of the Yu family. He couldn't stop worrying about the enemy attack and the blood-curdling screams, so he had to go check it out himself. On the other side, Old Six led a few dozen men from the Xuanhuan clan. "Who are you?" Old Six shouted out loudly. "Young master of the Yu family, Xuanhuan, we're here to take your lives." Xuanhuan didn't waste any time. After telling them his name, he immediately dashed toward the enemies. Guanyu and Tianishan followed him from both sides. Their killing intent soared to the sky. There was no point in talking to these men from the Xuanhuan clan, killing was the best option. "Since you've come to die, that's great. Kill them." Old Six ordered decisively. He didn't take Xuanhuan and his group seriously at all. All the divine core warriors from the Xuanhuan clan charged towards Xuanhuan and the other two in an imposing manner while waving the combat weapons in their hands. Xuanhuan and the other two didn't show any mercy. 3 combat weapons slashed forward at the same time. Bright lights appeared, followed by miserable shrieks. 3 divine core warriors from the Xuanhuan clan were instantly sliced in half, and died on the spot. They couldn't even withstand a single blow. Xuanhuan, Guanyu and Tianishan were all late divine core warriors, and they were the geniuses of the younger generation. Although they couldn't defeat combat soul warriors, they were more than enough to defeat anyone in the divine core realm. "How dare you kill someone from the Xuanhuan clan? You're courting death." Old Six was enraged. He struck out a palm strike toward Xuanhuan and the other two, but it was blocked by a strong wind that came from the side. What he saw was a young man in blue robe with white hair standing in front of Old Six with a sneer on his face. "Your opponent is me." The man who attacked was none other than Han Yen. This combat soul warrior was his target. Clang. Old Six could tell that Han Yen wasn't easy to deal with. He immediately drew his combat weapon and swung it toward Han Yen. "I only need 1 strike to kill you." The rest of the men also gathered together and became part of the formation. The crown prince was filled with hatred. Just now Jiang Chen said he would dirty his hands by killing him. This was a great humiliation to him. However, he didn't act on impulse this time. He had personally experienced how frightening Jiang Chen was, and if he wanted to kill Jiang Chen today he had to use the 9 stars killing formation and the king weapon. If he acted on impulse again he would be facing death. 9 stars killing formation? Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. The 9 stars killing formation was a formation where 9 mighty warriors worked together, and they could instantly combine their combat strength to fight their enemies. Even those golden guards were part of the formation, and they could constantly provide energy to the formation. This 9 stars killing formation was the same as all the other killing formations, and it worked on the same principle. With Jiang Chen's experience he was able to see through it with just a single glance. You know about this formation. You're tuning in to the Sword Dance in the Vast Sky YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.